Good, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. So if all the elected or appointed officials who are going to be participants could come up to the front around the dais and take a seat. You're welcome to take a seat at any available chair. Let us know if you have any questions. So please get settled up at the front here. If you are a public participant, you can sit in the audience seats right behind us. Test, test. All right, good morning, everyone. We've got about 1 minute to get settled. So if you are an elected or an appointed official who will be a participant today, please make your way to the front around the dais here. Any seat is fine, although we have some special seats at the front for the mayor and the County Board of Supervisors chair. So those are the only two that are assigned. Otherwise, any seat is fine. We also have seats on the inside here, so if you don't see any seats on the outside, we have one here that's being claimed. No, it's gone. Sorry. All right. It looks like maybe a couple more seats. Yep, at this middle table. If you want somewhere to rest your beverage or your donut. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Thank you for any online participants we have. We acknowledge you are here as well, and hopefully the audio is okay. Elsa, how are we doing?
Check.
You're sounding good.
Great. So we're going to get going in just a minute here. The mayor is parking and heading in, and then we will get started. So thanks everyone for being here. If anyone in the room here in person is wondering about our Wi-Fi login, it is City Hall-Cafe is the name of the network. There's no password. You should be able to just click join and join that network. All right, and we have the mayor here, so it looks like we've got most of our in-person folks, and we've got our virtual room, so I think we can go ahead and get started. I don't see any frantic waves of no, don't get started, so let's do it. All right, so welcome everyone. This is the Flagstaff Regional Plan Spring Retreat, May 2025, and thank you all for being here. My name is Sachi Arakawa. I am one of the lead consultants that's been helping support the city and county throughout this process. We've been working with the city and county for about 3 years on the regional plan. We've been supporting through community engagement, data analysis, and the scenario planning that informed the future growth illustration, which we will be talking about today. And we will be helping to facilitate throughout this meeting. So first, some housekeeping. Restrooms for those people who are in person. So there's some construction going on at City Hall here, so the bathrooms are upstairs. So if you go straight out the doors and up the stairs to your right, you'll see a sign that says bathrooms. There's ladies and men's up there with a few stalls, limited stalls. So if those are full, there's also, if you go directly out directly right out these doors here, and out the outside City Hall, there are porta potties there as well, and I'm told they are relatively clean. So that's great. I have not experienced them myself, so take that for what it is. But we do have the upstairs bathrooms. If you do not want to or can't use the stairs, there's an elevator that's just behind the main entrance, the info and sign-in station. There's a elevator behind there that you're welcome to use. Okay, so this meeting is hybrid and virtual. You all will notice that there's several people joining us virtually, and we'll all have a chance to get to know each other shortly. For in-person attendees, please use your microphone whenever you're speaking. Those of you in this middle table here, you'll have to turn around and use the microphone, share the microphone with the folks behind you. Sorry about that. We have a limited amount of microphones, but we're all going to get to know each other and learn how to share. So as a meeting of appointed and elected officials, we need all comments and conversations to be audible to the group and to the public. So no side conversations between yourselves, please. We'll have a couple of activities where we're getting up, we're doing some interaction with posters or maps. During those, if you have questions from staff or of staff, you can ask staff questions and chat with them and off mic if necessary, and staff can record any comments that were made. Of substance. If you just ask someone where the bathroom is, we probably won't need to record that. It's a matter of public record, though, certainly. And our city clerk is here and will be taking notes as well, so thank you for that. Virtual participants, you may use the chat function or raise your hand if you want to speak, and our virtual facilitators will call on you. I'm directing that to the folks who are appointed and elected officials that are participants. For public that will be participating virtually, we're going to discuss how public comment can happen in just a moment. So let's talk about how public comment happens. So members of the public are allowed to join, and welcome to those who are here. We have a few folks with us in person. You're welcome to join and observe the meeting, and there will be public comment opportunities. We'll have about 4 throughout the day. let's see. So the way that it will happen in person is there's cards in the back of the room on the table where you signed in that look like this, blue or tan cards. The blue card is if you want to make a written request or comment, and the tan card is if you would like to speak to the group, address the group verbally. So please fill those out, and we'll try to give a little advance notice. Actually, I'm going to tell you when the opportunities for public comment are when we look at the agenda, so just be aware of that. And again, they'll happen about 4 times throughout the meeting. Yes, Sarah? Oh, okay. Okay. Sarah's just whispering in my ear for a minute. Okay. Let's see. So what else do we want to say about public? Okay. So when you have, if you want to make verbal public comment, actually, if you make any public comment, any verbal public comment, whether virtual or in person, you have a 3-minute maximum. We will time you. There's a timer here. We'll give you a yellow card when you're at 30 seconds, meaning you have 30 seconds left, and a red card when you have 10 seconds left. And then a buzzer will go off letting you know that the 3 minutes is up. And we do ask that you honor that 3-minute limit so that everyone who wants to has an opportunity. Let's see. Virtual folks, if you are interested in participating, you can indicate that, and Elsa and Allison, our virtual facilitators, will unmute you and allow you the ability to speak to the group. So I want to turn it over to the mayor and the Board of Supervisors chair on behalf of the county to welcome everyone, but it sounds like we also need to call the meeting to order. Do we want to have the mayor do that? It's been nothing but disorder up till this point. So, Madam Mayor, please help us out. Call us to order.
All right, so today is Friday, May 2nd, 2025. This is the Joint Regional Plan Retreat. We have a full house here. I'm calling the meeting to order and giving notice to members of the City Council and to the Board of Supervisors and everyone else that at this work session retreat, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with its attorneys on any item that is on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
All right, we'll start with the County Board of Supervisors. Chair Horseman?
Present. Oops, sorry. I'm still present, but now I've got the mic on. So, and I just want to say it's really the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors to be here. Thank you to the City Council for staffing, and we look forward to discussing our sense of place. So thank you.
Vice Chair Vasquez?
Present.
Supervisor Begay?
Present.
Supervisor Fowler? Supervisor Ontiveros?
Present.
All right, City Council, Mayor Daggett?
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet?
Here.
Councilmember Aslan?
Here.
Councilmember Garcia?
Present.
Councilmember House?
I'm here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember Spence?
Here.
I'll move on to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the county. Chair Burton?
Here.
Vice Chair Wilson? Commissioner Hayward?
Present.
Commissioner Leslie?
Present.
Commissioner Williams?
Present.
Commissioner Tohi?
Here.
Commissioner Best?
Present.
Commissioner Walsh?
Present.
Commissioner Berger?
Present.
All right. Planning and Zoning Commission for the city, Chair Mandino?
Present.
Vice Chair Norton?
Present.
Commissioner Sheehy?
Present.
Commissioner Lukey? Apologies.
Present.
Commissioner Sharp? Commissioner Maher? Commissioner Weller? Commissioner Sharp? Commissioner Maher? And Commissioner Weller.
All right, thank you, Clerk. And apologies, everyone. We threw you into that pop quiz on using a microphone without giving you any instructions. But just so you do know, the microphones that are at the tables here, you need to press the button and the red light will come on, and that should mean that it's live. And just a reminder to try to speak closely into those mics. The mics in council chambers are kind of set up so that they don't pick up background noise. So if I'm far away, you can't hear me, and as I get closer, you can hear me. So let's get slightly intimate with these microphones, but not too intimate. Okay. And Mayor and Chair of the board, would you like to say any more words of welcome before we move on to the agenda?
Yes, I have 30 minutes of prepared notes that I'd like to share. Just good morning, everyone, and thank you for being so accommodating with all fitting in here, and I'm looking forward to a great discussion with you all today.
All right, thank you. Chairperson Horstman, would you like to say anything, or shall we move to the agenda?
I actually think I did, so I think we can move forward. Great to see everyone. Good morning.
Wonderful, thank you. Whoops, went forward a bit too much. All right, so this is our agenda for today. We are together for 8 hours, folks, so we're gonna all be good friends after this day's through. We do have a packed agenda, so let's keep moving through it here, but we're gonna welcome you. We're gonna talk about the meeting objectives and have a brief opening and some background. Then we'll actually do some group introductions. We'll introduce our staff team so you know who we are and who to look for if you have any questions throughout the day. And then we'll have you all introduce yourselves a little more in depth, and we'll talk about kind of what your expectations for the day are so that we are all on the same page about what we're thinking. We'll have a process overview on the regional plan. And then we will have our first work session, which is about plan organization. During this work session, we'll give you a presentation. We will have an opportunity for public comment and participation. And then we will have an opportunity for elected and appointed officials to have a discussion with the facilitator group, a public discussion amongst ourselves that is facilitated. Then we will have lunch. Oh, I'm sorry, I should say after our group introductions, we'll be about an hour in, and we will have a 10-minute break. And then we'll have our process overview, our work session 1, then we will have our lunch break, which will be 30 minutes. Lunch will be provided for those who are in person. After lunch, we will have work session part 2, which is about the future growth illustration. This is a very important document in the regional plan. And so we want to talk a little bit more about that and get your feedback. We will have a presentation, opportunity for public participation, and discussion and activity with the elected and appointed officials. Then we'll take a break. Then we'll have a discussion, a work session part 3, which is about trails. We will have an opportunity for, we'll have a presentation, opportunity for public participation and discussion with electeds. And finally, work session part 4 is about sense of place and community character. We will have, again, a presentation, opportunity for public participation, and discussion with electeds. Then we will take our last break, and we'll come back for a session recap and group reflection with the elected and appointed officials. We will wrap things up, and we will get on our way onto our weekends. So we'll be wrapping up around 5 o'clock. All right, so let's talk about the objectives for today's meeting. So what do we want to accomplish today? So as you all know, the regional plan public draft is out and a 60-day public comment period wrapped up, as well as a spring survey following that public comment period. You all have received the drafts of the regional plan and hopefully are familiar with it, at least you know, kind of the sections of the plan. And so what we want to do today is dive a little bit deeper into some of the topics that people have wanted to discuss related to the regional plan. So we'd like your feedback on priorities and their related goals, as well as what type of emphasis we should put on those priorities. We would like to review the land use categories that appear in the future growth illustration and their locations on the future growth illustration, which is a mapped document. And then we want to resolve some conflicting comments that we received about trails and community character. So that is the focus of our work sessions today. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sarah Dechter to give us a little bit more background.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Dechter. I'm the Comprehensive and Neighborhood Planning Manager for the City of Flagstaff. Thank you all for responding so warmly to a crowded invitation today at City Hall for us to have this joint discussion. This is a really critical part of the process for adopting our regional plan. We've had at least 20 public meetings and opportunities to engage per year for the last 3 years. Online, in person, small group, specialized in a number of ways, in addition to all the regional plan committee meetings. And we are at this point where we have a pretty robust draft, but we need to dive into some of the details. But with that in mind, I want to start by remembering how much commonality there is between the plan that we are talking about today and a lot of the existing policies that the city and the county have adopted. And I'd like to start that by just talking about vision statements. Where is this plan going? What is it trying to help us achieve? The county and the city both have vision statements that include direction about diversity, quality of life, and our environmental and cultural heritage in this community. The plans that we currently have adopted, both our 2030 regional plan and the county comprehensive plan, start to clarify how those bigger, broader organizational goals get translated into land stewardship, land use, and growth. Those are the 3 big topics that this plan is really about. There are a lot of things that might fit under these broader visions that when we add those filters of land use, growth, and land stewardship, start to be really for other documents. And that is something we really worked on with staff and the community and the committee a lot, and it's something you'll be asking yourself all throughout the day is this a land use issue? Is this a growth issue? Because there's many things the community cares about in our larger vision that might not be for the regional plan. We also have a layer of plans that are our specific and area plans, and there's a lot of commonality in the language that those plans use about promoting community development and growth and neighborhoods and housing. And many of those other thematic words you saw in the broader visions reappear and are clarified or contextualized in these other documents. And part of why it takes so long to write this regional plan is that we are trying to capture all of these values, really bring them up to date and make them as current as possible, and then also get into all the details. And today is the day to get into the details, to get in the sandbox and figure out how these words, which we all have both personal meaning for and community collective meaning for, how do we get stuff done with that? Because that's one of the things we've really talked about with our current plan is it said all the right things and made very little progress. And so today, the thing I'd ask you to reflect on is how do we make progress on the words that we have committed to as an organization and as governments in the wider community? How will we achieve that? This plan can be instrumental in that if we make it highly implementable. And those are where all the tough calls are. This language is probably easy. Like, we can all get here. We have gotten here in many efforts, but we'll talk about some of the hard stuff today. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Sachi to kind of start our group discussion. I know there's a lot of people here, and we want to take a little time to make sure everyone knows where everyone's starting from. So, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, let's get to know each other a little bit. So we're first going to introduce our staff group, just with our names so you know who we are. And then we're going to jump into introductions to you all. So I can start. I'm Sachi Arakawa. I'm one of the consultants working on supporting the city and county on the regional plan. And I will pass it to, well, let's see, who's closest? Yeah, Sarah's going to move it around the staff group.
Hi. No, that worked? Okay, great. I'm going to walk around so that nobody has to get up and run. So I'll start with you, Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jess McNeely. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development and the Planning and Zoning Manager for the county.
Hi, I'm Angela Lane with the County Attorney's Office.
Hi.
Is it on? Angela Lane with the County Attorney's Office.
Melissa Shaw, Long Range Planner with Coconino County.
Stacy Saltzberg, I'm the Communication and Civic Engagement Director.
Good morning, Michelle McNulty, Planning Director and Interim Community Development Director for the city.
Good morning, Lauren Clementino, Senior Planner in Comprehensive and Neighborhood Planning, and I'm also the Heritage Preservation Officer.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Keene, Deputy City Manager for the City of Flagstaff.
Good morning.
I'm Rebecca Sayers.
Amy, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm Rebecca Sayers. I'm the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events Director for the City of Flagstaff.
Good morning, I'm Erica Philpott, Deputy County Manager for Coconino County.
Good morning, everyone. Shannon Anderson. I'm a Senior Deputy City Manager with the City of Flagstaff.
Good morning, Andy Bertelson, County Manager for Coconino County.
Good morning, William Nezzi, Communications and Government Affairs Intern for Coconino County.
Good morning, Sean Johnson, Government Affairs Manager for Coconino County.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Michelson, the Housing Planning Manager with the city.
Good morning, I'm John Saltonstall, Economic Development Director with Coconino County.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. And we have, okay, we've got one more, couple more.
Good morning, I'm Sophie Koza, Planner with Coconino County.
And good morning, Amy Tressler, Building Official, City of Flagstaff.
Great, thank you. And we also want to introduce you to our other consultant, Steiny.
I'm Alex Steinberger, or Steiny, if you like, and you'll be hearing from me in the second half of today's discussion when we talk about the future growth illustration. I work with Sachi at Cascadia Partners and have been involved in the scenarios development and the comprehensive plan to date.
And Lauren and Elijah, have you gotten to say hi yet? Elijah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elisha Green, and I'm a comprehensive city planning intern with the City of Flagstaff.
So for the folks in the room today, if you have questions, and we have one more person to intro, but Lauren and Elijah will be back here to answer any questions you have either during activities or if you need to, get up and use the restroom, have questions about navigating the building, you can talk to them. Also, the cards, the public participation cards that Lauren's holding up, you can turn into her or ask her where to pick them up, which is right here.
Morning, Greg Clifton, Manager, City of Flagstaff.
All right, thank you. And now let's go to our online participants. Allie and Elsa, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elsa Erling. I'm the Associate Planner in Comprehensive Planning for the city.
Hi, everyone. My name is Allie, or Allison Platt. I'm a Senior Associate with Cascadia Partners, the consultant team helping facilitate the retreat. I'll be supporting with virtual facilitation and also leading some of the activities that we'll be doing, some of the mapping activities on the screen and helping with virtual participation in that as well.
All right, thank you both. And I see we have a few elected and appointed officials that are also virtually joining us, so we'll get to you shortly. Oh, and there are staff who are on virtually as well. Let's keep it moving. Do we have any staff that want to unmute and say hello?
Good morning, Kim Musselman, Deputy County Manager.
Hi, Kim, thank you.
I'll go Paul Mood, City Engineer, Flagstaff.
Good morning, everybody. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director.
Good morning, all. Jay Crystalman, Community Development Director for Coconino County.
Good morning, everyone. Justina Costa, Assistant Housing Director.
Good morning, Stacy Breckman-Eggs, Emergency Management Director.
Wonderful. Great to see such an excellent turnout. Thanks for being here, everyone. All right, now for the elected and appointed officials in the room, we're going to go around and get to know each other a little bit. We have, I think, 29 participants and about 45 minutes. So we're going to try to keep each person's intro to about 1 minute. We'd like to hear your name and affiliation, what your expectations are for this retreat, and what you think is the most important for the regional plan to accomplish. Why don't we start with the mayor and the county board of supervisors chair? Would you ladies like to start us off?
I'd be honored to. Patrice Horseman. I am a longtime resident here of Coconino County and in the city of Flagstaff, over 55 years here in the city of Flagstaff. Expectations of the retreat, to hear from everyone, to get input on this. We all live here, and I hope to accomplish that we will, in fact, arrive at a sense of place, and all of us contribute to that sense of place.
Becky Daggett Mayer, excuse me. And my expectations are much the same. I want to hear from everyone, and I'd like to thank all of the commissions that have provided feedback to the council about their comments on the plan, and I look forward to hearing even more public comment.
Sure, welcome everyone. Great to see you. I am Miranda Sweet, Vice Mayor, City of Flagstaff. I've lived in Flagstaff since 1993. I serve on Metro Plan and Mountain Line. And my expectations for today is to foster good conversation, to hear from everyone, to dive deep into this. And I hope that we accomplish, and what I love what Patrice said, having a sense of place. That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2. I've lived in Flagstaff since 1989, and this is home, and I want to see it grow in a sustainable way. And so I want to really get the voices of the community and really work to craft a document that everybody can live with, but for the county residents who can't vote on this document, I want us to craft something that they can be comfortable with, knowing that if it passes, it'll be beneficial for them as well, because some folks in the county struggle with that fact that they don't have that vote for this document. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor, and we do this every 10 years, the revise the comprehensive plan and the Flagstaff regional plan. This is the first time that we're actually doing a retreat together regarding the Flagstaff regional plan. And I've been participating in this process since 2009. And this is the first time it's happening. I'm really happy that this is we're gathered here for this retreat to actually put our minds together, because once the city passes this document, then it comes to the Board of Supervisors and reaffirm we also approve it as well as part of our area plan. And our plans, county and the city, especially the city, it has greater impact than just within the city limits. All throughout the county, this is the largest town, and it's the county seat. So I like to just make sure that we have a greater vision. And even though we're planning for the city and the region, but like to see it have a greater vision and just have a thoughtful process. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those introductions. My name is Anthony Garcia, third generation City of Flagstaff.
multiple generation in the region prior to it even being America. So one of my expectations for this retreat is to, as was spoken before briefly, to share that commonality between the city and the county. In other words, share a seamless cohesion between the two places and make them almost like one. I hope today's vision comes out as one, as a unified vision that encapsulates not just the region, but also the entire northern Arizona. We have considerations for the entire northern Arizona since we are a regional hub here in the city of Flagstaff. I'm also interested in hearing and getting to meet all of my colleagues and friends since I'm fairly new to this position. Thank you.
Yeah, let's win. We go up here. Could try to use this mic. Pass around if that's easier.
Good morning. My name is Christine Sheehy, and I'm on the Planning Commission for the City of Flagstaff. I've been a planner in Arizona for over 45 years, and I've worked on a lot of general plans, and this is the first one with both the county and the city, and I also want to compliment staff. They've done an incredible job getting to us to this point. It's a really good, well-written document, and it's really progressed from almost 2 years ago when I first went to some of the earlier meetings when I wasn't on the Planning Commission. So it's great to see this latest draft, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone today.
Oh, yeah, Ebene. Shay Yahai, Tachini no Dainschlido, Kilachini Bashichin, Ashkazo, Dashanalo, Shin Dashache. That's who I am as a Dena woman. My name is Rose Tohi. First, I want to say that I work for the city as the Indigenous Affairs Administrator, and I've been working with Sarah and the core team since this plan started, so happy to say that. But I'm here on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I represent District 4. And then also want to say that I think my family's been here for, at least I know from the 60s, as far as living in Flagstaff, and I moved here late 70s as a teenager. And I always think about the time when my father, who was a medicine man, used to make his pilgrimage to all the sacred mountains, and this was one of them, and he used to talk about that. And when I moved here, I could see and feel just the sacredness and the beauty of this place, and so I stayed when I moved here. So I'm happy to call Flagstaff my home. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Tiana Burton. I am the current chair for the Planning and Zoning for the county. And I have been a resident for about 22 years now. I came here to start at NAU and have not left. And I would say that I'm most interested in hearing all the different perspectives today. And one of the most important things for me is that the regional plan is in the best interest of county residents as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Haywood. I am a commissioner with the Planning and Zoning Commission. I was also chair of the Citizens Advisory Group, we're going to call it, for the Regional Plan Committee. So we've been working on this for how long, Sarah? Year and a half. There we go. So we're going to put a bow on it. My expectations for this retreat are probably that I'm going to annoy some people because I'm going to disagree with them. And let's get started with that. I think it's most important for this regional plan to accomplish two things. One is that, as to follow on from what Sarah said, as a strategic document, it is just as important to discuss what this plan does not do, as well as what it does do. It can't be everything for everyone, so for it to be a strategy, it has to decide not to do some stuff. I would say two of the things that are on the agenda today, for me, are things that, quite frankly, I do not think the regional plan needs to be discussing. When we have businesses, a hospital that can't hire employees because they can't afford to live here. When our clients at Flagstaff Shelter Services are quite literally dying in the street every winter, I don't want to talk about sense of place. I want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about trails. I want to talk about that. So I'm hoping that we can focus on that. But that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayward.
Hi, I'm CJ Lukey. I'm on the City Planning Commission. And before this, I worked in city and regional government for about 30 years. When I was born in Phoenix, our house eventually became the 51. And so when they bought the house in the 60s, there were already plans to tell them that. So I hope that what we get out of this as we go along is that there's enough concrete things so that when people buy a property, they know what's coming down the road. Maybe 30 years, but we have a plan.
Hello, I'm Mary Norton. I'm the Vice Chair of the City Planning and Zoning. I've lived here for 10 years, having moved from Chino Hills, California, which is in the only other larger county in the United States, San Bernardino County. Coconino is number 2. I believe that, I also serve as the liaison to the Open Spaces Commission for the city. My expectation here is that I believe that this group here is sort of the in-between interpreters between the staff who is in deep into this and the committee that was in deep into this and the public, which produced over 2,000 comments. So I'm hoping that what we end up with is what I think is the most important thing, is that this is a truly usable document, that it has both flexibility and guardrails for our future.
I'm Carol Mandino, and I'm the chair of the Flagstaff Planning and Zoning Commission. A while back, my son came back to visit home and said, home's starting to look like every other community. So what I'd like to see is that we preserve our uniqueness as a community, because I think we are unique, and that we become a community for all and house all our citizens in some way or another and take care of our people. Thank you to the staff and to everybody who's worked on this plan thus far. So even community members who have worked on this. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Larry Leslie. I'm County P&Z for District 3. Moved from the Anaheim area in 2018 into Williams, which is what I consider my paradise. There's been a lot stated, and I want to agree with Supervisor Vasquez, Councilmember Garcia, Chair Burton, and Commissioner Hayward. They've touched on good topics, and I'm looking forward to learning and taking what they've said to heart. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sot Best. I'm in County Supervisor District 2, which interestingly is almost completely within the city of Flagstaff. I've been on County P&Z for 20 years this August when my pension starts, and it's been a really great experience. I see my job as one of balancing positive values, and that's hard work because they frequently conflict. My goal is that the focus of the document before us generally is increased density to provide housing, and that is an important goal. And we also have the goal, in my opinion, of maintaining community character and the environment around us. These are tough things to balance. And I look forward to the process. What a great group of people in this room. I think we should go home, get camping gear, and spend a week here and not just a day. And I look forward to today. Thanks.
Under Geronimo Vasquez. I'm also former committee member and still committee member of the regional plan for City of Flagstaff, so it's been a very interesting ride to go between the city and the county. I think it's really important to have a cohesive document, but also that's obtainable. We have a lot of big issues in front of us right now, and I think all of us coming together, I've never been part of a meeting where all the people from county and city have been present, so we're very lucky that we're all here today, in my opinion. But we do represent the communities. The county has certain things that they have to live with under the regional plan. We've done a lot of problem solving sort of within our group, but to try to look at it from a standpoint of the community, we need to make it obtainable but also comprehensive. If they don't understand the documents and they don't know where they're headed, then that's kind of the expectation I have. I think my biggest concerns for an overall view of what we're trying to do today is we do need to provide some sort of comprehensive housing for folks. I just came off the Market of Dreams, creating a community center, and I hear the voices of everyone. I hear the reservation, I hear the city, I hear the county. We have to be the ones that are mentoring our youth and our families that are hurting. So my ultimate goal right now is to see how we can help our community best, and that includes the county and the city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Williams. I arrived in Flagstaff 31 years ago as a river guide and stayed employed as a river guide for several decades, and also had my own graphic design business. I am a proud resident of the county, and where I live, it's a little bit of a unique situation because the front of my property borders the city, Schultz Bass Road. Just up the road, a few hundred yards behind my property, is the National Forest. So I live in the county, but I'm on that interface between the city and the county, and have a little bit of a unique perspective of being so close to the city and yet grateful to live in the county. And I would say my two biggest interests in this whole process are housing and trails. So I look forward to seeing where the discussions go, particularly in those areas.
Good morning. I'm Sheila Walsh. I'm in Judy Begay's district, County Planning and Zoning. I've also been here a really long time. I've always lived in the county, and I'm a lifelong equestrian, and I probably wrote that line in the Parks and Recreation, how depressed I am at what has happened to our fairgrounds. The loss of income is just unforgivable. We could be having equestrian events every weekend at our county fairgrounds because we are the perfect location climate-wise for equestrian events. I also support the F-cubed comments on the Flagstaff regional plan. I'd like the city limits to boundaries to stay where they are. I'd like city utilities to stay inside the city, and I'd like the density to grow there. So I'll be shaking the tree too. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Spence. I've been in this neck of the woods for 25 years. I started out living in the county, out in Doney Park, and I currently live in Sunnyside. I was elected to the city council in this last November, so I'm still learning the ropes. But I'm pleased to be here today, and my expectation for this retreat is for me to get an understanding of the scope of the plan. It's my understanding that it's largely land use planning, but I do have an overarching goal for this plan and for our neck of the woods, and that is that we do our part to meet the climate change challenge. It is real, it is here, and there's a wide diversity of levels of development within our regional plan, 500 square mile catchment area. We've got people that are living without electricity and indoor plumbing and safe water supply. We have other people that have McMansions that are only lived in a few weeks out of the year. So given that diversity, if you average it all out, we in this 500 square miles are probably living a lifestyle that would require 4 Earths to support us going into the future. We need to do our part to get climate down to living happily on our God-given planet A. There is no planet B unless you believe Elon Musk's plans to go to Mars. So I hope this retreat, while it deals with many, many issues, transportation, housing, land use, I hope that it will have the overall effect of allowing us to meet our climate goals. So I'm looking forward to today's discussion. Thank you all for being here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tammy Ontiveros, and I am the I think I'm going to have to stop using the word newly elected supervisor. I've now been at this for 4 months. Prior to being elected to the Board of Supervisors, I served on the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission for 14 years. I was in my 5th year of chair before moving to this position. So I see many of my colleagues out there, have worked closely with them, and have the greatest degree of respect for what I know their input will be this morning. I am a 3rd-generation Arizona native. My roots date back over 100 years in the Williams-Red Lake area, also very deeply back in the Parks area. So I say that to tell you that I truly care about the direction of the county. My expectation for this retreat really is to learn today. I'm going to leave it there. And the most important thing for me today for the regional plan, District 3, actually the boundaries of District 3 pick up 3 of the communities that are in the Flagstaff regional plan, but outside of the Flagstaff city limits, specifically Belmont, Kachina Village, and Mountain Air. And one thing that I have heard from the people that I represent, the people that voted for me, is they want to know how this plan is going to affect them. And I think it really goes to what Commissioner Walsh's comments were: the city boundary and then the county communities. So that's something that I'm going to be watching for very closely today, because as Supervisor Vasquez pointed out, we have a regional plan and only the city of Flagstaff residents can actually vote for it, where others are in the regional plan but don't really have a say in it. So those are the voices in those District 3 communities that I will be listening very carefully for.
Thank you. Again, Lori Matthews, City Council member. I am looking forward to hearing from everyone their opinion, especially our planning and zoning commissioners from both county and city. It's important. You folks hear more than we do things that don't even come across our desk, and just hearing the perspective and maybe the challenges and the interest. And so I'm looking forward to some really great conversation and great listening. I'm looking forward to modernizing our regional plan to our current visions of this community and this county. Having it well thought out for to focus on our housing challenges, but not at the risk of losing our character. We don't want to be, you know, a big city with a lot of high rises and stuff. So making sure that's a balance, and we're looking at the areas, especially within the city, since the city's the largest community in the county, to make sure that our future looks, I mean, we are going to grow, but to look balanced, so we don't wake up one day and see just massive high-density apartments throughout the whole city. Keeping in mind the balance of walkability and central community efforts. And making sure this document helps us obtain a community for all, that we are not excluding or making changes or additions to this document that ends up kind of squeezing out any community member. You know, we've been called poverty with a view, a lot of different names that aren't very proud of that, and we don't want to be just the haves and the have-nots. So making sure we're balanced and we're being well thought out, and making sure we're being fair to every single community member. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the improvements to make this document easier to follow and read. Everyone, half of us at least, have commented on, unfortunately, only city limits citizens vote on this, but it impacts the whole county. And you know, when I looked at the draft from a few months ago, it was very hard to follow. And we don't want people voting on something that's so overwhelming to them that they're just kind of voting what they heard they should vote without really understanding what they're voting for, because this is a consequence that we're going to live with for a couple of decades. So, and I'm interested in seeing, we've got our last cap study going on, kind of the cart before the horse, maybe. So I'll be anxious to see how that's going to blend in when we're looking at within the city limits, you know, zoning and land use changes after, you know, we've had this meeting and stuff. So that's about it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my name is Judy Begay. Twadich Ainsley do Tzedeshkijni, Bashashin, Ashi Dashachedo, Trachini, Dashanala, originating from Coal Mine Mesa, which is east of Tuba City. I want to thank everyone for taking part and being here today to listen, and it's going to take all of us to try to work something out like this, but I guess, you know, mainly a comprehensive plan that would benefit the whole county as a whole. I think that's very important, and I'm really glad that we are having meetings with the city and the county together. This is great. I feel this is something that we all need to do on every single issue we have. Housing issues, we have so many issues out there, and I think, you know, that it should be dealt with and together, because we serve the same communities out there. And so and today what I would like to see is, you know, basically just really getting to know more about it, how I can provide input, you know, because we have the same scenarios that we have out on the reservation too, and the county extends from Fredonia, Page, all the way down to Blue Ridge, and then Seligman probably all the way to Winslow area. So how do this is going to affect, you know, a lot of these other areas of the county. So we got to think big, and so I just want to say thank you so much. So we do have issues like student housing. We really need student housing. We say that kids are our future, and they don't even have a place to call their own. Or student housing on school campuses are so outrageous. Some of our students have to drive 2 miles just to come into Flagstaff for a class, and then go back, and then come back, then go back 3 times a week at sometimes. And that's what I did to get my education here. So, and then the homeowner's insurance, those are things that are real. Climate change is real. So I'm really thankful that everybody's bringing up, you know, what they see And it is true, and we only speak the truth here because we've been working on plans. We've been working together on and talking about it. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the commissioners and the board of supervisors, the mayor's office, the staff, everyone here. Thank you so much for being here today. And there should be more meetings like this to come, where we can get together and finalize something that's for the whole Coconino County. We are the second largest land base in the whole U.S. So we have a big job ahead of us. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Am I last? Am I the last to go? Do I get to balance the 45 minutes?
We also have online.
No, you're
participants.
not last.
Okay, I just thought I'd check. So I'm Austin Aslan, two-term council member. This is my 6th year on council, and God help us all, that makes me the currently longest serving member at the dais. And with the exception of Supervisor Fowler, I think, that makes me the longest currently serving elected official up here today. It's an honor and a privilege to be on council during this process. I hope to bring a bit of the institutional memory to the table that comes with that veteran status. I want to take a second to personally thank award-winning Sarah Dechter on the City of Flagstaff staff. Yeah. For years worth of incredible hard work in which she's ending up taking kind of a back seat with the end product. Just wanted to give her that shout out. I've always run for council on a commitment to championing smart growth and protecting open spaces, natural resources, environmental quality, and a carbon-free future. Flagstaff is a singular community, in large part because it's locked in by public lands, and we need to vigorously protect that dynamic, otherwise what's the point? My expectation is that the product of all this work we're doing is treated like a binding document by leaders and elected officials over the next 20 years. I think previous documents like these have come under considerable strain, and it'd be wonderful if this one can pass the test of remaining relevant, but also challenging to future growth. I would also just remind everyone that 2045 is honestly just around the corner. Let's be innovative in our thinking. Our lives and our communities are undergoing significantly rapid change, and our thinking needs to keep pace with an aggressively unfolding future. We ought to consider thinking 30 or 40 years ahead, just so we break even today. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, now we're going to turn to our online folks. I believe we have one staff member who just wanted to say a brief hello, and then a couple elected officials. So if those folks could identify themselves with their name in the chat so that we know who we need to unmute. But Sterling, would you like to say hello, if you're able?
Absolutely. I appreciate that. I apologize. Technology would not let me unmute previously when staff was making introductions. Sterling Solomon, City Attorney, happy to be here today. I really wanted to be with you in person. By the look of the room, judging by that, I think it's probably good that I gave my seat up and I'm here virtually. But happy to be here for this. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here. And Councilmember House, would you like to introduce yourself and state your affiliation and what your expectations are for this retreat and what you think it is most important for the regional plan to accomplish?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Councilmember Kara House. I'm with the City of Flagstaff. And I share the expectations of others who have spoken already on just the importance of hearing from our broader community. I appreciate Commissioner Hayward's comment about being willing to disagree and state opposing opinions in this conversation. And I'm going to take him up on that because I'm actually going to moderately disagree with him on what I think is most important for this plan to accomplish, specifically when it comes to the conversation about place. One of the things that I think we may have missed doing at the beginning of this, or at least that we're used to doing in the city council meetings, is providing our land acknowledgement. and stating that we humbly acknowledge the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. And the reason I think that's so important to bring into the conversation that we're having now is because we need to recognize the place where we sit as we're addressing the different issues that we're facing. Home is a very important part of place. Our acknowledgement of the importance of the land and our forested land in particular is an important part of recognizing place. And so I see all of those things as interconnected, not in competition. What I think is most important for us to do in this plan is to recognize the place that we're in, recognize the various peoples that we're serving, and ensure that we are as inclusive as we possibly can be of all the voices that need to be at our tables and all of the perspectives on those different topics, from housing to land use to trails and all the things that make Flagstaff, all the things that make Coconino County a wonderful county to live in. All of those things are going to be on the table today. So I look forward to hearing what everyone has to say and trying to find ways to unify those perspectives into one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Do we have any other elected or appointed officials that are joining us virtually who would like to introduce themselves? Commissioner Mayer, are you there? Would you like to introduce yourself? And
Sure thing.
the prompt
Hey,
is your
everybody.
name, affiliation, what your expectations are for the retreat, and what you think is important for the regional plan to accomplish. And we're shooting for about 1 minute for these intros.
Sure thing. I'll keep it brief. Josh Mayer. I'm a Planning and Zoning Commissioner for the City of Flagstaff. In terms of expectations, I hope for some good conversation around the future of not just the City of Flagstaff, but the region, and how the growth and development over the next 20 years or so, can be reflective of community values. And that's ultimately what I also think that is really the most important thing for the regional plan to accomplish. So thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Any other elected or appointed officials that are online that would like to introduce themselves? Great. So we're going to do a brief process overview with Sarah, and then we're going to take a break.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually going to have, I think Melissa Shaw from the county is going to also come up and present some of these slides. But we're going to do a quick process overview, just about 10 minutes before a break. And then when we come back from the break, we're going to get into the first work session where the digging starts in just a few minutes. So we want to give this broad overview, though, because the plan is not just a document, though it is. It also is like a fundamental piece of many decision-making processes that the city and county both do, but do a little differently. And so we wanted to make sure that those commonalities and difference are clear in everyone's mind as we are starting to work through material. So this is a shared regional document. It is the only one in Arizona. So if you, I think at the Board of Supervisors meeting last week, I said there's sometimes a sentiment of county residents who feel they can't vote on the regional plan, but if they lived in any other county anywhere in Arizona, they would have zero say. We would not be sitting here with county planning and zoning and the Board of Supervisors. We would just send a draft to the county and say, send us a comment letter, thanks so much. And that is the level of involvement they would be given. So it is actually a very stepped up process in Coconino County and much more robust in terms of its intergovernmental coordination. And that's a proud legacy of this document, but it adds a lot of detail and intricacies, which is why it takes a little longer to update as well. So this document has to meet these implementation needs of both jurisdictions. So the way you make decisions with this document, it might mean that the wording for a county policy needs to be a little different than a city policy because we are using them in different decision-making processes. And we'll talk about that a little. We kind of think of this visually in this planning pyramid, which was a much simpler graphic once upon a time, but we've been trying to kind of get more at the nuances. And there's really two paths to implementation. There are these formal decision-making processes, which we're going to go over in this brief presentation, but there are also a lot of supplemental ways the city and county use the plan when they are working on topical plans, like the city has a 10-year housing plan that looked at the regional plan and looked for it for advice and also looked at it at how it could be updated to further the goals of that plan. We use it when we're designing capital improvement programs. The trails and roads in the plan are the basis for collectors and arterials and bicycle routes throughout the city, throughout the region. We get funding for those projects. We seek to design them so that our city engineer is here on the call because this is a really important document for his staff when they are doing capital improvement planning. So that vision-sided way of where we need to align with the plan exists. But really this plan has to meet the development review side of the triangle, and it has to work. Has to be not confusing, not creating conflicts that are going to be difficult for us to unravel at public meetings or lead to confusion. And we've had those experiences where the plan says something beautiful and idealistic, and we come to the table with a proposal and we can't implement it. And that's frustrating for staff, that's frustrating for all of you, and it's a huge miscommunication with the public about what we are doing as their government. It is not transparent to promise something that is very idealistic when we really have no legal means to implement it. So that's why we're going over the process overview to help you keep that in mind as we're moving on. That process side is always balanced with our public engagement and the values that many of you spoke of in your expectations for the day. Someone mentioned, and they read the packet, thank you, that we received over 2,400 public comments during the 60-day public review. And even our planners who work with us in the Valley said, wow, like really, this is a good amount of engagement for a city plan. They would be real happy with these numbers, and we are really happy. 80% of those comments came from the public, and about 20% came from staff and partners like MetroPlan or a Mountain Line or NACOG or other government or non-governmental agencies that contributed and participated. You can see that plan clarity, which I think Councilmember Matthews mentioned, was the biggest area of public comment. Because people struggle with, like, what is this document? Why doesn't it say the thing I feel is most important first? So that's why we're going to talk about priorities today, because that really clarifies what people's expectations are of the plan. But what we'll dig into today is some of the comments in particular were a little thin. That's what I would call them. So comments on the future growth illustration, which as a planner, and Melissa can back me up, if someone comes to the counter and they have a question of, can I rezone my property or could I be annexed into the city? The first thing we do is look at the future growth illustration. It is the trigger point. It is the kingpin of how we make decisions with the plan. And we only had 95 comments on it. Many of those were from property owners, and they were really focused on their individual property, which is great. We want property owners to really think about those implications and have good ideas about how it helps them achieve their vision and what they're thinking of in terms of these values and trade-offs. But that's thin, because that's really where we wanted people to focus. So that's why that is such a big part of our agenda today. The second part was multimodal transportation. And again, this was an area where we had a lot of very positive comments that were in favor of expanding even further multimodal participation or multimodal transportation in our bus system or biking and walking. And that is also pretty thin for how important that is from an infrastructure standpoint for the community. And the last one is community character. We only had about 66 comments in this area, but people had really thoughtful points And we want to make sure we have really been transparent both of how we've looked at those comments, what we can do. That's why I talked about expectation setting. What can we do with those community character comments? And what are we willing to do with them? And then the last thing is we got a lot of comments and we've made some bigger changes around plan reorganization and the goals and policies based on this very robust public engagement. So, are there any questions about that? And Melissa, did you have anything to add?
I think Sarah covered it really comprehensively, but speaking of comprehensive, I just want to, again, remind all of you, I think you're all really aware that the county's comprehensive plan does not have a future growth illustration or a future land use map. So that's a big distinction to keep in mind. So the regional plan does provide that level of detail for county projects, county residents. So those areas, those communities within the boundary of the regional plan, Belmont, Kachina Village, Mountain Air, the Fort Valley, most of the Fort Valley 180 corridor, and Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. I will just mention again that the regional plan, the Flagstaff regional plan, is adopted as an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan. So there's a nesting in that sense. I will also just a little piece of information. The Belmont area plan is the one county area plan that does have a future land use map. So there are nuances, and there's a long history about why it is this way, but I like to just echo and kind of reiterate what Sarah mentioned, that being the only regional plan in the state of Arizona is a pretty amazing distinction, and the fact that county residents do participate in this is actually a really important aspect of planning. I previously worked up at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and I saw the impacts of having the positive impacts of a regional plan. Not easy, but really beneficial. So thanks everybody for joining us in the effort.
Excuse me just a minute. Sarah, how would you like to handle questions throughout the day?
I'll turn that question over to Sachi.
Yeah, so for this portion, we're just going to have questions from the elected and appointed officials. Moving forward, for all 4 of our work sessions, we will have public comment opportunity that will come after the presentation, and then we'll have discussion with electeds.
But if an elected has a question or a commissioner has a question during a presentation, do you want to take them all at once or as they come up?
I think as they come up, if we have several hands, I'll try to note who's raised their hand and in what order, and if you want to call on them, or I can call on them, probably since I'm here at the mic already, I can just call in people. Public comment will be a little bit different, but for our elected and appointed officials group, we'll just try to keep track of hands if we have more than one, and if not, we'll just kind of popcorn around if that works, unless you have a different preference, Mayor.
No, that's great.
Okay.
Councilmember Garcia has a question.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and Vice Chair, Super Horseman. My question is on staying, we talk about, Sarah, we talk about usability of the document. As some people here know, I was Vice Chair of the Regional Plan Citizens Advisory Committee. And I think that was one of our biggest challenges, is going down these huge rabbit holes, sometimes for hours on end, to talk about things that are really they're not irrelevant to our community. They're important conversations to have, but are not particularly usable for what this plan is designed for. And my question is simply, will you please keep us on task? And I know that's hard for staff to do because you don't want to influence conversation, but we're at a critical point right now where the time we have is very important. So I'm going to stop wasting that time and hope that you guys could rein us in if we ever start veering off the path. Thank you.
Thank you. The Flagstaff Regional Plan has become the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, just in this iteration of it. And I kind of get where we're going with that, but I think of it in a broader sense, and I also think of the comprehensive plan in the county in a broader sense as well. So I'm trying to get my head around what that means. There are things in the regional plan, energy, climate action, social and economic systems, that I think of in a much broader sense than just what are we going to do with a piece of property. And I know staff would probably like to rein it in. As Councilmember Garcia said, you can go down some pretty strange rabbit holes. But that's a conversation that we might want to have. One answer to that might be more metrics. And a little later on, I want to talk about the first page of the Flagstaff Housing Plan, which has some very interesting metrics on it. Sometimes we get into philosophical and almost dreamland issues, but the question is, what is really happening that we can put numbers on? And hopefully we can talk about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. I'd like to address that because that really was part of the experience of implementing our current plan. So I'm really glad you put together the two ideas of metrics and implementation and the scope of the plan, because that is exactly why staff's recommendation and the committee worked so hard to narrow the focus of the plan to really things that influence land use. And that's because with our current plan, the city has annually put together a 97 metric annual report, and it's beautiful. I have a staff person that spends 3 months on doing most of their time pulling that report together with every department in the city. And at the same time, that plan is very broad. It is very comprehensive. It talks about things way beyond the scope of just land use. And what I can tell you from the experience of creating that report for almost a decade is we made no progress towards our land use goals because we failed to focus on land use. We put in policies that actually got in the way. Like those other policies that are not land use related, when we are sitting working with attorneys and land developers and people who are working on capital projects, can actually harm our ability to achieve the outcomes we want. And so learning that lesson from 10 years of plan implementation, really staff brought that up as a weakness right up front. We said, when we use this day to day, here is the weakness. It says beautiful things. Mom and apple pie problem is what I called it. And then we didn't get any of it done. In fact, this document sometimes got in our way of getting those things done. And that is where I think the reason too that it was actually a committee member who wanted us to make sure the word land use appeared in the title, because he said, we really are going to start making changes in the community that get us these big goal outcomes that we say we want. We got to stay focused, and it should be a focus from page 1. So that's the reason it was called the land use plan. And it hasn't always just been called the regional plan. Sorry, I don't know if the echo occurred again. Okay, if it occurs again, I'll stop. But in 2001, it was called the Flagstaff Regional Land Use and Transportation Plan. And we actually took land use and transportation out because the philosophy at that time was to have a broader view. But that broader view got in the way of achieving the outcomes. So maybe we were like, the porridge was too hot, and then the porridge was too cold, and I'm looking for a Goldilocks bowl of porridge right now in working with all of you, might be a good way to think about it, about what have we learned over the last 20 years. And I should say too that wasn't just the opinion of staff. We went to 23 boards and commissions and did a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment, and that many of the commissions concurred that they also had that experience in implementing the plan. So we didn't just take that from the staff perspective, we looked at it from the perspective of many of the people who have roles in plan implementation. So.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner North.
I just kind of wanted to bring this around. I kind of see 3 things. There's this visionary roadmap that we have. There's goals and policies, and then there's the land use map. And if I'm understanding what you're saying in the pecking order of things, you wanted land use, goals and policy, and then the visionary roadmap. Would that be a way to summarize how we want to prioritize the usability of this regional plan? My concern has always been, in sitting on P&Z, is that there's so many goals and policies in our current regional plan, any development meets conformance. and then it becomes a non-discussion almost, so.
I'm trying to stand back so Sachi can also have the mic for facilitation. Yes, I think yes and no. I think what I am saying is that planners, we use the map first. The map is the core. If the map does not get us to the goals and policies, then nothing else will. That's really important. That's why we're so focused on the map. So if we are not making those land use decisions effectively, then we can't get to any of the other ones. So it's really, that's why I kind of called it the kingpin of the plan. That does not mean the goals and policies are not important, because they tell us how to draw the map. So there is like a reciprocal relationship there. I think the caution with it is that we not let those two things be disconnected, that we not have a map that is under delivering on big, broad, beautiful promises, and we not have promises that are not really anchored in the reality of what can be accomplished through the plan and in the map. Does that make sense? Thank you.
And I'll just remind folks that the future growth illustration map was informed by a pretty robust scenario planning process that included exploratory scenario planning and modeling. So that means it included visioning and public engagement, including a map-based game that we played with people around the region. And it also included modeling, which included performance metrics that helped kind of help us evaluate the performance of different growth patterns and land use patterns, and where those land use categories might go within the region. And we're gonna have we're gonna have 2 hours after lunch to talk more about the future growth illustration and all the land use categories, so we can dig into that more at that time as well. And with that, hearing no other questions, we're going to go to break. So we'd like to come back, let's see, we'd like to come back at 10:25, let's say 10:30. 3 minutes, go. No, I'm going to give you 7 minutes. We went a little bit over. So we're going to come back at 10:30. And okay. Counselor Garcia may have a song for us, but we're not. Hi, folks. We're going to come back together in about 1 minute. 1 minute warning, so please take your seats. All right, let's take our seats, please. Grab your donuts, grab your coffee, and come back and settle in. And just as a reminder, we will have a presentation during this work session. We will have opportunity for public comment, and then we will have a discussion with our elected officials, including those who are virtual. So you're welcome to join us when we have that discussion. I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, everyone. I know we're gathering back and we're still missing a few people who need to make it back, but we're going to get started in the interest of time. So this work session is about the reorganization of the plan, which involved several things that we have worked on over the last few months as staff, but also involves thinking through the priorities and goals differently. You saw how many comments we got on plan clarity. I will tell you, not all of those comments thought the same ideas would make the plan clearer. So we had to really sort through both the things we have talked about this morning. What's the purpose of the plan? How do we really get the ideas that are most important up front? One of my philosophies with the writer-editor that we hired, which is Avenue Consulting, was that somebody should be able to read the first 50 pages, and if they just can't, they don't have like endurance reading skills like I know all of us do, that they could really get it in 50 pages or less. And so that is part of how we chose to organize the plan. You'll see most plans you can get 100 pages into them and never see a goal, policy, or a map that is meaningful. It is, sometimes I read through them and think, how does anybody know what this plan actually is about? And honestly, I think most of the people who may someday either be showing up to public hearings, where all of you will be getting to listen to their 3 minutes of public comment, or maybe trying to read it so that they can get informed and vote for it on a ballot, are not going to read all 200 pages before they make those decisions either. So that is part of how we've chosen to organize the plan. And also why some of the things in the plan we really are trying to be succinct. So as a result of that, the draft plan is 150 pages shorter than the current plan. Yeah, thanks. Mostly due to my ruthlessly telling people no, which I can do. And then also it has a fifth of the goals and policies. So it's greatly reduced. And focused in a way that is focused, not just to get rid of stuff that is important, but can we get down to what is really focused in the plan? So to do that, we organized a few chapters. Every plan starts with the big broad introduction of what is this region, so people who don't live here, who maybe are a realtor or somebody who's looking to buy property in the region might read that and know what's going on in this place, what makes it different, why am I showing up? And then there's the technical chapter of chapter 2, which is how does the plan work? Staff's really still working on this one because, as we said, we have to make it work for 2 jurisdictions. That makes every little tweak of that chapter very important. And then we have a policy section, and the policy section is really the part that I think of as applying to the development review side of our planning triangle. These are the things that we will quote in staff reports for years and years and years. So this is that part of the plan. The implementation section is important. It captures a lot of things that the state statute requires. If you've never seen the city or county Title 9 or Title 11 pertaining to content for a general plan or a comprehensive plan, it includes an enormous laundry list of things. So sometimes people have looked at these chapters and thought, why are you talking about addressing? We know how to address. Well, we've got to address addressing. It's on my checklist. So that is part of the review as well. So the implementation section has some of those checklist items, but it also has a lot of the background. It's like the deep research section of the plan. It says, why did we set these policies? What is important about them? How were we using data? So another key difference between the current plan and the one we are drafting is it is full of hundreds of citations. Our current plan has very few citations. I cannot tell you where those ideas or facts came from sometimes. And there are some of them I never could find. So is heavily cited. We are using citations. It's like one of my personal pet peeves, and I've made it part of the story. And then in addition, the last thing in the implementation section is action items, which in the statute is called strategies. And there was originally with the 2030 plan over 500 strategies that were proposed, and the county adopted them. I'm not sure how often they were used. Maybe Melissa can talk about that. But the city council at the time looked at the list and just said, this is like 40 years of work. We're not going to adopt these. And they took the strategies out of the plan. So that was another lesson learned that we brought to the committee, was we said, not only do we need to narrow down the strategies so there's not 500 of them, but we also have to pick the high priority ones. And so there are 22 high priority action items and about 30 or 40 other. And as we said, some of them are only county actions or only city actions. So you can't kind of look at them as like a full 20 to do. They have some differences. But those are also found in the implementation section because we would never have a developer or someone who is making a proposal for annexation conform with an action item. An action item is not relevant to development decisions. It's relevant to that vision side of the triangle that we talked about before the break. So this is why the chapters are organized the way they are. And today, everything we talk about is really in that policy section because those are the ones that have to be very well honed in, really tied to our decision making. Or the attorneys will be very mad at us. So to go over a few things about that, the state has a requirement in the statute, and it's the same for the city and the county, that certain kinds of decisions, and it varies, shall be consistent with, this is a shall, not a may, and conform to the adopted general plan. The way the state defines conformance is that it conforms with the land use element of the general plan, so that's why the future growth illustration matters. If it proposes land uses, densities, or intensities, which as you know, the county comprehensive plan does not, but the regional plan does, within that range. And the way it describes the relationship between that map and goals and policies is, in the case of uncertainty, no part of the plan of an analysis of conformance may be construed in a manner that will further, must be construed in a manner that further implements the plan and not contrary to the goals, policies, and other applicable elements. So you can't like be cool on land use and then mess everything else up. That's not permitted. But you it does tier these two parts of the plan in a certain way, as you can see. Our implementation of the 2030 plan has been a lot broader. We've had, at least at the city side, we've had very extensive staff reports covering all the goals and policies. That is a requirement we made for ourselves. And as we are talking today, as long as we are meeting this state requirement, there are many other things that are open to process discussion at the city and county in terms of how do we really want to implement a plan. So I know the city, we're scheduling a work session with just city council to talk about that in more detail, where we're going to show you the code, the plan, the draft. How do you really want this to work together? How do you want future staff reports to look? And we encourage the county, which is doing something even more complicated, which is balancing both the comprehensive plan and the regional plan updates at the same time, may also want to take a look at those. So this is why I just want to get us back to, this is what the state says we have to do. We have a lot of other rules, though, that come into play. So I'll ask Melissa to come up really quick and talk about the county process and what kind of decisions the plan influences.
We'll let Jess take this one.
Good morning. Again, Jess McNeely, Planning and Zoning Manager. Melissa, you might need to stay up here with me. We might need a long-range plan. So, very simple. The Flagstaff Regional Plan is an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan, and we treat it the same as any area plan. I will tell you that a lot of the work that staff does is ensuring all these plans nest. They're consistent. They are not contradictory to each other. So between the county's comprehensive plan, the Flagstaff Regional now land use plan, and any of our area plans, Belmont, Kachina Village, Mountain Air, Fort Valley, all of those plans are consistent. They are not contradictory. So when either a conditional use permit, our most common request, or a zone change, or even a subdivision comes to the County Planning and Zoning Commission, and then possibly on to the Board of Supervisors, it must be found to be consistent with the land use guide of the Flagstaff Regional Plan as an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan, and should be consistent with the goals and policies of all applicable plans. This has worked very well for us, and we haven't had a lot of consternation. I will tell you, sometimes, as Sarah said, sometimes this is very complex and difficult. I don't find it complex and difficult as the county's planning manager, and I'll tell you that, that we see some consistency in the update to this plan. It's just an update, just as we are updating the county's comprehensive plan. So the way we use the Flagstaff Regional Plan is for those three things. When our leaders, appointed planning and zoning commissioners and elected Board of Supervisors are making decisions on zone changes, conditional use permits, and subdivisions, they must be consistent with the land use guide. We've only had one request in the past 10 years that was not consistent with that land use guide, and must be consistent with the goals and policies. And all of the goals and policies essentially are not contradictory and actually very well nest. Any questions on that? Yes, sir. Or all am I supposed to answer questions? Okay.
If right after 9 years, this plan is 9 years old, and we all think that the plan isn't, reflective of what we want anymore, is there a way to change that so that a project can be consistent?
Absolutely. So if a request is not consistent with the land use guide or the goals and policies, which has never happened, by the way, of any of the applicable plans, an applicant or property owner can request an amendment to said plan, and there's a process for that. And with the Flagstaff Regional Plan being an amendment to the county's comprehensive plan, we would manage the process that way.
Thanks. Gosh, I guess I'm going to take a contrarian position. And my position is this: it's great to eliminate goals and policies until you read the goals and policies and find the ones you care about aren't there. If you want to eliminate all the goals and policies in the world that I don't care about, great. But what I'm going to do is start with the goals and policies desk guide, which I foolishly did not bring. They exist for both the city and the county, the comprehensive plan and the regional plan. And they look like this. They're skinny. They're about 20 pages long. And they are just a list of all the goals and policies without the blah, blah, blah. I can tell you when somebody is new to the process of rezoning or getting a CUP, we don't expect them to read and digest a 250-page document. All you got to do is go to the Goals and Policies Desk Guide, open it up and read what pertains to you, and that's all the information you need. And I assume that when staff gets a case, they're not pouring through the entire document. They're opening up the desk guide, and if there are questions, they might go to where the expanded explanation is in the larger document. What I have proposed to staff in both city and county is that we do a better job on the Goals and Policies Desk Guide. We make sure it's online, includes all the goals and policies with page numbers next to each goal and policy for the expanded explanation, so that we have the advantage of all the blah, 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 if you want to call it that, explaining how our values work and what we're trying to do. But it's kind of something that you can use as a reference, and you don't have to read the whole thing. Nobody's going to read. I'm not going to read the whole thing. And I can tell you, in the county, I'm not afraid of conflict. That's why we're here. If you go to a policy document, I want to see conflict. If I go to a zoning code, a prescriptive document like a zoning code or a building code, no conflict there. I want to know setback in this zone is 50 feet from the property line. But in a policy document, basically, you know, what we're talking about here is we got to build a lot of housing, and we don't want to trash Flagstaff. We don't want to have Flagstaff turn into what Sedona is, which is basically an amusement park for rich people. And it could go that way unless we're careful. So what I will be doing as I judge the work product is taking the old goals and policies desk guides, and some of those goals and policies are my brothers and sisters, and I love them, and making sure they make it to the new document. And if they don't, I'll be squawking. And I think that in the process of being a commissioner, staff in the county, I can't speak for the city, but they're good people too, but staff in the county does a brilliant job of presenting us with the goals and policies that pertain to any particular case, and they make their recommendation, and usually we agree with it, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we see it differently. That's why you have a planning and zoning commission. Otherwise, you could just have somebody at the city analyzing it and saying, yeah, do that. Those conflicts are the meat of it to me.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm just going to remind folks that this is an opportunity for questions about the presentation we just gave, but we appreciate those comments. Sarah, did you have something before we move on?
Yeah. I'm really glad, Commissioner Best, that you brought this up, because part of why we didn't just like jump into the plan is I really need to address a misconception that you mentioned here, which is the desk guide, which I created for the city and county after the plan was adopted, is in no way, shape, or form sufficient for review of development cases, and it was not created for that purpose. It was created for use by staff who do not review development cases to have a quick guide for staff reports, because the direction from the city and county was they wanted staff reports for things like vehicle purchases and trying to think what else, parks planning and things like that, to be able to cite goals and policies in the regional plan. So we made that guide for staff to use in a very different context. So I have to disagree with you professionally but I understand how that could be a misconception, clearly. So that's part of why we're going over this process, is you all should be educated on how to use this document well before we actually get to having a case in front of you. So that's super, super important. So I do appreciate that. And I do want to reiterate what Sachi said. We have a time in the agenda for discussion after you've heard public comment. So we would ask if you have points of discussion that you hold them until after the presentation and after you've had the opportunity to hear from the public. Please keep your time during the presentation to questions, or we also will go over time. So those are my two things. Jess, did you have anything else to add on county-specific responses? Okay, thank you. I'll talk a little, oh gosh, why is this going so fast? About the city process now. So the city has the same, consistent with and conforms to the goals of the general plan and any applicable specific plans, which is what we call area plans. We also have a finding in our zoning code that says in some cases, not every kind of decision has this finding, and adds to the public good as described in the general plan. And that is something we often call community benefits, which is finding number 2 for those who are on city and county, or city council and the planning and zoning commission. We talk about finding number 1, is it consistent? Finding number 2, are there community benefits? Findings are important, as you'll recall, because they are how you say, you have to back up any decision you make by saying it either met all these findings or did not. And you always get a staff recommendation on those. We do not, as a city, use the plan to evaluate subdivision plats or conditional use permits. So different process, important to make that distinction. So you're using the same document in these two contexts, it doesn't all work the same. The part of a subdivision plat that can be asked to conform to the regional plan is the dedication and abandonment of streets, parks, squares, and other rights of way. So if someone is developing by right in the city of Flagstaff and they bring us a plat, they're not changing their zoning, we can only say, do your streets and trails and the other things you expect to dedicate to us at the city meet the regional plan. We don't look at whether the way you lay out your subdivision lots or any of those other features is consistent. And not if you're dedicating them to like your HOA. So they have to be a dedication to the city or an abandonment that you are requesting in order to complete your development from the city. So that's a very distinct way. These two processes are going to be different. Also, all zoning map amendments, zoning text amendments, and annexations, which the county doesn't do any annexations, but we do, also have consistency requirements, and some of those have community benefit requirements. So, and as you know, the city of Flagstaff has an urban growth boundary, which is the boundary we use to decide where will we be annexing land versus where will we not be annexing land. So this plan is very critical to that annexation decision when there's a request. The process is also kind of further defined in the plan. The way the statute reads from the state is it doesn't tell us how to write the plans, major and minor plan amendments, which I always think of as like changes that are a big deal versus changes that are kind of the normal course of business. It expects our plan to define them, to outline them, and to kind of describe what triggers different kinds of amendments. And then because we do this as a shared document, we don't put all the code-like procedures in the plan. Some cities do because they adopt it with like kind of their when do you notice and how many public hearings do you have to have. They just put that in the plan. But because we have this one document, 2 separate processes, we let the city and county adopt those procedures in their code. So that's not something we update right away. We get to the point of having a plan, it being approved, and then we start updating that code. It also can provide a general sense of how different components of the plan may be used. So there's sometimes like instructional information in chapters 1 through 4 of the plan that's really detailed but important. But as I said, it may be silent on some of these unique aspects that we just covered on the 2 slides previous because we've got some code and other things that help us do that. The city and county code may be updated separately to better implement a new plan and support its implementation. This plan draft, just as a reminder, we're not going to go over this, but it does include for the first time a set of administrative categories. And one of those is that if the county, let's say, like they did with the Belmont plan, changes the land use map, that the city can adopt that as an administrative change. We did for instance, when the Belmont plan went through, the county adopted some land use map changes. The city never adopted those because we would have had to go back through public hearing and public comment on a decision that was completely out of our jurisdiction. So we have an administrative category now so that we can really work as staff at the staff level to keep the document that the city and the county are managing consistent. Now, if it's like a substantive change and the county or city doesn't want to carry it forward separately, we would always have the option to take it through a separate amendment process or not adopt any administrative changes. So that's some of the important process things to know as we're working through. So now, are there any questions about this so far before we kind of get into the first work session? Okay. Now, good discussion though. Okay, the first part of plan organization that we have adjusted between the 60-day public review and the implementation and the current draft that we haven't shared with you yet, but you're getting pieces of now, is the 60-day draft had implementation guidelines, which we had developed kind of in a fashion that were tiered to the goals and policies and supposed to provide more detail. We got a ton of plan clarity comments about these. People didn't like them better than other policies as they were written. People thought they were the only way to implement the policies. People thought, well, there are a lot of other ways to implement the policies, so why don't you add 5 more implementation guidelines? And so that confusion led us to look at them more closely, and really what we found is that 75% of the implementation guidelines were already covered in a goal or policy somewhere. They were just providing an extra level of detail, which the plan does not have to do. So we took a table, which we included in your packet, to the Regional Plan Committee and had them look it over and said, would you be comfortable with us deleting these goals, these implementation guidelines, or kind of marrying them into the goals and policies they're related to? And then we pointed out which ones we thought we can't do that. This is something unique, it's not covered anywhere else, and we either need to create a new goal or policy, create a new action item, or move it into some other kind of part of the plan. So to do that, we kind of came up with one new category, which is there were 2 things, the sense of place, which we'll talk about today, and significant natural resources, which had guidelines that were very based in like professional practice. So what would a botanist tell us about rare plants? And what would a forester tell us about resource management of trees in our region? And those are very good anchoring professional information that we didn't fully want to take out of the plan. But we also didn't think it was actually direction, because really in any of those cases, staff should be seeking out either internal or external expert opinion and using the best available science. So we should not be making that judgment on our own. We should be bringing those people together, which is how we do that now. If we have a wildlife question, I don't try and answer it. I call Hannah Grissom and Jessica Simmons and talk to Game and Fish. I have Game and Fish questions. I'm going to reach out to them. But we thought if we fully eliminated those from the plan, that maybe some planner who's just took this job and they've only been here a few months wouldn't know who to call or wouldn't know that they needed to follow up on something or how to. So we wanted to leave that information in there. So we added to the goals and policies chapter those 2 sets of best practices. And basically said these are for staff to go seek the expertise that is needed to evaluate this topic. Not creating a new guideline that would carry on forever, because the science changes. And whether or not we do something one way versus another practice that maybe has gotten better research over the last 10 years, it does change. We don't manage forests today the way we did in 1970. We don't even manage them the way we did in 1999. So we didn't feel that tying those as policies was useful, but we didn't want them to get lost from the policies. So best practices is a very small set of things that really probably are what we really needed in the implementation guidelines in the first place, but we've now kind of found a new home for them. And then some of the implementation guidelines, we said these are really tied to a land use category. They're about industrial areas, or they're about parks and open space. So we moved those into chapter 4 and made them part of the land use framework. So the Regional Plan Committee reviewed this. They saw the big table. They had time to think about it, and they endorsed this change. But it is a big change because you can't look at it right now because we haven't gotten through this whole process of getting the update done. And so we want to do a check-in about it. And I'm going to hand it over to Sachi to talk about how we do this. So one, this is modeling and practice, and two, we will talk about this issue as well. Sachi.
Yes. Okay, so look alive, people. It's quiz time. Just kidding. It's not really a quiz. It's your opinion, so there's no wrong answer, right? Lucky you. Okay, so we are going to use these little cards, set of 3 cards that are on your desk there. Everyone should have one. If you don't, I have extras, so just raise your hand if you need one. And virtual folks, you will use the chat function to say green, yellow, or red, and I'm going to explain what that means. Many of you as elected and appointed officials will have already used these cards before in meetings, but just to clarify for today's meeting, what these mean is, if we ask you a question or ask for feedback or your impressions on something, green, if you lift up green for us, that means I have no issues with what you just proposed or said. Yellow is I have some questions or concerns. Red is, no, I can't live with this. We need to stop and talk about this. Okay? I think everyone's fairly familiar with that. So we're going to just test this out on this topic that Sarah just spoke about, and just kind of a quick refresher on what Sarah said. They're proposing eliminating the implementation guideline category. This came from a lot of community feedback that we got, and the intention is to make the plan more streamlined, more usable, more readable. Almost all of the implementation guidelines were duplicative, and so we felt that we could sort of, basically they were either already included or they were added in. So staff also feel that nothing was lost here. So just want to kind of give that as recap of what Sarah was saying. So eliminating implementation guidelines, please raise your colored cards for those in the room, and those virtual. If you are an elected or appointed official, please put it in the chat. And I'm just going to take a count here. I'm assuming everything facing me is the color you want, so I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 greens. And I see 2 greens online, and I see 2 yellows. Okay. All right. I think we have everyone. Did we have any reds that I missed? Yes. Okay. Anyone with yellow want to ask any or make any follow-up comments? You don't have to, but okay. Commissioner Norton, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify. So this basically deletes chapters 5 through 11 and reincorporates the main points of those meaty background information back into goals and policies where appropriate. I did watch the meeting from the committee and their discussion on things. I just kind of wanted to make sure I understood. And where does best practices go? Does best practices go into each of a section under each of those sectional goals and policies?
Yeah, that is a good clarifying question. Thank you, Commissioner Norton. It doesn't eliminate 5 through 11, but it takes out, there was a page or 2 in each chapter in the 6-day public review called implementation guidelines. It does delete those pages. So it's really like 1 to 2 pages per chapter. And then your second question was about where do the best practices live. So best practices are tied to a phrase in the policies. So for instance, significant natural resources appears in like 3 policies. And what you find is there's a bubble that says, here's what we mean by best practices. And there's a definition for best practices that says you should seek expert advice when evaluating things listed in best practices. Like you should be looking for advice and feedback, and that it tells you it's a more complicated process that maybe staff may have the expertise in, but may also want to seek consensus based on facts and science or information. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. Was there a second yellow who wanted to ask questions? Yes, come on. Supervisor.
I was a yellow, and she asked the question.
Oh,
so
great.
I'm good to go.
Great, thank you.
Great, and I'll just clarify that we may not have time to follow in future activities, depending on how many reds and yellows we get. We may not have time to get to yellows, but we will always call on people who have put up a red. So if you're putting up a red, we're going to ask to hear from you. Do you want to continue, Sarah?
And I too will ask Alex if he's got any, Steinberger, to come up for the next few slides if he has anything he wants to add. I think Sachi has talked a little bit about scenario planning. Scenario planning had multiple iterative rounds of engagement. And iterations because it would go from a technical process to a public process, and then back to a technical process, and then a public process. And in addition to the Regional Plan Committee, who we've mentioned, I'd also like to take a minute to think there was also a technical advisory group that basically checked our work, that made sure these were experts in different disciplines in the community. And they, when we were making assumptions about modeling or about what kind of questions we should be asking for further clarification on from the public, they had monthly meetings and said, yes or no, that needs to be framed a little differently, here's what you'll miss. So that also was a process that not only included staff and Cascadia partners, but also about 20 members of the community who brought their expert hats to the process and made sure that we were not just looking at it through a city lens or a county lens and the data available for us, but the broader data of what's available about the community. So there were several rounds of surveys, and we had a really important one that I want to mention. This one was a priority survey where we asked people to really look at top priorities for the future of Flagstaff, because having priorities for the plan will help us have a clearer vision of how we're going to move forward as a community. And so people asked all these questions, and this was a pretty robust survey. I think we had about 400 respondents, which is well over what would be considered an adequate survey size for Flagstaff and the surrounding area. I know people look at it and say 400, but I have a social science background, and every researcher would be thrilled with 400 responses. When we ask these questions, you can really see on this graph, there are some that really stood out. Housing that is more affordable has been the #1 answer on every single survey for the last 2 years. Nothing else has been even close. And I feel like I have to say that, like 10 to 30% differences in how important people feel this one priority is. Not saying that anything else is not a priority, but that one really always hit the top. More options for walking and biking, growing in a way that produces our climate impacts. When people ask, like, how did you decide on the 6 priorities? We were doing it based on this feedback, not because these are staff's priorities or because we've declared a climate emergency. We really verified every step of the way that this is where the community sentiment was also pointing. And we asked further questions and clarifications. When we think about housing in Flagstaff, what do we want to see built? Because one of the things about housing affordability is there's supply and demand, there's programs, there's income, there are a lot of factors. But people showed great support for more missing middle housing, like townhomes and duplexes, ADUs on properties, and more compact single-family housing. So smaller lots, more housing that's together. All of those things really fit our community. There was less support, as you can see, for mid to large size single-family housing, so single-family housing on large lots, and more condos and apartments. However, I always have to say this, Flagstaff as a city is zoned where there are very large areas of the city that allow condos and apartments by right. And having neighborhoods that are only single-family housing will not help us meet our climate impact goals. So there's trade-offs here, right? We don't look at these just through the lens of here's the feedback, that's the priority. We tried to really understand and integrate all of those things. And then the last one you can see is that the clear winner on any transportation priority was safer options for walking and biking in Central and East Flagstaff. Even county residents who may not live in these areas felt this was important. It wasn't always the top, but it definitely was very important to them because when they visit these locations, they also want to feel safe walking and biking. They want walkable areas in Flagstaff for their own visitation or their own day-to-day needs. And so that still felt important whether you lived in the city or the county. we did a freshen up survey this spring, and by that I mean we ended it 2 weeks ago and included it in your packet as undiagnosed information. So if you're nerdy and you like data, you probably liked that part of the packet. And again, you can see housing attainability was number one by a good reach again. Climate action, which is one of the core priorities you saw in the packet, had a little less support broadly. Walkable mixed-use communities, natural and cultural resources in our environment, and then healthy economy was actually the number 2. Which healthy economy was one that we did not do in previous surveys. We included it because of the public comments we received during the 60-day public review. But we added it, and it got a good amount of support again when we looked at these comparatively. And then resilient public facilities and services. So staff prepared with our consultant, Avenue Consulting, I'd like to thank Adam because this is really pretty, a priority graphic, and we dedicated it to our region's dark skies. That we have a vision statement for the plan that says we're guided by our steadfast commitment to preserving our unique character, honoring our rich and diverse history, and safeguarding our precious natural and cultural resources. We will foster a resilient and healthy community and a vibrant, inclusive economy where everyone can thrive. Which I think you can see from showing the vision statements earlier, brings a lot of those ideas up again, pulls them into this center for the plan. But then we said, you know, there are some core priorities. In previous surveys, climate action was very, very, very high. So we had left those as the 2 core priorities. And the way we would like to use core and complementary priorities, and this is part of what you'll give feedback on today, is that core priorities are the thing where really the outcome that's most important to measure. Commissioner Best talked about metrics, where we really want to be paying attention to those metrics first. And we also think about the interactions between all of these goals and policies. And we don't get to climate action without a walkable mixed-use community. We do not get to it without resilient natural resources or resilient public services. We don't achieve housing attainability and equity without those things either. And likewise, they all need to work together. But having core priorities really tells us where to focus our monitoring, where to focus our outcome work, where to think about how are we updating our zoning codes, how are we moving forward on a lot of different kinds of policy decisions. So based on these rounds of surveys, the 60-day public review, these are the priorities that staff revised over the last few months. And then the other piece that came from the plan clarity comments was people wanted to see the relationship between the priorities and the goals very clearly. And so the exercise we will do to talk about this is going to include looking at how the goals are organized and what they would look like under the priorities. Before we get to that, are there any questions maybe about the graphic? I saw a hand go up. Yes. Can you talk into the mic? Councilmember Matthews, thank you.
Sorry. My Siri was picking up on what I was saying. Can you go back a graph? So, and you said this and I just didn't gravitate, I didn't grasp it. So we have housing is the most important, then healthy economy. And you made a statement about, you know, climate action is one of our crises. It is definitely important. But can you just expand for just a few seconds on why you said something about in the past it was more important, so you kept it as a top priority. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
I will say that as a social science analyst, I think there was timing bias with this survey because we released it the week that the tariffs were announced for the first time. And I think that that biased people's responses because economy was top of the news every single day. And so I think that that created some bias around the topic of healthy economy. We didn't suggest moving it around at this time because it was so consistent for the 3 previous rounds of survey work and the previous rounds of feedback. It was also a major area of public comment. It got a lot more public comments than economic issues did. Like I said, these are all interrelated. But yes, I do think there was a timing bias issue with the survey that was really not in our control at the time.
So I remember 4 years ago there was a similar survey and reflected very closely to this 4 years ago. So I just wanted to understand why, I mean, we can't control the timing bias, right?
Yeah.
On any of the questions, but how this chart shows right now is reflective of what it showed in the general public 4 years ago. So I'm not really totally buying into the timing bias. So I just wanted you to just make a comment on that. So thank you.
Councilmember Matthews, I don't think you're talking about one of the plan surveys. Are you talking about the citywide survey, that civic engagement does?
Probably. I don't remember where it wasn't on this regional plan. It was several years ago, but it was just what is the most important to the citizens of Flagstaff. And these are all popping up in my head is in the priority order that it was just several years ago. So that's why it caught my attention when you made that comment that, I mean, I understand we've declared 2 crises in our city, but I just wanted for the public to hear why we're not going on this graph or the graph from 4 years ago that's similar, and why we still made these priorities the way they were.
Well, I think this is an area of discussion for you all. Once we kind of do the activity and you've had a chance to think about it, I'd encourage you to weigh in on this, because this is, it's very true that it's not that we are not getting comments about a healthy economy. We definitely are. It is just that there is, we're looking at volume, we're looking at ideas, we're looking at how can things move forward in many ways. And we're also trying to make sure that the priorities are clear, right? The mom and apple pie problem was if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority, and we don't get anything done. So this is a hard call, and I don't think staff wants it to just be us making it. So this is an area we expect and would like your feedback on today. Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
It's actually kind of in that same vein. I may have misunderstood you. I just want to put that out first. Did you say that the healthy economy was recently added in this very last round of input?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It was not included in the 60-day public review draft. We added it based on the comments we received through the 60-day public review.
Okay, so I'm wondering, had it been in there during the 60-day, and I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but had that question been in there, it was obviously important because you got feedback saying, why isn't this there?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, had it been there in the 60-day review, where would it have shown on the graph? We're not going to know, are we?
Probably not. I mean, I think that we did include it in some previous surveys, and it was not in the top 10. When we did like the first priority survey, it was like in the tens, and it was in like 10 to 15. At that time we called them growth ideas, and we had 24 of them. And it wasn't that it wasn't great, it just wasn't in the top group. Kind of, people could say that too about, like, let's say transit, which is important and is included in the plan. But it was like number 12 for the first few rounds. And so we said, well, maybe that's really part of other priorities and not the priority itself. I think that's also a thing, like, how much nesting do you do? I felt like we were covering the economy in the 60-day review draft by covering it as part of housing attainability and workforce development, because that, in all the economic development surveys that the city has done recently, is the #1 economic development issue is housing. It's not necessarily the things you would think traditionally as economic development. It's that housing is the top issue for employers as well. So I think we thought we were covering it, and then when we saw the 60-day review comments, we said, well, maybe it does need to be broken out, because there's some parts of it that aren't covered with housing attainability. Does that help?
It does help, and I think you were right when you said this is going to be a topic for discussion. So,
yes, it should be. All right. I think, Sachi, do you want to explain the exercise and then do public comment?
Do you want to do public comment first, and then we can explain the exercise,
I think
since
so.
they'll go into that?
Yeah, so I think this will be the time for public comment. I'll just say that Lauren in the back has the public comment cards, and she'll call people up for us so we don't have to run cards around the room. After public comment, I'll get you ready so that you're like tuned in, and the people giving public comment can also make their points succinctly. We will be asking you to give feedback on, can you live with these priorities and goals? Would you like them changed in any way? And does the organization of them makes sense. And you'll get to do that through both discussion and a dot exercise. I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, did you have a question? I'm sorry if I missed you.
I just wondered about the housing attainability. I was wondering if that was the costs, or is it finding a place, or both?
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. It is both. It is both whether or not there are enough places to live in Flagstaff, and can we make them attainable either by raising wages or finding ways to get more high-income jobs, or finding ways to do it more affordably, or supporting it through programs. So those all fall under attainability. And there's definitions for 3 types of housing in the plan. You'll see it in the 60-day review. If you go to the glossary, there's affordable housing, which Jennifer Michelson from our housing staff would call the big A, affordable housing. Like, it has a program, it has a subsidy, might have a voucher, or it might have like tax credits or something associated with it, but there's some reason it's got like income restrictions or something like that. And then attainable, which is mean I could go to the market and get that house, right? Get a house that fits my family's needs, or maybe, you know, step into somewhere in the market. And then there's workforce housing, which is like housing that is needed for an employer. Like we've seen there's kind of always ebbs and flows of that. I feel like there was 20 years where nobody built workforce housing, and then as housing affordability becomes an issue, employers start thinking about how are we housing people, how are we dealing with temporary housing, and consider that as part of their strategies as well. Does that help? Thank you.
And we'll have more time for discussion, as Sarah just mentioned, about the priorities and goals in just a moment. But first, I believe we have a couple folks who have requested public comment. So Lauren, do you want to call on those folks now? And just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. And when you have 30 seconds left, I will give you a yellow. And when you have 10 seconds left, I will give you a red. So please respect that 3-minute time limit.
Sachi, I just want to make a quick note, sorry, for the online attendees. It looks like we have 3 online public attendees, and if they'd like to make comments as well, please type a C in the chat, and we'll get to you after the people in the room.
Thanks, Elsa. All right, we have 2 speaker requests for this work session, and when I call your name, you can go up to the podium at the front there and just make sure to state your name and address for the record. And first is Jill Stevenson.
I have to apologize because I think I filled out my card wrong, because I am actually interested in the climate action section. So may I be?
No, this is that part.
This is that part?
Is that
Oh, great. Okay, well. I'm Jill Stevenson. I live here in Flagstaff. I think the most important issue of any of our lives is our climate. Scientists have told us that if we don't take action now, the future generations of all species are going to suffer drastically. We already see this in extreme weather events all over the world. And of course, the people being impacted the most are the poorer ones who have not contributed as much as we wealthier ones have to this situation. So what I am asking you is that you consider the climate emergency we are in, with every decision, every aspect of this plan. It should be the umbrella over every part of this plan. That shouldn't be so difficult, especially with the code analysis project that is coming up with the city. I think that's an excellent opportunity to incorporate climate action in housing, in transportation, in infrastructure. We're asking a lot of you folks, and I should have said first how much I appreciate all the time and effort you have put into this project and all the citizen input you have encouraged. I think you've done it beautifully well. So thank you very much for giving me time to express my concerns. Oh, I'm sorry. I live 1913 East Linda Vista Drive in Flagstaff. So we have seen up close and personal the direct effects of climate change on this in terms of the burns and the flooding. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And next is Calvin Adamson.
Hello, everybody. I'm Calvin Adamson. I live at 1350 Knowles Drive. You'll note that's on University campus. I just had a couple of comments on general goals and priorities. And from all of y'all's introductions, I noticed a couple of things that I thought were interesting. And I apologize, this is probably going to wander a little bit because I wrote this as I was listening to you guys. So there's a lot of talk about housing affordability, and I know that is I 100% agree that that is the most important thing to everyone that I talk to. It's always, how can we possibly be expected to live in this community? We can't afford to live here. We can't afford to participate in this community. We have to be somewhere else. And, you know, we're going to talk about sense of place later, I know, but that's one of the things that's on the agenda here. And But how are we supposed to have a sense of place if we can't afford to live here? How are we supposed to feel like a part of this community if we're supposed to live outside of Flagstaff just to be able to come here? Because that's the only place we have places to live that don't cost way too much. And I forget who mentioned this. Somebody mentioned student housing or earlier in the introductions, and that's also a massive problem. How are we supposed to be a part of? How are we supposed to stay in this community after being a student if there aren't opportunities for that? And we talked about jobs and employment, employers, employment housing. And what I found is that there aren't very many jobs in Flagstaff that are attainable, at least for people like me who are students and are trying to find, you know, availability that isn't on-campus jobs that don't pay enough. And then the jobs that are available don't pay enough and are not attainable. And there's this disconnect between what is possible and what is to get, like, the price of housing and the ability to live here is disconnected from the feasibility of doing it. And it causes that problem where we aren't having this sense of place, this sense of community. And I also agreed with what Commissioner Hayward said about, I feel like what we're prioritizing in this plan is not the issues that are important to people. We have this matter of this matter of there are people hurting in this community. Many people that I know, many people that can't be here because we're busy people, and that's not what we're addressing. We're addressing things that, you know, as I forget who said this as well, that said an amusement park for rich people. And we don't want to become that. We want to focus on the people that actually make this community. Thank you.
Great timing, thank you. Elsa, do we have any online participants who would like to comment?
We had one written comment in the chat, and I'll allow Zach to unmute if you'd like to read it, but if not, we can move on. Okay, Zach, you should be able to unmute now if you'd like to make a comment.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate Sarah linking walkable communities to being able to assist with climate. And also to remember that when we're talking about higher densities, we're not necessarily talking about huge apartment complexes. We could be talking about small parcels in Southside that are increased from 1 unit to 3 or 4. Thanks.
What was the name and address of that participant?
Yeah, sorry about that. My name's Zach Skelton, and I'm at 1385 West University.
Thank you so much. And with that, I believe our public participation for work session 1 is complete. And so let's go ahead and do our exercise, which is for all of our elected or appointed officials, including those who are virtual. For those in the room, on your table, you should have a set of 3 sheets of voting dots, 1 green, 1 yellow, and 1 red, with about 20 dots per sheet. If you don't, I do have 1 extra set. There you go. And so what we're going to do is we have some posters up here. These have all 20-ish of, well, let me start with priorities. They have all 6 of our priorities. So the priorities are listed at the top of the posters. And Elsa or Allie, would you mind sharing your screen with the Miro board so the virtual folks could see what they're going to be working with? So for in-person folks, we see at the top here we have the priorities. Some of them are our core priorities, these 2, as we currently have it defined. And these 4 are our complementary priorities. And then below those priorities are the goals that are associated with that priority category. We have a section next to each goal and priority for you to place your dots. There's also extra dots here. Please just use red, yellow, and green. And that's pretty much the exercise. You're going to read the priority and goal and put a dot for red, yellow, and green corresponding to that same reaction that we had last time. So green is I have no issues, yellow is I have concerns or questions, and red is I cannot live with this. All right, so we're going to give you maybe about 10 minutes to take a look at these and do some voting. The online folks should be able to do that as well.
One more thing before you stand up. Sorry. This is your important open meeting law announcement. You may not have discussion while you are doing this activity. It is a silent activity. You have to be mic'd to discuss it. So it should be a very quiet activity. We will be monitoring. Thank you.
Yes, no side conversations, please.
And this is the city attorney saying thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and Sachi, I just wanted to mention,
And then if there's
particularly
some
for
you really
the,
just don't have a reaction to, sure, but as many as you can. I'm sorry, Elsa, I missed that.
oh, sorry, I was trying to explain to the online attendees that they would need to use the Miro link and the password that was emailed to them. This would be for elected and appointed officials only. And you can actually go into the Miro board. I'm hoping Elsa's screen kind of starts sharing soon, and grab a green, a yellow, or a red dot and place it next to each of the priorities and each of the goals to indicate your level of support for them. And Elsa, I'm not seeing your screen.
Are the people in the room able to see the screen? It appears like it is sharing to me.
Elsa, we are able to see the screen in the room. I'm also able to see the screen within my Teams.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just me then. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Let's come back together in about 3 minutes. And we've been told people need a little more time, so we'll do 5 minutes.
She's setting a great example. Oh yeah, don't put the phone lunch yet, but yeah. I'm sure we're gonna have to go back to these two. Yeah. So. Yeah, Kara and then Josh Mayer, who's a commissioner. We've one elected, one appointed online. And then Megan Weller was.
Josh, I just typed some instructions for you into the chat to help you navigate the mural board a little easier.
All right, folks, let's wrap up our voting. right, for the online folks, we're just finishing up our in-person dot voting on these priorities and goals. And as soon as we wrap up, we're going to look at those that have any yellow and green, starting with the ones that have the most, I'm sorry, yellow or red, starting with the ones that have the most and moving down from there. And I know maybe some folks who are online might need a little more time, so we'll come around to you last. If we don't have any yellow or reds online, we will ask if there's any questions or comments from our elected and appointed officials. Otherwise, we will move on. And we're shooting to have lunch start at 12:05, so that's in about 20 minutes. All right, we've got most folks done voting, and I see a couple clear. We have a lot of yellows on a couple of our goals, so we're going to start there. I see a lot of yellows on our goal that is under a walkable mixed-use community. That's the priority. So the priority is walkable mixed-use community, and the goal is enhanced street design. So that goal is that the city designs great streets and gateways to accommodate all people safely and include art, contextual landscaping, attractive pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities, and appropriate architectural features. We had a majority of the dots on this goal marked as yellow. Does anyone want to start with comments on this goal of our elected or appointed officials? Yes, go ahead, Councilor Mendino.
I believe I put a yellow on that. And the reason why I put a yellow is there's so much involved in that. You know, and I agree with we accommodate people safely. I'm not sure that I need art to, you know, or contextual landscaping and to do that. So I mean, I think there's other ways to achieve the walkability of the neighborhood without having to spend tons and tons of money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I put my yellow more of just, I didn't understand it enough. And so just some more clarification on what that means and what's the goal of it. Because while I like using art to help with walkable areas and beautification, all that, it just seemed kind of unclear. So for me, that's why my yellow was.
Thank you.
I follow that sentiment. There was a lot there, and I think my main concern was about the landscaping, because what I see oftentimes in, our city medians is, Public Works just doesn't have enough time and funding to take care of medians and where there's landscaping that needs to be tended to, so that concerned me. I think art was a little bit of a lower priority only because of a budgeting standpoint. And then with regard to that, and I think also maybe I think I put a yellow in my multimodal transportation. Not that I don't support multimodal, but I do think we still need to build and consider all types of transportation and still pay attention to the vehicles that we do have here, because when we are a tourism dependent community, we have second homeowners, et cetera, those people are coming with cars, and we still have to take that into account. I think we can do all things similar to the plan that is on Butler with the bike pass and the pedestrian pass, as well as enough lanes, things like that. So I just wanted to throw my support towards sort of a service to all kind of a thing.
Other comments for enhanced street design? Yellow voters. The question was, does enhanced street design involve trails? And I believe the answer is no, but Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong.
It involves trails if they're part of the street environment. The other thing that didn't get translated onto the posters, but you probably saw in your packet, is that enhanced street design is a city-only goal. There's no goals associated with enhanced street design for the county because county roads are very different and sometimes they have a rural texture and nature. So this is really only about urban and suburban roadways, not about getting a piece of art in Belmont on the side of a dirt road. That's not, just want to make sure that's clear. But yes, there were a lot of questions. I do want to say something about the art and contextual landscaping and the attractiveness and why it's here under a walkable mixed-use community. It is because the research shows, and I think Paul Mood is online and may be able to speak to this a little too, that a comfortable walking environment and an attractive walking environment encourages walking. It encourages what the transportation planners call mode shift. So it's not, you can't just like build a bikeway and they will come. You have to build a bikeway that is safe and attractive and has those features, or it will just be a piece of asphalt that's underutilized. And so there's actually science and on why engineering wants some of that material in the plan. But we can certainly make it clearer, and I did hear too that that within a certain, maybe it needs a cost constraint associated with that goal, that it should be cost effective. But there's sometimes like lines of funding. I know Councilmember Garcia sat on our Beautification and Public Art Commission, which funds art projects and beautification projects on our roadways. That money is earmarked for that. It can't be spent on other parts of the roadway or the functional engineering design. So remember too, there's, going back to everybody's budget lessons, there's color of money things too that influence why that's in here. So I think if you have a yellow dot and you have suggestions on what you'd want to see improved about that, it'd be, I hope that context may help if you have any follow-up comments.
So my follow-up comment would be that I live in a neighborhood that the neighborhood's walkable, but we're not walkable to other places. But even within the neighborhood, there's not curb cuts at every street where people with accessibility issues could utilize the entire neighborhood. They might go down a sidewalk and then, they can't get the whole way through. And then there's sidewalks where there has been the shifting of earth and there's a huge trip hazard or safety hazard for somebody with accessibility. And to me, those are more of the walkability issues that I would like to see addressed. And I understand what you're saying, Sarah, but that would be my bigger concern, is the walkability and accessibility of those paths, and that people of all abilities can use them.
Yeah, Commissioner Berger.
I'm going to sort of tag on to what she just said. Living in Sunnyside area, the last couple of years have been pretty detrimental to our people. We have schools there, and there's continual areas during not only snow time, but when they're doing cinders, they can't even get down a street. Half of it's closed off. So the accessibility is not there a lot of the time. So I think a lot of time spent needs to talk about follow-up. And I know we're talking about budget too. I'm being mindful of that. However, I'm watching the school kids and the parents struggle getting their kids to Killip, getting them to specifically Coconino, coming off of Dorotha and going on that one-way street. It's usually just one lane. They can't use that particular road a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're hearing good, well-built and accessible road and sidewalk infrastructure, sidewalk infrastructure, pedestrian, bike, active transportation infrastructure first, but then also focusing on some investment on beautification and art and landscaping, knowing that that makes those walkways more accessible and enjoyable. Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, thanks. And you're right. When we start dealing with financial concerns, we start dealing with what's functional and what's the most functional. On the other hand, just to quote Emma Goldman, it's good to have bread, but we need the roses with the bread. And I also think that is true when we're dealing with things such as public art, when we're dealing with beautification and landscaping. But I think it's a matter of when we come down to just economics, it's going to be the most functional. But I really hope we do not become a community that forgets, because I think it really talks about our sense of place. I think it talks about our heritage, and we don't want to forget what makes Flagstaff special. So I want to make sure we look at possibilities of incorporating culture, art, et cetera, into these as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have time for one more comment. I see that hand, and then we're going to move on because we have a couple others that we need to address. So go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, and I know that we're not talking about what comes out of the general fund for either place, but just to remind us all that our BBB tax pays for the beautification and the artwork and stuff. So we don't have to pick one or the other if we think our resources are, limited, because we have a tax just for that, and our BBB tax pays for all the beautiful art that we see around town.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next one that has quite a few. We had 9 yellow dots here, which is parking. This is a city-only goal. So this goal is that the city manages the supply and costs of parking to support a safe and walkable environment, successful and consistent enforcement, and to ensure efficient use of parking infrastructure for all users. Elected or appointed officials, what comments do you have here? Comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Just clarification, why was parking and accessibility under housing? Why wouldn't it have been under the accessibility and walkability?
So one of the reasons that parking was placed under housing attainability is that it is a huge expense, that when we limit or right size our parking standards, we are lowering the cost of construction significantly. There were numbers that Park Flag provided when we were setting that up financially. Structured parking, I don't know the today number, but at that time it was like $35,000 per parking spot. It's more. Anybody who's in development want to give me current numbers, go right ahead. But I mean, it is tens and tens of thousands of dollars in each step. So parking is a cost, and we put it under housing attainability, so we start thinking about it as a cost. Yeah, do you want to talk about that, Dave?
No problem. Dave McIntyre, I'm Community Investment Director, so I get to oversee a few programs you guys are talking about, one of which is parking, and yeah, currently the best case scenarios we're seeing for building structured parking, it starts at $50,000, and that's when we own the land, per stall. So it goes up from there. It is an extremely expensive item. We also know it's important, and so just to provide that context, I wanted to throw it out there.
Sorry, can I add something? Also, if you build a parking space, you can't build an apartment in the same spot.
Other comments? Yes.
So I put yellows on both parking, multimodal, and freight and rail, because to me they all have one common thing, and that is like looking to the future. I think we can look at things like autonomous vehicles where they don't have to park. They can move people. We could have a place like we used to have in San Francisco where, we wanted to get across the bridge. So you would go and get people, and then you could get across the bridge for free. Same with this. Maybe it's in a county area like Williams. We already have information from the cell phone aggregates that show us people are coming in, and we know how many people. And I know we're trying to reverse that by having more affordable housing available in Flagstaff. But even after 5 years, we're still going to have people coming in. So maybe that's a solution that is in the future. It's already being used in a lot of cities. I know we have weather, so it's different. But I just want us to look outside the boundaries.
Thank you. Any other comments on the goal for parking? Yep, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I thought it needed some clarification, whether we're talking about public parking or, parking within a mixed use or residential or, multifamily. I was confused at what that was getting because it says the city manages the supply and cost. So I would hope that would have better clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. The way we put it was meant to be both the city as the manager of Park Flag, which that's why David McIntyre is here, but also the way we run the zoning code. People don't just build parking. Parking is part of our code, so it is very directly tied to the regional plan. And there were comments we got that people said we need to get rid of parking minimums. That's a big movement in planners. Is downtown Phoenix has no parking minimums. You can build anything and provide zero parking, and they have light rail and a lot of things that support that. That is where people who advocate for reduced parking often feel that's really important. We felt that Flagstaff's development pattern doesn't yet support us going that far, and so we said we need to look at cost and supply and demand with parking. We shouldn't just set things arbitrarily because we need to understand them from an economic perspective and their impacts on housing and a lot of other things. But they always cost money. When parking is seen as an amenity and not a cost, it is treated very differently.
So I instruct a class at NAU, a gerontology class, and I ask my students to imagine what their life is like when they're 75. So I realize that's 40 years past this plan, but some of the things that we know that are happening are down in Phoenix, we have Waymo, right? And as our society moves forward, maybe our communities will rely on driverless cars and we won't own cars. We'll schedule a Waymo to get us to and from places rather than owning our own cars and having to take care of our own car insurance, right? So, I think some of that may happen by 2045. I hate to say that. But I think we're looking at that direction, and that also, for me, that relates to parking, that relates to multimodal transportation. And you talked about the point of Phoenix having light rail, and my imagination has always been I hate driving from Phoenix to Flagstaff, Flagstaff to Phoenix. I really hate it. It's gotten so congested. Why can't we have light rail? I mean, they're talking about light rail from Phoenix to Vegas. Why can't we have light rail from that could be a type of train ferry system that we could talk to, I don't know, our state legislature about, to be able to put our vehicles on a train, drive with our vehicle, be on the train with the vehicles, get to Phoenix and have our car, but not have to drive it. And that, to me, is using our imagination and looking toward the future. It could be the same from Williams to Flagstaff or Winslow to Flagstaff, having some light rail type systems. And that would also point to the climate change and reduce our emissions type thing. So just want to put that out there that, my students imagine that. I think we should start imagining those things.
Thanks for that perspective. And we're running very low on time. I believe we have one online participant who had a comment. Is that true, Elsa? Or maybe perhaps more than one?
Yes, I think Commissioner Mayer.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the fact that we're having this conversation in this detail, not to belabor the point anymore, I think speaks to, like, at some point when the end user sees this, there's going to be some discussion or some confusion, right? And so I'm wondering if it might be worth sort of separating out some of the parking elements that are very specifically tied to housing in terms of parking minimums and what have you, as opposed to like city managed parking that might be better categorized under the walkable mixed use community type category or something like that.
Thank you. And we have some nods of agreement here in the room, so appreciate that. All right. Shall we move on to freight? Any last comments? Yes, Commissioner.
So we're still on housing?
I'm sorry?
Can I make a comment on housing?
On housing? Sure.
So I'm the yellow dot under affordability. I think housing and.
Are you referring to housing attainability?
Yep.
Okay.
I think housing and climate change, as I said before, need metrics. And so I was very pleased when I looked up the Flagstaff housing plan, and the first page is metrics, current metrics. It's really cool. What the metrics say is that we're doing better than we should be on affordable units. We're 3 years into a 10-year plan. We're doing more or less what we should be doing on market rate units. But as far as residents impacted, we're doing a third of what we should be doing. What does that mean? My conjecture is that the market rate units are going to second homes and vacation rentals, and that's our issue. We are depending on supply and demand with some affordable units, and we need to keep track of the metrics to make sure that supply and demand is working. Our supply is what we can build, our demand is local, 5 million people 2 hours away, and move in our direction with the $100 billion worth of chip plants they're putting in. And then the 5 million people from national and international tourism who come here every year. So I am skeptical personally that supply and demand will work. And it's a long discussion about what we do if it doesn't. But we definitely want to watch that metric and make sure we're not just building units for people out of town. And that's why I put the yellow there.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to freight and rail, unless there's any other comments from the virtual folks.
I have a comment.
Yes,
I'll be
Counselor.
brief.
Sure.
I just wanted to piggyback on what he just said. I firmly believe we're never going to build ourselves into affordability. So I want to keep that in mind. And then I just wanted to put another beat on no parking minimums. Some may know this, some may not. I am all in favor of no parking minimums. I think that's how we change our behavior, and that's how we get to carbon neutrality. And just as a data point, you know, my daughter's at ASU. She has a car. She doesn't take her car to ASU. She lives near campus, and she does all her traveling and under different modalities. And that's what people choose to do when density gets so high and parking isn't available. And to the point earlier about, you know, Waymo and these new ways of transporting ourselves, I think we need to challenge ourselves to continually think about, you know, this goes right back to my point that I made at the beginning, that we need to be thinking 30, 40 years out and not just 20. Because these things are going to catch up to us faster than we realize in terms of the changes that are coming. So just wanted to, you know, put an extra beat on all those things.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you.
I have.
Yes, go ahead.
So I wanted to, we're talking about walkability, being able to get around. Then we're also a biking community. That's the other part of the Flagstaff. And I'm just wondering, since we're talking about parking, is there enough bike parking places for people to park their bikes? So that's just a question. I don't know.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Under the multimodal transportation goal in the draft, we do have a bike parking policy that talks about having bike parking in the city. The county doesn't, I don't know what is in the county zoning code about bicycle parking, if it's required in any circumstances. But maybe we could answer that question after lunch so that they have some time to look it up. Thank you.
All right, I have time for 1 to 2 more brief comments, and that does mean we'll be going to lunch a few minutes late, but I do want to note that we got quite a few yellows on freight and rail. So that goal is supporting the area's economic vitality by improving the location and design of infrastructure that supports freight and rail, especially in appropriate employment areas, and maintaining interstate and rail access. So any brief comments on this topic, this goal? None, because everyone wants to go to lunch. I knew that would be an incentive. Anything online? Okay, we have one on the airport, and that one also had a lot of yellow stickers. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So my comment about the airport was that I think the more that we develop the airport, we'll have more second family housing here, because I've heard people say, well, if you only I had a direct flight from Las Vegas to Flagstaff, or a direct flight from wherever to Flagstaff, I'd buy a second home there. So I think that's why I just put my yellow dot there, because yeah. I wouldn't mind getting out of Flagstaff by having more affordable airport transportation, but I think having those direct flights are going to have second family homes here, and I'd much rather see affordable living here.
Thank you for that point. And just to add context to that point, I see what you're saying. When we talk about climate change, the airline industry sometimes is very impactful to the dramatic changes that are taking place. But then we look at it on another aspect, to where it might be better for 70 people every 2 hours to be flown in, as opposed to 70 cars driving individually here all the time. So when it comes to the airport, there's a lot more conversations that need to be had, and real conversations about the impact of tourism, the impact of how much people we can have in this island that we call Flagstaff. And I'm glad that you broached that topic. Thank you.
So it sounds like some need for improvement of the airport, but also some concerns about the impacts on the community, and a need for a lot more strategy and planning before we have any airport expansions. All right, shall we adjourn and have lunch? So it is 12:10. We're gonna need you back here. Let's say we're gonna do 25 minutes, so that, well, let's do 30 minutes. That's okay. We'll get back here at 12:40, and hopefully we may have some music. We'll see. Encourage Councilmember Garcia to let him know that we're interested in hearing his music, his song. So lunch is in the back, folks. We ask that you don't eat here at the dais because there's so many papers and other things. There is a table back there for you to eat at. You're welcome to go out into the rest of City Hall. It's a beautiful day outside. So let's come back at 12:40. Set your watches, and I'm going to start at 12:40. So if you're not here, not my problem. All right, folks, it is time to return to your seats. So folks in person, please return to your seats. We're going to start in about 30 seconds. And online folks, virtual folks, please rejoin us. All right, we are going to get started. Thank you so much to Councilmember Garcia, who gave us a wonderful song about the regional plan, a regional plan anthem, if you will. I'm sorry to the virtual folks that you did not get to see that, but we'll try to post a video afterwards. It was truly fantastic. We do. We need a dance. So if anyone comes up with that, we'll close the meeting with that. All right. So we are going to move on to our next work session, which is work session part 2. Just a reminder, we will have a presentation. We will have then opportunity for public participation. So please get in your forms if you're interested in doing any verbal participation. And then we will have a discussion with this group afterwards. So I'm going to turn it over to Alex Steinberger, my colleague, to give us our presentation for this first work session. Thank you, Steiny.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Steinberger, or Steiny, if you like. And we're going to be pivoting here into a discussion about this very, very important map that you should all have in front of you. Feel free to reference it as I talk, and you're going to get the opportunity to dive into it and scrutinize it a little bit more. But first, I want to talk a little bit about why it's important and also the journey that we took to arrive at the version that you're looking at today. So first off, what is the future growth illustration? Simply put, it's our preferred land use and development outcomes for 2045. What do we want this region to look like 20 years from now? On a more plannery technical level, it's also a basis for findings of conformance with the regional plan. So if someone's coming in for a variance, they can look at this map and it's the basis for deciding whether we want to grant that variance or not, among other things. It also informs public investment decision making. The city of Flagstaff, for instance, has a capital improvement plan, and the hope is that this map and showing our intention of where we want to grow and add new housing and new jobs can help guide where we make public investments in streets and sidewalks and sewer and all of that. So how does this map that you have in front of you differ from the one that was in the 2030 plan? And I should mention, this is a statutory requirement that this map exist in the comprehensive plan. This is not a choice. So we have to have it. So how is this one different than the one that was in the last document? Well, first off, this map is parcel specific, so it's property specific. You can zoom down to an individual property and you can see what the designation is. That wasn't necessarily the case in 2030. 2030 also included these circular activity centers. You can see them in the map on the left. They were kind of generalized. They didn't necessarily always conform to property boundaries. So those have been taken away. They're still referenced in the plan, but now their place has been taken by actual parcel boundary designations. It used to be, because this map wasn't parcel specific, you might have more than one land use category affecting a property. That was messy, confusing. That's been cleaned up. Now there's just one future growth illustration land use designation per property. And in addition, there's a lot more logic to the categories. Elsa Erling from the city is gonna walk you through what the colors in the map mean, but they are all part of an understanding of what makes up this region, and they're all sort of tied together, and it makes a lot more sense than the version of categories that existed in the last plan. And finally, as some of you know, there are updates being made to the City of Flagstaff's Land Development Code through the last CAP project, and there's a lot of communication happening between that project and this effort to ensure that these future land use designations will clearly communicate to the code so that there are clear zoning code designations that implement these future land use categories. So let's go on a little trip here through the last year and a half to understand what went into this map. There's a lot of public participation for one, but there's also a whole stack of other planning efforts that we wanted to make sure we were consulting. Transportation plans, plans like the 10-year housing plan that's been referenced already, some of the small area plans that exist within the county and Flagstaff neighborhoods. But I want to spend some time talking about the regional plan growth concept, which was the product, as I mentioned, of a lot of public engagement. Oops. The growth concept is sort of this proto version of the map. It's a little bit sketchier, it's a little bit more high level, but it kind of defines what the framework of the region is. There are urban neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods, there are rural neighborhoods, there are centers, there are corridors, employment areas. It defines all of those things and maps them in a really general way. And you can see in this slide here that there's a relationship between what you see on the left and what you see on the right. They're definitely speaking more or less the same language, it's just the future growth illustration is much more detailed. And so how did we get to this regional plan growth concept? Well, that was the result of scenario planning. You may have heard this term thrown about, you may have even taken part in some of these discussions. But basically, we gave the community a series of options on how the region could grow. Those options were based on feedback we received even before we created the scenarios. And ultimately, we landed on a preferred scenario that informed that regional plan growth concept. There was a good deal of discussion about the various land use scenarios that were created. We initially created 4 of them, and we asked the public to choose which ones they liked best and actually rank them to help arrive at our preferred scenario. And what we found was that scenarios that prioritized some additional housing density, not huge amounts of density, but more than exists or is possible today in neighborhoods, and also scenarios that really focused on our urban centers and corridors as places where growth could happen. So that was scenario C and scenario D, which you see as the green and the purple bars here. You can see that that was most people's first or second choice. But there were things that people liked about all 4 scenarios, clearly. And so the preferred scenario wasn't just one of these, it was a combination of all 4, as well as additional input that we received. I mentioned there was lots of public engagement. We did many rounds of this. We did a regional plan visioning process in 2022, and then we did these map-based workshops in 2023, and then we gave people that choice between scenarios during the scenario choosing phase last year. And so that got us to the preferred scenario. In addition, like with the future growth illustration, we were paying attention to other efforts that were taking place across the county and the city. The carbon neutrality plan, the active transportation master plan, water services master plan, the last CAP project, of course, neighborhood and area plans, housing plan, and also things that we knew were already under construction, right? We don't want to ignore things that are already being built because that would be silly, right? We want to make sure this is respecting market realities. And so this is what the preferred scenario looks like. So this is actually putting the jobs and the households onto the map, arranging them and making sure that they fit our assumption for how much growth the region's gonna get in the future. And this allows us to actually run it through a program called Urban Footprint, which is a scenario modeling tool to figure out what it would mean for the region and see if it actually might move the needle in the direction that we want. And so we created these report cards. We did this for all of the scenarios we created across different categories of metrics that people said were important to them. So things like housing affordability, whether we're housing our workers locally. We measured that across each scenario, and we did it for the preferred scenario as well to make sure that where we're landing still is moving the needle in the direction we want it to. Transportation, the preferred scenario does a great job of reducing single occupancy driving trips. It puts more development near existing infrastructure, which is good for our sort of fiscal health, and it puts more residents within a shorter distance of parks and trails. And then on climate change resilience, it does a better job than most of the scenarios in conserving water, also reducing the amount or the distance that people are driving, and overall reducing the emissions from transportation and the built environment, which are the two biggest sources of emissions that we have. So we felt really good that if we could just get some measure of this preferred scenario to actually happen over the next 20 years, that it would put the region in a very good place. So why is it good for the region? Just to recap, the preferred scenario creates more opportunities for housing that's attainable for the region's workforce. So housing everybody, reducing those commutes. It helps us get closer to carbon neutrality and sustainability goals. The land use pattern by itself doesn't do this, right? There would be other measures that would help get us there, but it supports that goal for sure. It does the best out of all the scenarios we looked at in reducing driving and water demand and energy use. It makes more efficient use of infrastructure, which is, again, good for our continued fiscal sustainability. And it supports the region's existing transit infrastructure by putting more housing and jobs close to that transit. Creates more economic opportunities for rural communities, creating more opportunities for a very small amount of density in established nodes to create more opportunities to shop close to where you live, and then puts more residents near high quality parks and trails. So as I said, all of that, if we can do that, if we can get to this vision, this preferred scenario, we think it's gonna put the region in a really good position. The key to getting us there, one of the keys to getting us there is this future land use map, because this guides zoning decisions, it guides zoning changes, it guides where we prioritize our infrastructure, and by doing that, we hope to fulfill the prophecy of the preferred scenario. But we are also really cognizant of the specifics of each community's needs, right? And so that's why we're bringing this back to you all. We're sort of opening the discussion back up to some extent to look at this map, think through what it's saying and whether that really makes sense to you, because you are all experts in your individual districts and areas. I am certainly not, and so your opinion is super, super powerful and important. So we are going to be getting into actually looking at the maps, doing a similar kind of voting exercise as we've done up here, but now instead of on a policy, we're gonna do it on a map. You will have the opportunity to do this either digitally, even if you're here in this room using a laptop, using a tool called Miro, which will be explained shortly, or you can go to the back of the room and work with staff to get your comments onto paper maps. I will mention Lauren and Elisha will be back there helping. I should also mention that the same open meeting rules apply here. Please no side conversations. We're gonna come back as a group and do a report out so that everyone can hear. That's really, really important. And before we do that, Elsa is going to walk us through what the different colors on the map actually represent, because that's obviously something you wanna know. So Elsa, I'm gonna hand it off to you, and so if you could direct your attention up there, she's gonna tell us what we're looking at here on the maps.
Thank you, Steiny. I'm Elsa Erling. I'm the associate planner in comprehensive planning for the city, and I'm going to take us through some of the land use categories in more depth. So like Steiny said, we'll start with going through the categories, and later on we'll have time to look closer at the map and discuss changes to the map. So I'm going to throw a lot of information at you, but we'll pause for questions on every couple slides and do some red, green, yellow voting on these categories, and we can always go back to a slide as well. And then if you want to follow along in the meeting packet, the memo and attachments begin on page 35. So it starts with the memo, and then there are excerpts from the plan which have the information related to these land use categories, as well as the maps. So overall, compared to 2030, the proposed plan is more responsive to the housing emergency and climate emergency that the city has declared. And because of that, it proposes number one, an increase in desired density for all categories. Number two, more flexibility for residential and commercial uses in most categories. And then at number three, it expands which neighborhoods are considered urban to a central area of Flagstaff based on the neighborhood's existing density. So on this slide here, you're seeing 12 land use categories which are mapped, and there's also one that's unmapped called neighborhood commercial, which we'll get into later. And they fall into these four overarching buckets that we're calling the building blocks. So the center building block, these are places of the most intensity in the region. They provide housing, goods, and services, and they're scaled urban, suburban, or rural. In the 2030 plan, this concept was called activity centers. Districts are areas that emphasize commercial development or support employment and industry, and they are more limited on the types of residential that they allow. Landscapes are areas for recreation and managing natural and cultural resources. And then neighborhoods are residential areas. They provide housing and other amenities for residents, and they are scaled suburban, urban, or rural. So we'll go through each of these building blocks, and we'll pause after each one for any questions or discussion. And the upcoming slides include photos and illustrations for each of these categories. So the plan shows examples both of buildings and locations in the region that fit so the photos are showing examples of buildings and locations in the region that fit the associated category. And the illustrations are hypothetical, and they show how an entire streetscape could evolve over time. The illustrations are more simple, and they intentionally don't show architecture or design features, but the photos can help fill in the gaps on what those hypothetical buildings could look like. And these two illustrations and photos work together to communicate the vision for these areas, not only to the community and developers, but also to planners who are evaluating how well these projects that come in conform with the plan. So we're starting in the centers with urban center. These are the highest intensity places in the region. This is where we would see multi-story buildings that are residential, commercial, or mixed use. They have high connectivity for pedestrians and bicycles and are served by transit. The desired density for this category is 50 or more dwelling units per acre. In the two photos on the left, you see the Jack, which is 81 dwelling units per acre, and the Village at Aspen Place, which is 75 dwelling units per acre. So those are both far above that 50 dwelling unit per acre threshold for desired density. And an example of where an urban center is on the map is downtown. Next slide. So now suburban centers are similar to urban centers, but they have a lower density threshold and they're less centrally located. They have high bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, and they encourage transit supportive development, but they may not have the same gridded connectivity pattern of most urban centers, though that's encouraged when it's possible to achieve. The desired density for these suburban centers is 29 or more dwelling units per acre. And in the two photos on the top, you see the standard, which is 51 dwelling units per acre, and on the bottom, Fremont Station, which is 38 dwelling units per acre. So those are both examples that are above that 29 dwelling unit per acre threshold. an example location of a suburban center would be the mall and some of the surrounding parcels. All right, next slide, please. So moving on to rural center, these are meant to be the focal point for retail, service businesses, agricultural uses, and offices in unincorporated county areas. And there's also 2 locations for these rural centers that are along the edge of city limits. They can include mixed use and multifamily housing, but their main purpose is to serve the local community and reduce the need to travel out of the area to meet day-to-day needs in rural neighborhoods. The desired density for rural centers is 7 or more dwelling units per acre. And in the 2 photos, you see examples of existing rural centers along Highway 89. All right, next slide. So in this map, which I know is a little bit small, but the takeaway here, these are the locations of the centers isolated from the other colors. So some urban locations are downtown, along Milton, north of University Avenue, and on 4th Street. Some locations of suburban centers include Milton, south of University Ave, the mall and the surrounding area, the intersection of Ponderosa Parkway and Route 66, and the intersection of Butler and 4th Street. For rural centers in that dark red, you'll see a couple along Highway 89, along Shadow Mountain Drive in Belmont, and then Mountain Air and Kachina each have a couple rural center parcels. So another note about the location of centers, compared to the 2030 plan, this map shows fewer activity centers in greenfield areas within city limits. But when we get to the neighborhood section, we're going to talk more about how the plan encourages commercial in some of those more outlying neighborhoods within the city. So I'm going to pause here and hand it back over to Sachi and Steiny in the room to take any questions.
Yeah, so we'd like to hear people's initial thoughts on this concept of the center and the 3 land use categories that are in it. So urban center, suburban center, and rural center, just as a reminder. And we can look back here. So we're focusing on this first one at the top called center. And can I just get a general vote from folks on the idea of centers and those 3 land use categories that fall within them, green, yellow, or red, if you could hold those up for me. Okay, and let's get a count of greens. Alex, thank you. Sounds good. I see 1 yellow and 1 red, noting that. That doesn't.
Sorry, one more. Please hold your card up a little bit longer. Apologize. So we have 18 greens here, plus 1, 2, 3 yellows, plus 1.
Okay, we've got 18 greens, 3 yellows, and 1 red, plus 2 greens online. All right, so let's start with the red. Commissioner, what do you have for us?
Due to some work I was doing years ago, I knew something about zoning. And I called Tiffany Antal some years ago and I asked her, can I make the statement, virtually every commercial property in Flagstaff is zoned now for 60 feet at the sidewalk? She said, yes, you may. Not only that, but lots of high-density residential, same thing. So the hub, the standard, the new building at the northwest corner of Beaver and Butler that just went in, those buildings that are right at the sidewalk, you're looking up 60 feet. Every parking lot, every little gas station and little business in Flagstaff, going up and down 4th Street, that could all turn into 60-foot buildings now without rezoning. So if that's the case, does that work with the plan that is before us? Because you can't go backwards on zoning without paying people off. So That's my question. Does it work given that reality? And is that reality correct?
Elsa, go ahead. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, I'm not sure. Is Sarah? Did she want to address that question first?
Elsa, I was thinking maybe you could discuss the analysis you did on activity center, on the different categories and what their current zoning is.
Yeah, so when we were putting the colors on the map, we were following the modeling from the preferred scenario and the growth concept, and then we were aligning on the borders where it made sense with the underlying zoning. So so in cases where there's a zone that does permit a 60-foot height next to another zone that doesn't permit that height, we would follow that boundary as the edge of the center. Yeah. Does that cover what you were?
Well, I don't know.
I think the short answer is yes. Yes,
Is it true that all commercial property in Flagstaff is zoned for 60 feet already? That's my direct question.
Commissioner Best, I can say that there are 4, maybe 5, Tiffany will have to correct me on that, commercial zoning categories that do allow 60-foot dwelling units. We have some handouts and we'll show you this, but there is also a suburban community commercial that only allows 35-foot height limit, and there is also a neighborhood community commercial that is a 45-foot height limit. So it's not exactly true, but we did look at the fact that there is a lot of property in the city that has a 60-foot building height and a very high amount of density that can be put on it that's just a little gas station or a single-family home right now. That is, due to Prop 207, not something we'll ever be able to scale back very effectively, though we have made some changes to kind of regulate it differently over time, and that is always up for consideration with council. But there is also, an importance that centers are really not only trying to get at the fact how tall a building can be or how big it can be, but how it creates a pattern and mix of uses, which is an important consideration when maybe an adjacent property might be something someone wants to include. So it's very common people combine parcels, right? They buy 2 or 3 smaller parcels and they want to bring them together into a unified development. So it is important that we kind of capture things that are adjacent to each other, and also that we allow places in our greenfield areas. There are fewer centers in the greenfield areas, but there are some, because having an entire quadrant of the city develop with limited commercial would have a big impact on transportation and traffic, because people would be disconnected from services and jobs in that portion of the community, which is why it's not, we don't need centers because we already have so much zoning. There's actually a reason that the pattern is important, and also not all areas that are zoned in commercial all fit the center category. There's also the corridor category, which we will get to in the next set of building blocks.
Do either of the yellows, we had, I think, 3 yellows, anyone want to have follow-up comments or questions before we move on to the district building block? Go ahead. Yep.
So one of the things I struggle with, and we're dealing with trying to develop a property which has these impacts right now, is that for several of these urban centers, we've focused them right on really busy intersections, right? And that was even more clear when we had just the round, urban activity centers that we had previously. And I think that we can see, right, that the urban areas in our community currently that work really well, like downtown, are sort of to one side of those big roads, right? And that's what makes them walkable and pleasant and not too loud. You know, we have seen, I mean, you know, if we take the pictures, right, the examples that were up on the screen, you know, those big projects are right on some of our really, you know, our busiest roads, right, where there's, you know, thousands of cars a day going by. And I just think back to, you know, the big towns that I've lived in, right? CJ mentioned San Francisco. I mean, I lived there, right? The places that were nicest and most walkable weren't on California, right? Like they weren't on the big 4-lane roads that, you know, we're really there to just funnel a lot of cars through, right? For better or for worse. So I don't know what the answer to my problem that I just raised is, but I do feel like it prevents us from achieving the greatest amount of success possible that we could have with those mixed-use properties, right? Where we're looking at ground floor retail or office with apartments above and really creating a very kind of, you know, walkable, pleasant place to be. So.
Thanks. So some questions around perhaps the urban design that might be involved in how some of these building blocks and land use categories play out on the map. And we are going to have an opportunity to actually put some comments directly on the map. And we have, this map you're looking at here is a small, very small version. We have some insets, so we'll get to a bit more granular level. And we can maybe even circle some of those areas we're talking about where we think perhaps that these urban, suburban, and rural centers might be more successful if they were, it sounds like you're saying maybe not placed on these high traffic arterials. David's saying only the urban ones, so yeah. Thank you. Not suburban and rural necessarily. Right, understood. Okay, let's move on to the district building block, Elsa, and you can go through, I need to advance these for you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so for the district category, we're going to start with urban and suburban corridors. So these have some commonality with centers in that they do support commercial and mixed use, but they differ from centers in that they are linear. They're located along collector and arterial roads. They support automotive-oriented businesses like drive-throughs or car washes. And the corridors are commercially focused, but also support mixed use. So some additional distinctions between an urban and suburban corridor. An urban corridor encourages vertical mixed use and two-story commercial, while a suburban corridor encourages horizontal mixed use with commercial in front and residential behind. The density thresholds for these two corridors are different. For urban, the desired density is 29 units per acre or greater, and for suburban, it's 20 dwelling units or greater. And there's one zone that's different in the zoning compatibility table, which was included in the packet. So suburban commercial is a zone that's permitted in the suburban corridor, but not the urban. The urban corridors also require automotive-oriented businesses to minimize their impact on pedestrian and bike facilities. And an example of an urban and suburban corridor, so Route 66 in some areas is an urban corridor in the more central parts of the city and a suburban corridor in less central parts. Okay, next slide. So then moving on to employment district and university and research district. These two categories are the economic engines for the region. Their focus is on employment uses, though they can include some residential and commercial as secondary use. The employment district category is focused on industrial uses and office parks. And although it does allow limited residential and commercial, that complements the employment uses. An example employment district is some of the industrial areas on the east side of Flagstaff out past the mall. Then university and research district This describes master planned areas, which usually have an anchor institution. And the types of uses and activities that are supported in this category relate to defense, industrial uses, research and development, and education. And an example would be the NAU campus. And then if you could go to the next slide. This map has the districts isolated. So the pink is urban corridor, the orange is suburban corridor, and the lighter blue is employment district, and the darker blue is university research district. Some examples of the urban corridor location include Humphreys Beaver Street in San Francisco between the centers in downtown, or West Street in Sunnyside, and as I mentioned before, certain sections of Route 66. Some examples of suburban corridor are other further out parts, for example, West Route 66, and then also along Lockett Road, along Country Club Drive, and along Butler. And then in addition to currently mapped locations, a parcel that is along a future collector or arterial road may be designated as a corridor with a minor plan amendment. For the employment district locations, I had mentioned some of the industrial areas on the east side of Flagstaff. There's also the airport, Gore, and some parcels along the railroad that are designated as employment district. For University and Research District, we have NAU, Cape Navajo, and the Lowell Observatory as some examples. And then I'll pause here for discussion.
Thanks, Elsa. So for this district building block, which includes urban or suburban corridors, employment districts, and university or research districts, can I see your initial reactions with your color cards? Okay, we're getting a count here. All right, we have 18 greens and 3 yellows in the room. And how many online, Elsa?
Looks like 2 or 3 greens online.
Thank you. All right, okay, we see 4 yellows. We had 1, so now 17 greens and 4 yellows in the room. For those who voted yellow, I'll open the floor for a moment for comments or questions.
So the questions I had, one was, and I'm sorry, I don't know the zoning there, but by Buffalo Park, there's a commercial on one side. And, you know, and I'm just wondering, like David was saying, it's fine that it's one side, but if it was 2 sides going into Buffalo Park, I don't think it would work. And it may already be zoned, so it's not a problem. And then the other one was West Street, talking about that because there's so much residential there that put up a red flag for me. You know, and that's probably a corridor that has to be larger too, so.
And this is related to the suburban or urban corridor category.
The employment district.
Oops. Employment districts is what you're talking about, okay.
So Commissioner Lukey, that's probably, that level of comment or question is really not about like the category, but about the mapping exercise we're gonna do later. So I encourage you, rather than address it now, when we go on to do the mapping exercise, put the comments there and we'll see what other geographically specific comments come up associated with that. So okay, same for anyone else who had like I saw a spot on the map I wanna talk about, as opposed to like, I wanna talk about some of the description or the characteristics of the category. So right now we're more talking about characteristics of the category.
Yes.
Oh, she's bringing the mic. I have a question on the suburban corridor. It's not just one little spot on the map, so maybe a little follow-up from CJ, but, you know, there's a lot of older hotels, there's a lot of functionally obsolete properties. Now, granted, if people want to keep those or they have historic significance, great. But if somebody wants to redevelop some of those parcels, they don't seem big enough to put commercial in the front and residential in the back. And you end up with just a lot of strip commercials. So I just wanted to make sure that there's some clarification that if somebody does assemble those properties, that maybe there is an opportunity to do higher density residential. You've got infrastructure, roads, everything there.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheehy. I think that that is part of why having access to a collector arterial would let you move from a neighborhood designation to a corridor designation as a minor amendment. Minor amendments are processed concurrent with the zoning map amendment. But what we wouldn't want is to have a parcel that's, you know, one lot in from a commercial corridor at this point be designated corridor, because somebody could try and designate something like that without any access. And the access is really what lets you have that higher density and the automotive orientation of a corridor. So yes, there's a path for that. If you buy a parcel that's got frontage on 66 and the one behind it, that you can come in and request a plan amendment to do that. But it's hard, if we did it proactively, we might end up with proposals that would lack the access to reach the densities that we'd like to encourage on those parcels. Does that make sense? Thanks.
Other questions from the floor? Yes, go ahead.
On your map, the employment district coloration extends a long distance along BNSF Railroad from the east part of Flagstaff, at least to downtown. And I just want us to keep in mind that as BNSF brings in a third rail, it's already described in the downtown mile. I've heard it described that BNSF has plans to do a third rail all the way from Winslow to Williams. I don't know if that's true, but certainly if BNSF puts in a third rail, that gives us the opportunity to create more sidings, which would allow for more industrial uses. It's my understanding that we have relatively few sidings available on the two rails that exist. So I just want to be sure that our long-range planning allows for more sidings related to a third rail, and that we put in some industrial areas along the railroad.
Thank you. And I think these are all great. Many of these are great comments too that I would love for you to place on the map, because that's a really location-specific comment that I think will be really useful.
I do want to just quickly say, because I noticed there were some yellow dots on the employment district goal over there. That is a very excellent example, Councilmember Spence, on why we have a policy that says we want to maintain and protect a supply of land to accommodate the needs of existing and future employment and manufacturing. That is an example of that exactly of why that blue strip goes through Flagstaff and then expands out in an area where there is potential for more rail access. Like, rail has always been an economic driver in Flagstaff, and it can continue to be in the future when we plan and incorporate it. So I think we've had questions about some of the employment areas. Employment areas are actually a little less protective in the revised plan than they are in the current plan. The current plan really doesn't allow any residential, and we are, because of the housing emergency, there is now some language that lets creative solutions for workforce housing to be considered in areas that are designated employment. That's meant always to be in line with the maintaining of the overall goal of that we're not putting housing where we really need industrial space, and that will be the kind of thing that council will, and mostly council, but also the Board of Supervisors may consider when there's development of other kinds that's proposed in the blue area. So I just wanted to make sure you pointed to that since there were a few yellow dots over there that might answer the yellow dot questions.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, let's move on to our next building block category. Whoops, what happened here?
All right, thanks, Sachi.
There we go.
So now we're going to be talking about landscapes. This is a shorter category. Landscapes consist of parks, open space, recreational lands, and federally and state managed lands, and private inholdings that are surrounded by national forest. Within the parks and open space category, these lands are focused on recreation and access to natural landscapes, and they're subject to both the regional plans guidelines, but also often city and county master plans. And then in the federal lands and working landscapes category, these include lands that are managed by a federal land management agency or a Department of Defense installation, and then also the state, city, or private inholdings that are surrounded by federal land. These lands are managed for natural and cultural resources, and they can include a wide range of different types. That could be sacred sites, sites for forest restoration, research, workforce development and training, ecotourism, ranching, mining, and other agricultural or industrial uses. Within federal lands and working landscapes, large-scale housing development is discouraged, but employee housing and smaller-scale residential uses may be developed under existing entitlements. And then if you go on to the next map, as you'll see, most of the land in the region is in the landscape building block category. And then just another small note about this map, though you'll see the national parks and monuments are in the dark green of parks and open space, even though they're federally owned, because they are operated like parks. So we consider them in that category. And I'll pause for questions here.
All right, so if we could get your initial impressions on the landscape building block category, red, yellow, or green, please. Okay, true to its very nature, we are seeing a lot of green, and we have one yellow. Councilmember Garcia, was yours, can you hold yours up again? Green, I got it, okay. Sure, and go ahead, Commissioner.
We have some state parcels. I'm looking, I think it's 3 of them, which are in the yellow. How do they come in, and is that an interesting story that we should talk about or not?
Sorry, Commissioner Best, let me see if I can restate what you said so I understand your question. You're saying that there are some state land parcels that are not green, that are not in the federal lands and working landscapes? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, and they're inside the growth boundary.
Correct. State lands that are inside the urban growth boundary are not expected that their future land use would be a working landscape. They are expected to develop and become a future neighborhood, urban, suburban, or other land use in the community. And that, I think everyone's pretty familiar. State land always likes me to give like the speech about what state land is and that it's not for conservation purposes. It's a fiduciary responsibility to their underlying stakeholder to support them financially. And so they have an obligation and a very serious legal obligation to make sure they're generating revenue for the schools and other organizations that they support. So state land is a little different. We did leave the working landscapes category on state land that are outside the urban growth boundary because they tend to do more leasing for forest products and ranching and grazing and things like that. Maybe even, solar or wind, things along those lines could be considered on those parcels in the future, as opposed to seeing them have streets and businesses or homes on them. Does that clarify?
All right, Hello? Okay. Seeing no other comments or questions, we're going to move on. So just for the record, we had 24 greens and 1 yellow.
We also had 2 greens online, Sachi.
Those were included. Thank you, Ali.
Okay.
All right, moving on to neighborhoods. So to begin with, this slide has 2 illustrations. On the left side, it indicates the kind of infill development that this plan proposes in the region's neighborhoods. And then on the right side is an illustration of neighborhood commercial, which is a new concept for the plan, and it applies to suburban and urban neighborhoods. Neighborhood commercial is not mapped as a color. It could be identified on a smaller scale as part of a subdivision proposal in the future, or in a neighborhood plan, or in a citywide effort later on. But for now, this is just an idea that's described in the plan. And I'll explain a little bit about how it works, but it's not on the map. One reason for the idea of neighborhood commercial is that the 2045 future growth illustration does not carry forward some of the more outlying 2030 activity centers. And these were in areas that are more suburban within the city. But through public engagement, we know that there are residents who want to see some level of commercial business in their neighborhood and don't want to have to travel all the way to the center of town to meet their daily needs. And that kind of explains why this category came about. It's a flexible category and it encompasses a range. It could describe a temporary food truck, a home-based business, or something more long-lasting, like a live-work building or a grocery store. And this category, neighborhood commercial, allows an urban neighborhood or suburban neighborhood parcel to be rezoned into a zoning category that allows commercial uses up to 45 feet in height without a plan amendment. All right, going on to urban neighborhood. So urban neighborhoods are residential focused areas. They're the highest density of all the neighborhoods, and they are centrally located in the city. The desired density for these neighborhoods is 20 or greater units per acre. An example location is Sunnyside, which was in the previous 2030 plan or the current plan considered suburban, but in this draft future growth illustration, that's an example of a neighborhood where the urban neighborhood was expanded to include Sunnyside. The images that you see on the slide, the ones that are in the dark border, there's 5 of them, were images that we put in a survey that went out in April to the community to weigh in on what types of housing and densities they want to see in urban neighborhoods. And the quick takeaways from those surveys, so the white building on the upper left side all the way over shows a triplex, and it's surrounded on either side by a duplex. And that image had 80% support from the survey. And then the next 3 moving up in density, so there's 2 more in that 20 to 26 dwelling unit per acre category. And then the upper right image showing the 3-story apartment building. Those had about 50% support in urban neighborhoods from the survey. And then the standard, which is on the lower right side at 51 dwelling units per acre, had the least support of the images on the survey with about 25% support. And then we can go on to suburban neighborhood. So suburban neighborhoods support a diverse range of housing types similar to urban neighborhoods, but they allow a lower density, and they also differ from urban neighborhoods in their street pattern and block size. They tend not to have the grid pattern that we see in urban neighborhoods. The desired density for this category is delineated by the urban growth boundary. And the proposed desired density within the urban growth boundary is 5 to 40 dwelling units per acre. and then outside the urban growth boundary, 2 to 14 dwelling units per acre. So this is a change from the 60-day public review draft, which had a different approach to suburban neighborhood. There were 2 suburban neighborhood categories, suburban neighborhood high density and suburban neighborhood medium density. Suburban neighborhood high density had a range of 10 to 40 dwelling units per acre, and medium density was 2 to 29. And then the locations of these categories, for example, suburban high, had been based on underlying zoning, or particular areas where we wanted to see some more density. But some of the comments that we received on the 6-state public review draft were that there was too much low density suburban medium, and that some of these designations seemed arbitrary, you know, where high was versus where medium was. And we also heard from developers that the suburban neighborhood high density, which had that lower threshold of 10 dwelling units per acre, was very hard to achieve on most greenfield sites. So we took all these comments in this discussion to the Regional Plan Committee in March, and then we continued the conversation in a subgroup that included developers with greenfield projects. And staff landed on these density ranges with an added guideline that a portion of suburban neighborhoods should reach transit supportive densities of 8 dwelling units per acre near existing or planned transit stops. So talking about some example locations within the urban growth boundary, so that would be for that 5 to 40 dwelling unit per acre range. We have Country Club, Swiss Manor, Upper Lower Greenlaw, Boulder Point, University Heights, and Greenfield areas in the John Wesley Powell Extension area. And the another example would be the former state land parcel that's off of Woody Mountain Road. And then suburban that's located outside of the urban growth boundary really consists of some areas in Kachina and Mountain Air and Belmont. These images that you see are also ones that we brought forward on the survey to the public. So the ones with the black border appeared on that survey. We had a somewhat similar breakdown. There was one image, the top left, which shows small lot single family, and it's 6 dwelling units per acre. That had 80% support in suburban neighborhoods. And then the next 3 images were roughly 40% support. And then Fremont Station, which is the top right image with the vertical orientation, that's 38 dwelling units per acre. So that's right on the upper edge of the range that we proposed, that had the least support with only 15%. And all right, we'll go on to rural neighborhood. Okay, so rural neighborhood is the lowest density of the neighborhoods and is mostly located in the unincorporated county, or I think almost entirely. These neighborhoods support agricultural uses and open space and encourage a cluster development pattern to preserve open space and natural resources. These neighborhoods support home-based businesses, but they are not neighborhoods where we would apply neighborhood commercial. Rural centers are really the place for commercial in the rural parts of our region. The desired density for these neighborhoods is 0 to 4 dwelling units per acre. And an example of a location that is a rural neighborhood is Stony Park. And then do you want to go to the next slide? Oh yeah, there we go. So this map has the neighborhoods isolated. You can see or you may be able to see, I know it's pretty small, but some of the urban neighborhoods are Southside, Townsite, Coconino Estates, Pineville, Brannan, and Sunnyside. Some of the suburban neighborhoods are a little less central. We have Swiss Manor, Upper Lower Greenlaw, University Heights, Boulder Point, and some of the more greenfield areas that I mentioned earlier, as well as Kachina, Mountain Air, and Belmont have suburban, and then you'll see lots of rural in the county areas, Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood, and Fort Valley. All right, so I'll pause here and we can talk about the neighborhood category.
All right. So for our neighborhood category, we can get out our voting sheets again. So for the neighborhood building block, your initial reaction, green, yellow, or red, please. We've got 23 greens, 1 yellow, and a question also indicated. And is that including online, Alex? Thank you. All right, let's see. We'll start with our question, and if our yellow has any questions or comments, we'll go to that next.
So I remember taking the survey and seeing that 3-story barn-looking triplex or something. And yeah, that last one. Not that one. Go back one. Third from the left on the bottom. Thinking, man, that would not fit in any residential neighborhood without sticking out like a sore thumb. So do we have a way to get these more dense units fitting into a neighborhood in a way that is going to make neighbors comfortable? I mean, I think myself and my neighbors would be fine with the duplex going up in our neighborhood if it was consistent with the architecture or a triplex, but if that went in next to me, I'd be pretty upset. So is there any local control?
Commissioner Best, so the one that you see in the third from the left, so the one right above the 20 to 39, is located just north of historic downtown. It is on a block where there are 4 other buildings of this mass and scale, and it is designed to reflect the architecture of a building just in the corner that you can't see in this photo. So I actually think all of your concerns are taken into account with the design of this particular building. You're just imagining like, well, what if you built that next to your house? And I don't know what your house looks like, so that's hard for me to say. We do not have, we do not apply in the city architectural design standards to single family homes. There is, of course, recently, and I don't know if Tiffany Antal, who's our zoning code manager, wants to talk about this, some statutes that limit what kind of things we can do design review on from the state legislature. A lot of which is for the purposes of expanding the development of affordable housing. Multifamily housing does have design standards, and it is reviewed administratively, though of course when it comes forward in a zoning case, there may be comments or other feedback from the community that's taken into account. And did Tiffany want to come up? I don't know if you want to add anything. Did I miss anything, Tiffany, important about that? Sachi will run a mic to you.
I missed part of what you said.
Oh, sorry. So Commissioner Best was asking about how to ensure compatibility, and he was mostly concerned about the stucco building, and I explained that that actually is appropriate in the context, but I was trying to explain where we can and cannot manage design review.
So right now, architectural design standards apply to duplexes and above.
We just lost the
There we
audio.
go.
I probably touched it. All right. Right now, architectural design standards in the city apply to duplexes and above. So anything larger than a duplex. We do have new statute that is requiring us to allow the middle housing types. So townhouses, duplex, triplex, and fourplex need to be allowed where single family is allowed. There are some tools in the box that we can use. We are meeting internally to talk about what we're going to do with architectural design standards, because right now our architectural design standards are the same if you're a duplex or if you're, you know, the largest mixed-use building. They're exactly the same, and that we know that that doesn't work right either. We know that we want to temper and probably do something different for middle housing. The other thing that we're looking at adding back into the code is floor area ratio for residential structures. Area ratio also have a different way of looking at zoning intensity or the intensity of a land use, different than say lot coverage does. So there are some tools we have to work with. They are still limited, but within most of the single family zoning districts, the building height limitations are generally the same across the board. So, you know, while one single family home may be only 20 or 25 feet high, the next house could be 35 feet. For example, I live in an A-frame, so of course my house is much taller than my neighbor's house who's single story. So, I mean, there will always be those limits of differential in a single family residential neighborhood or a missing middle neighborhood. So not everything will always be the same, but they'll be within the height limit or the allowances of that zoning district.
Yeah, I was going to add something too. And I think I really appreciate that explanation, Tiffany, because what I want to add to that is I think Tiffany's explanation very clearly states why there's limited information on this particular thing in the regional plan, because it is not a one-size-fits-all answer for how we make things compatible or how we make sure design is happening in a reasonable way. Cities tackle this in a lot of different ways, and Flagstaff has might need to reconsider how we have done it, and we want to provide some direction to that, but the plan is never going to regulate how buildings look in Flagstaff. That is not within its scope or purpose. And so we have to make sure the document has the direction needed for our zoning code manager to bring forward good creative ideas that can solve problems and not limit it or interfere with other priorities. So I'll let Steiny go from there.
It's fine. Yeah, you can skip me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I had a quick question or a comment. It might be quite anecdotally, but since we're on the topic and since we're looking at these type of housing types, and I heard the word affordable housing or more affordable unit rentals come into the equation, like I said, maybe I'm the one-off, maybe this is just purely conjecture on my behalf, but in my neighborhood, which is the Sunnyside, when things like this get built next door to us, they jack the prices of rent way up. Maybe that's just the current condition. Maybe 100 years from now, when every house looks like this, somehow house prices will be less. But currently, when this gets built down the street from my house, they come to me saying that they're going to raise my rent because those houses are costing more, even though they're on spot. Just thought it was to be mentioned since we were on this slide.
So Councilmember Garcia, pop quiz. Can you tell me which of these is a permanently affordable apartment building that is fully affordable?
No, so
Okay.
I was talking to building type structure, not necessarily affordable versus non-affordable housing in general.
Right. Well, so one of the principles of creating affordable housing too is that you shouldn't be able to tell it apart from market rate housing. And there are affordable units in the buildings that you see in these photos that are built. Yeah, the lower left is big A, all affordable. But there are sometimes in these other buildings, and I'm not sure if any of these particularly have, but there's definitely some on Butler that look very much like the third from the top, third on the left in the top row, where like one or two of those units might be permanently affordable or part of a land trust. And so some of that affordability can be hidden from the naked eye, and that is purposeful.
I appreciate the conversation. I think it's important to highlight that when we talk about affordable housing directly, but a lot of what we're talking about is adding density, and somehow that's going to just make things affordable. And I'm just here to tell you that on my street, that is not what's happening, but that is outside of the context of affordable housing development. These are just triplexes, quadplexes, and bigger, more units per space of land that are actually jacking up the price of rentals in the neighborhood.
I think what you're experiencing is a supply constraint. When someone can build something, they are able to charge a high rent. But if we remove the supply constraint, I mean, you said it yourself, maybe in a number of years, this will not be such an issue. But certainly the status quo results in the people who have the wherewithal to get through the development process and build multifamily housing, they're in a great position because no one else is building it, so they can charge a high rent. So it's, someone said earlier, supply and demand is not going to solve our affordability problems. 100% agree with that, but it is certainly one of a multi-pronged strategy to bring down the cost of housing.
Thank you.
I just have a question, just popped into my mind. Where would we be able to put tiny homes?
So Commissioner Mandino, Chair Mandino, the tiny homes can be a couple things. They can be part of a single-family neighborhood with small lots, or they can be part of a manufactured housing neighborhood, both of which fit in the suburban neighborhood category. And tiny homes could also just be an additional ADU on a lot in any category, right? So you could purchase a tiny home, and if you always come in for a permit and follow all the rules for building safety, which I say aloud, because no one likes unauthorized building violations in either the city or the county. But you can put it on your lot and use it either as a off-grid home out in the county or as an ADU in your backyard. Those are all different ways that what we call a tiny home can be integrated into any of these land use patterns. So it's more than one answer for that. Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
I just have a clarifying question. On the suburban neighborhood, if it's inside the urban growth boundary, it says you can build 5 to 40 DU AC. So if it was 5 units, could you build 5 single-family residents per acre? I'm not good at the geographical map.
Yes, that's one way, yes.
So what size lot would that be for 5 units?
So that's more complicated. The lot, we don't count the lot configuration because it can be done in a lot of different ways. Like, so for instance, I have parents who aged out of their single family home and they live in a 0 lot line housing development. So their lot line is just the footprint of their building, and it has everything else is common space. And that's so that my dad never had to mow a lawn again in his life. So that's a lot configuration, but that same development could have been broken into lots around a single family home. So lot configuration doesn't really plan, but it could be something like townhomes. It could be homes of various sizes. If we were talking about a very large parcel, let's say a 400-acre parcel, having a minimum of 5 dwelling units per acre would not mean every acre has 5 units. It might mean some acres have 12 units per acre and some have 2. It can be averaged across a larger area. And that's part of why, as Elsa said, we went from a lower density of suburban of 10 and moved it down to 5. And actually, in the last few months, some of the larger private property owners who know they will be coming to market with housing in the next few years have run some tests, and they were very often only able to get their properties because of resource protection, because of the need to build the infrastructure, which you don't have to do in Sunnyside, right? If you buy a lot in Sunnyside, you can build to the edge of your lot. You're not doing a ton of off-site improvements compared to if you're building a whole subdivision. But by the time you took all that into account, they were coming out between 4.5 and 6. They could get some areas of their development up to that higher density. But 10 was way out of reach, simply because greenfield development looks very different than the development of an infill area. So that's part of why that kind of came into account.
So, and I'm a visual, so I'm just trying to see it in my mind's eye. If I owned a couple hundred acres and I, not counting the average of I can do 2, some of them, and they average out, 10 in another. But on a 1 acre parcel, if I'm just looking specifically at that, how many single family detached homes could be built on 1 acre?
It really depends. How big is the home? How is it configured? Maybe I can give you an example of an infill one in downtown. If you go just a couple blocks, maybe this direction from City Hall, the Community Land Trust, the Townsite Community Land Trust did a project where there had been a corner lot. It was about a quarter of a block, so that's not even an acre. It was like half an acre, or even smaller, I think, that had a single-family home on it. And they took that and they moved the single-family home and they added 3 units to the lot. So they got 4 detached single-family homes. I haven't looked recently what the density of that was, but that's like another method of getting there. But I can't answer, like your question wants like a blanket answer, but you can't because the answer is it depends.
Okay. And you brought up the resource overlay.
Mhm.
So that goes into play as well when they're trying to figure out how many units on average they're building on their property, because it's not only the number of units, but then, you know, what our resource protection overlay requires as well, correct?
Yes, it is, the resource protection overlay further limits the density that can be achieved on the lot, because meeting those standards can take land out of the scenario of what can be considered developable property. And I know that Tiffany Antal, our zoning code manager, is going to be bringing that up as part of the last CAP analysis too, of taking a good look at our resource protection overlay. So we're getting resource protection, which right is the stated desired outcome, without having as many negative impacts on the ability to build housing in the community. So that's an area of rebalancing that I know the community will have to consider. And it was listed as a high priority action item by the Regional Plan Committee. They really looked at that and said that's got to be one of the top things we get to very quickly after the plan is adopted.
Thank you. Yes, because the resource protection overlay could force a landowner to build higher density than what they kind of are allowed to, because they don't have, you know, there's trees in the way, correct?
Right, it changes how you can lay out your site, correct. So
Thank you.
that's not the only scenario, but true. Anything else on neighborhoods? Did we have other yellows that we didn't get to? Go ahead.
Yes. So I had a couple comments. First of all, from an organizational standpoint, I really find some clarity in these building blocks of center, district, landscaping, neighborhood. I was wondering, as a suggestion, to consider implementing those on the map, because right now the key to the map is sort of grouped in rural, suburban, urban. And I was wondering if those building blocks could be, you know, headers, and then the key would fall under those headers. Would that assist in being able to interpret the map easier? Just a suggestion. Back to the density issue, that I'm glad that came up on this with regard to the neighborhoods. When I did watch the committee's discussion of this, when it was still a high density and a medium density suburban, I see that the new division within the urban growth boundary and outside of the urban growth boundary probably was a good consensus on how to address that. I also heard some comments from one of the major landowners, I think as a public commenter in that meeting, you know, is there ways to take out unbuildable property out of the configuration, out of the calculations, and then just figure the density over what is buildable in a greenfield site. And I realize that it's a completely way of doing the calculations for density, but it also might give us better open space and wildlife corridors and you know, protection of the topography that is really beautiful in these greenfield sites that are going to be built out over the next 15, 20 years south of the 40. So I wondered if that ever became a discussion, or if this is where we're at with just urban growth boundary inside and outside, and if the low end of 5 within the urban growth boundary is where it is final.
So I'll say the first thing is we are looking for feedback on the density ranges today. I think you will probably have some public comment when we get to that on it as well. I know there's some people here who've turned in comment cards to talk about this, so I won't pregame them. I'll just say we'll get there with public comment and it can be part of the discussion. But the staff did not support having a separate density calculation for the plan versus the zoning codes. The city and county have separate zoning codes with separate methods for density calculation. They're not very far apart, but this is the one document to implementation problem. It doesn't allow us to have much clarity around this, and it would be very confusing. I think everybody who can imagine, put yourself in the place of having a public hearing for a very controversial project that's apartments in a neighborhood and people have shown up, and we say, well, it's 12 units per acre in the zoning code, but from the regional plan perspective, it's 20 units per acre. Who understands that? How much confusion? Yeah, you do. I know Commissioner Hayward understands it. But the public is not going to understand how one design could have two densities. And that's going to be that would create a huge implementation block, I think, and really hold us back from being able to kind of have a consistent approach to moving these projects forward. So if the city wants to consider different ways to calculate density, the place to do that is in the zoning code. And same for the county. If you want to relook at how you're calculating density and to the purpose of meeting the goals and policies in the plan, open your zoning code and discuss how it might be altered to allow for that. But if we did it in the regional plan, it would be a thread that would be very easy to use to unravel any project. And that is the concern that staff would have about doing anything that's very different in terms of that kind of a density calculation. So we just couldn't get there on the technical implementation side.
I guess I was trying to maybe find a creative solution that would get us some open space and some protection of that topography that will be developed over, and then on the developable site within a parcel, that their density could be lower, I guess, if they wished. But anyway, I understand the complication of that, but I just wondered if that had been a discussion, so thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, David, and then...
Is this work? Ooh, it is working. I wanted to help provide some context to Councilmember Matthews from just from my personal and professional experience. When we, in my development business, look at single-family developments, and we have two large ones, right, with several hundred acres, when we specifically look at the single-family portion of that, because there will be single-family and there would be multifamily and there'll be other parts to it, we generally land on an average of around 6 units per acre for that as kind of an achievable thing, with a range from 2 plus or minus 2, so 4 to 8.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to wrap up this conversation here, but we will have an opportunity for further discussion when we do the map-based activity. But first, we're going to do public participation. And Lauren, do we have any folks who have filled out forms?
Yes, we've got 3 speaker requests.
Great, thank you. And do you want to start us with the first?
Yes, Chris Harrison, you are first. If you can go up to the front podium. Thank you.
And just as a reminder, please state your name, your address before you speak. You will have 3 minutes. It will be timed. When you're at the 30-second mark, I'll give you, meaning you have 30 seconds left, give you a yellow, and 10 seconds a red.
Okay, ready, set, go.
You know the drill.
Feels good to get up and stretch,
Okay.
I tell you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. This is a terrific forum, and I appreciate staff, Sarah, everyone that's been involved in this. It's been really interesting here today. My name is Chris Harrison. I'm with Roberts Communities. We purchased the state land parcel that is at the southeast corner of I-40 and Woody Mountain Road, next to Flagstaff Ranch, between University Heights, right near Equestrian Estates. I'm going to read a quick email that we sent yesterday, and I think it got forwarded. You may all not have had a chance to read it yet, excuse me. And then I'm going to make just a couple of quick comments about it. We've had the opportunity to review the agenda package for the regional plan retreat for today. We are very grateful for your time and efforts to meet with us and other stakeholders and work to address our concerns regarding the density range for the suburban neighborhood overlay. The combination of medium and high density designations and the 5 dwelling units per acre minimum is certainly a step in the right direction. As this process moves forward, we would urge staff to give further consideration to a 4 dwelling units per acre minimum for large-scale developments where there are so many variables that can impact the ability to provide density at scale. Because the regional plan is a policy document intended to guide and shape future development, greater flexibility only helps both the city and property owners to be more nimble and more creative in their efforts to bring quality development to Flagstaff. Please consider providing additional flexibility so that the regional plan can facilitate a range of potential development options, all of which would positively benefit the city of Flagstaff in addressing its housing needs. And so we sent that email, and I'd just like to make just a couple quick comments and stay within my 3 minutes. You know, we really appreciate being part of the process and being able to collaborate with you on this. We actually made our pre-application submittal last week. We had our pre-app meeting on the project today. We are proposing between 1,700 and 2,100 units, mixed use, master plan, wide range of housing types and price ranges. It's very, very exciting. And we just want to make sure that as you consider these densities, particularly on large-scale properties like this, on ours, and the way the density is calculated, you take out trees, knolls, all the topography, we go from 450 acres to basically 260 developable acres. So with that, just urge you to have the vision, to have flexibility. We're excited about the project. We have the right to go build rural residential, you know, big single family second homes, but we want to do something really unique and create a legacy. So thank you, and thank you for letting me go over.
Thank you.
Marilyn Weissman.
Hi, everybody. Marilyn Weissman. I'm with Friends of Flagstaff's Future. While I appreciate the comments about the difficulty of building in Flagstaff, I myself was a land surveyor, so I know those knolls and all the places I've had to climb, and that's why I retired. But I still think that the green fields are the areas where it's going to be easier for us to develop the kind of communities we want to see in Flagstaff in the future. So it's really important for that minimum density to provide that mixed kind of housing. We don't want to see a future country club where every house is a single family house, where every road a bus really can't go on. We want to create, within our urban growth boundary, we want to create an urban community. We have suburban communities outside of the urban growth boundary. We have Kachina, we have Mountaineer, we have Belmont, we have portions of Doney Park. So, and in the future, there probably will be future suburban communities out there. So that's how I'd like us to start thinking about it, that we within the urban growth boundary are urban. That being said, I think within our urban growth boundary, I very much appreciate Anthony's comments. We're very concerned about how this is going to impact the lower price areas of our community. You take something like 4th Street, where we have some wonderful restaurants and stores that serve a diverse part of the community. If that was to be replaced with, you know, some beautiful multi-use commercial on the bottom and residences on the top, can those businesses afford to be in those stores? And so I know it's not part of the regional plan to solve this problem, but it would be great if there could be some toolboxes in there that talk about some of these problems that we could possibly foresee and how we're going to deal with them. Because we want everybody to be welcome in this community. We don't just want this attainable housing for our future residents. We want our existing residents to be able to afford to live here. And so if we're talking about another aspect to it, if I still have time, the cost of development. That's such a broad statement. I don't want the city to pay for infrastructure for gated communities. It has to be associated, cost of development. If we're going to improve infrastructure, for example, if we have density in a place like Sunnyside, we're going to have to improve the water lines and the sewer lines. If the city's going to have to pay for that, we want to make sure that density has plenty of attainable and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you
Nick
for your
Wood?
comments.
Nick Wood?
Mayor, Madam Chairman, Nick Wood, Snell and Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street, Phoenix. I represent Little America. We brought a presentation, but I guess I can't put it up on the screen, so we have a few handouts. Mayor, if I could have a little leeway on the 3 minutes, and the reason I ask that is when you look at all of the properties that are impacted by this proposed regional plan, Little America is the one that's affected the most, particularly with respect to what our plan is, at least going forward. So if I could have a little bit of leeway, Mayor, I would be very grateful.
I'm not running public comment.
Okay, then I'll do it in 3 minutes. There are several areas of concern. One is the designations. What's being proposed is a designation of suburban center for the area along Butler. That doesn't work for us and can't work for us. We're a hotel, we're a resort. The Holding family has been a part of this community, part of the fabric of this community with Little America for over 50 years. I do a lot of work with the hospitality industry down in the valley, and I've never known any family or company to own a resort for 50 plus years, especially 536 acres. So the idea is to create flexibility. They've done nothing other than manage and operate this resort for all of these years. But now that John Wesley Powell is being extended, we're going to take the opportunity to take a look at other development within that 536 acres. And it's a challenging 536 acres. Obviously, you know, we have cliffs and we have rivers and we have all kinds of things that flow through it. So we need to have the flexibility under this plan in order for us to look at all of the options. We have no idea what we're going to end up with, but we have to have that flexibility. So we'd rather have suburban corridor rather than suburban center along the Butler portion. And then there's a proposal that we have suburban neighborhood high density. We have 536 acres. That's a minimum of 7 dwelling units per acre. We'd have to come with over 3,500 dwelling units if we want to simply build some housing for our employees, who, by the way, have to travel a long way to get here. If we want to do a vacation club with resort condos, right, we'd have to come with over 3,500 units because of that minimum density. So we'd rather not have any minimum density, but we're willing to live with the, at least with the minimum of 2, which is the suburban neighborhood medium. With respect to the trails plan, right, we've had some serious problems. You've heard about many of them. We had a fire that just came up. We cannot have a map that has trails on it, especially in today's world. The other thing is with respect to within transportation within our site, we cannot have a map that shows an extension all the way out to Butler. And again, we gave you a letter and you have the handouts. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jim Hill?
I'm sorry, the city attorney has a comment in the chat. Sterling, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I appreciate that. I don't know, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. With all due respect to Mr. Wood and the comments, just wanted to make sure, and without getting into a whole lot of legal detail here, what was being proposed actually would not be compliant with our code, and therefore presents several issues, not just from a regional plan perspective, but from a code perspective. I just want everyone to be aware of that. Perhaps there may be something we can work through, but I want to make sure that was clear. Thank you. And if there are, sorry, if there are any follow-up questions or comments, I would defer to staff. They have more detail on that they could provide to the public bodies here today. But I wanted to make sure and note that for the record.
Could we get that detail about how that's not in code?
I don't have a handout, so I'm not sure exactly what the presentation you received included. But a previous version that was emailed to staff was a proposal that did not have any density or intensity information as part of the land use category proposed. And as I showed you many slides ago, that is one of the shalls in the state statute, that if we're going to do that, we have to show intensity and density for each land use category. So we can't create a category that then exempts you from those things. And so we could work on what that could look like if it were a category that there was consensus staff should be further investigating. And we would continue to work with Mr. Wood and the property owner to refine that if that is a direction you'd like staff to pursue. So, any other questions for me about that?
Well, Sarah, I'll just put my name in the hat for getting that extra information and pursuing those details. I do think there's some interesting and relevant contextual things going on here with Little America and their longevity and their legacy status, and we should extend every courtesy that we can to them.
We have 2 additional speaker requests. And next is Jim Hill.
Good afternoon, I'm Jim Hill. I'm Vice President of Development with Grand America Hotels and Resorts. It's the parent of Little America. Thank you all for your public service. I see a lot of people enduring a long technical meeting. I saw lots of green flags go up on the thing. I have one particular concern, which is the density. We've had lots of pages, proposals, lots of things to consider that we've bounced around with staff, with some of the elected officials. We'll hope to follow up with that, I'm quite concerned. I'm very concerned about the 5 unit per acre minimum density, going from 2 to 5. Just as a little thought experiment, if you thought about your home, let's say you have a 2-story house, and there was a big public survey, and the public all said, we want it to be 2.5 times more dense. We want it to be a 5-story house. Well, first off, it's your house, right? And it's our land. And so we have, I think this puts us on a collision course, unfortunately, that I'd like to avoid. I'd love us to be on the same page about what might happen with the property. But if there's giant surveys and everybody else wants something else, but it's not what we want to do, we have our zoning by right. It's not ideal. It's 1 unit per acre. They're much bigger lots. We have other options. And so of all the green flags that went up, mine's a big red flag. And I came from out of town, and I just wanted to make that clear. But we hope to work with you. I'd love to come up with something that we support. Otherwise, we're kind of all wasting each other's time. So thank you.
Colleen Meering.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Mering. I'm the Chief People Officer and General Counsel for Northern Arizona Healthcare. And we came today to just understand the progress on the regional plan, but I did want to take the opportunity to ask on behalf of, as the Chief People Officer, you all know as our community leaders and constituents that we struggle to recruit and retain to this community because of housing, and we talk about that a lot. But I wanted to also just call out and thank Councilmember Garcia and others for talking about the reality of how some of these future-looking, the need to combine future-looking goals and policy with the flexibility to get housing built now. Because if we do create zones and structures where only developers with great resources can build, and only very intense and in quite frankly not the look and feel that our community members want, that I don't know helps us in the short term, and I don't know how much longer we can go in the short term, right? Because we are in an emergency. So I just wanted to say that, you know, this is something we talk about every day. We had a pancake breakfast for nurses this morning, and every time a traveling nurse comes up, we say, oh, where are you from? Can we get you to stay? And sometimes they say yes. And usually they say, I would love to, but I can't figure out how I could live here. And the longer we go, I know you all know that, but I just want to emphasize the importance of the solution is not build an incredibly dense apartment complex tomorrow and we'll just put them all in there, because that's not what our community members are looking for, even our short-term staff. So the more flexibility we can get, we do talk to developers about potential projects, and when they understand the limitations on what they can build and how they can build, it's a real challenge when we try to find workforce housing solutions. So thank you all for your participation, and thank you for representing the voice of Northern Arizonan residents and Flagstaff residents in this progress as we work to get from here to that future ideal state. Thank you.
We do have one additional public comment in the room, and then Elsa and Ali, you can let us know if there are any online. Darius Palmer.
Good afternoon. My name is Darius Palmer, 2275 East Chisholm Trail. I'm a local. I'm involved with the Roberts Resort community property, helping develop that. I just wanted to reiterate what Chris and Jim said about the by right development. With parcels this large, there's a lot of infrastructure that goes into them, and we're talking tens of millions of dollars. So if we're held to unachievable floor, then that's going to force these properties to be developed by right, which I just want to reiterate that we got to find some sort of middle ground, because if we have, in our particular instance, if we are forced because we cannot afford to build new bridges over I-40 or unreasonable infrastructure, then we're going to be forced to develop it by right with 521 units, and we all know what that will end up being, is going to be second homes for Phoenix. So I as a local, I strive for the density, but there has to be some sort of middle ground that we can find as public and as developers to achieve the maximum without being unreasonable. Thank you.
Was that the last in-person comment?
It was. Do we have any online
So
public
if
comment?
any virtual attendees would like to comment, please put a C in the chat and I'll make it possible for you to unmute. Okay, so far I'm not seeing any C's in the chat, so unless someone puts one in the next little bit, then I think we can move on.
Yeah, we have one comment in the room from our participant group.
So I always worry about unintended consequences, and when Sarah was commenting on the state statute, I know that we, as a city council, recently voted to, and I don't remember all the details, but I'm wondering if it comes into play here, where we had the choice of doing the minimum, which was requiring certain density within a certain square miles of the downtown, or the whole city. And at the time, we said the whole city. And so is this where that statute's coming from? Because, you know, I said this in the beginning, and several public commenters have said similar things, that, you know, we need to make sure that we're not forcing high-density, multi-unit units and look like a big downtown city all over the city. People come up here that contribute to our economy that, you know, can afford a single-family resident on a little bit of land. And having, there's been talk about our housing, people from NAH that surgeons and nurses, which unfortunately I was able to talk to last year. My husband and I both had a health event that could afford the more expensive homes. Were stuck in that, you know, middle housing because there was nothing available for them to move up. And so it's a compression issue. And so I feel like there's a problem and we can't just gloss over it here, that we have to be able to be nimble enough to make sure that we are not forcing our city to end up looking like downtown LA, because every property owner has to build multi-family units, where it should be more attractive to, in some of the areas, to allow them 1 to 2 or 3 units. So I just want to say that out loud. I just feel like we're going down a path that will give us unintended consequences, and I don't want to force developers, because there's product need for every level of housing.
Right, so thank you, Councilmember Matthews. So there's, you know, what we were showing was kind of the desired future outcome. In your packet, you may have seen there was a table of compatible zoning categories. Does everybody remember that? It's kind of a 2-page table, and it shows both those desired densities and a list of zones. Staff is working on how to create flexibility by using that table to allow people to rezone into the zones, even if there may be a little bit above or a little bit below what is the desired future density. But that would, of course, be done in a different way for the city and county. So we can talk about that probably at the June 24th work session, more detail, but we did provide a little handout so you can see, for those who we were able to hand it out to, there was 2 tables. We provided kind of a quick guide on what those existing codes allow. Sachi's gonna hold it up right now if you were able to grab one. I'm sorry, I thought we had more, but yeah, I'm not quite sure where they went, but there were like 20 earlier today. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the rest of them went. But the piece of this to understand is there could be 2, we are trying to work internally right now on how we're gonna use those two different opportunities. You can either look at the density the way we were talking about it now, which is this desired, we specifically called it desired future density. It might not be the density those zones can achieve today, because they have locked in density ranges, right? So R1 allows, let me grab one of those, in the city, you know, allows between a minimum of 2 dwelling units per acre and 6. So it clearly overlaps both the rural and the suburban neighborhood. We would want to see people rezoning into that zone in either of those categories. But what we don't want to do is something we have done with this plan, which is, with our current plan, which is kind of create a second threshold in the regional plan. We'd rather say you're in a compatible zone and you keep going. And over time, we could see what we can do to make sure we're raising the density in those zones, but really kind of focus more on, are you in the correct zoning category in helping people get to density. But we haven't worked out quite all the details on how to write that up and make it clear. And because it's a code relationship with the plan, it's gonna have to be something that the city talks about with the city and the county talks about with the county, because you're gonna need legal advice. We're gonna have to go through some of our code information in detail. It's just not a thing we can easily resolve at a joint meeting, because it's gonna require us all to go in depth on code language as well.
And I appreciate that, because one thing that hopefully at the end of the day, we have a plan that is very clear, and there's not, you know, we put a lot of responsibility on Planning and Zoning Commission, and then they stick to their guidelines, and then it comes to us looking at the bigger picture. And I like it more often to go in unison because everybody was on the same page of what the intent was. So if we can, I'll look at this part of the package, I didn't see it, but I really want to make sure that we have that flexibility, and I think
And can I clarify really quickly? The quick guides from the city and county were not in the packet, but we'll add them to the minutes. But we did, I think, hand them out to everybody. Stapling them now. Okay.
I've got one more.
And then I know we're at the end of time for this work session, but with public engagement and everything, we haven't gotten yet to the activity or to the discussion. So if there are any more questions, let's ask questions so that we can get to the discussion. We might be running a little late. I'd hate for us to have to skip any of our agenda items, but we might have to shorten future agenda items. So just letting you know. Time check. Were there other questions?
You know what, I don't know that this is necessarily a question, but I think that when I held up my green card, to me, that sounded good in theory, okay? And I held up the green. After listening to some of the public comment that was brought out, I'm not so sure I'm solidly green anymore, and I think that there may be a gap between theory and practical. And so I would at best now, I know we can't probably go back and revote, but at best, mine would be a yellow. I'm just, that's my comment.
So yes, we did not take any of those as like final votes. When we get back, once you've done the map exercise and we're back with the discussion, that's when we'll kind of take into account all of that. So maybe that means it's time to move on to the map exercise. I'll hand it to Sachi.
Okay, so we are going to turn to the maps. So I'm actually going to have, most of you have laptops. Hopefully they're not buried in papers at this point. Feel free to move all your papers aside. I know you've been handed packets from us and some members of the public as well. And so we apologize for all the paperwork, but you can set those aside and pull your laptops out if you have them. If you don't, like we said, we'll also have an opportunity for you to use the paper maps in the back for those who are in person. For those online, you will need to, of course, use the virtual tool. So Elsa and Allie, I'm gonna let you go ahead and share your screen and walk us through the virtual activity, which many of you will be doing online, if you would like to, on your laptop. And just noting that we also have an option for paper maps in the back.
All right, I hope everyone can see my screen okay. So we're going back to the Miro board that we used earlier in this session.
Elsa,
For
I'm
the
sorry,
dot voting.
can we stop you for 1 second? Several people
sure.
in the room do not have the link to the Miro board. I know they were emailed that link. Is it?
Can we get the link in the chat?
It was an email from Sarah last night. Is it possible to also put it in the chat?
Yes, however, there is a password that we
Oh, right. If
that we
do
want to
that,
keep as an email.
yes. We're trying to keep this so that it's just for the participants. That's why we emailed it to you and are not putting it in the public chat. So you all should have it in your email.
Okay, so just
For what it's
a
worth, the email came in to me at yesterday at 3:31 p.m.
That's correct, yes. So the link will be in an email that went to elected and appointed officials around 3:30 yesterday afternoon. The public will be able to see it on the screen as Elsa and Allie are sharing it.
Yes, and if anyone is having any trouble joining, we encourage for the online participants message Allie or I in the chat, and for the in-person, you can also use the paper maps. So the way this works on Miro, for those who haven't used it before, in the corner, you can see an arrow, and when you click on that, your cursor will change between a hand that helps you move around the map versus an arrow that helps you drop comments. You can zoom in on any one of these maps to drop a comment, and in order to do so, You may see the little comment button appear in your menu, but if it's not there, then it's in the tools menu. And you click on comment and place it wherever you'd like to make a comment on the map. And then a little screen comes up for you to type your comment. Yeah, if you're having any issues, either message Ali or I, or you can also get help from Lauren and Elisha in the back of the room.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate really the intent of dropping comments is to identify areas that you'd like to further discuss with the group during the retreat.
Elsa and Ali, can you explain to people what the different maps they're looking at as they get into the Miro board are?
Yes, so we have the city scale map on this side. Oh, it looks like it just moved. The region scale map on right next to it, and then below there are several zoom ins. There's 7 of these. So one in central Flagstaff, a few that are showing county areas, Belmont, Donny, Kachina, and Mountain Air, and then some other parts of the city, the John Wesley Powell area, Sunnyside, and the east side of Flagstaff, and the airport. So you can drop comments in either place, wherever makes the most sense for your comment.
And if you're struggling and this is like an overwhelming interface for you, Lauren and Elisha both have computers up with the Miro board in the back, and we'll be able to you can go sit down next to them and have them enter things on your behalf if that's easier for you. Or you can draw it on a paper map and then give it to them to enter. I'll come around and help folks too as well. Posters are if the Miro is too confusing. Sure. Well, you can. Yeah, there's paper maps right in the back. All I'm looking at is all the things that are understood. So you can go and just use the paper maps in the back there. You just add here. Well, you can add a sticky note, yes, or you can make a comment.
I wanted to add as well, there's also a link in the Miro board to an interactive map where you can actually search for a specific address if you need to do that as well within that separate tool that's linked.
Are there some of the subset maps that I could put out in the back.
Okay, 1 second. That's all you need. Are they underneath, maybe? No, the subset map?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll take these and then we can. Yeah.
So just to clarify, the prompt is, please put marks on the map where you want to talk about a particular geographic area. So for instance, CJ's comments earlier where I want to talk about this area by Buffalo Park because I'm concerned about the employment and I want to talk about this area over on 4th Street. That is what we are gathering so that we can move through the map systematically, area by area, and know we've seen all the comments, okay?
I'm still very confused, so I'm just not gonna do anything. No, I'm not doing anything. I don't have anything. Have nothing to say.
Okay, so you're gonna go hit see the thing blinking at you? The plus?
I don't know that I have anything to say.
So,
I don't know that I have anything to say, so.
okay, you don't want to talk about any particular area of the map at all? I don't believe you, Carol.
I don't know what you want, so
Okay,
it's just not
what
something.
on the map do you have? Like, I want to zoom in here or zoom in here and talk about this. Are there any places like that?
I have no idea. This is not.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about Milton? Do you want to talk about Lowell? Do you want to talk about any of those things? Okay, then you're good. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to help people right now with the budget. Okay. The hospital is, let me show you on the map, it's right here. This is the current hospital. It's Urban Center, which is this purple. The bright pink is Urban Corridor. Yeah, so this is Urban Corridor, this is Urban Center, and the lighter purple is Urban Neighborhood. Do you want to talk about it? Then put a comment on it. Can you explain this area better? Just, yeah. Okay.
I'll let other people comment.
Okay.
I just don't.
Yes. How much time did you say we give them for this? Okay. We'll just see.
Probably give them an update or something.
We got a police, but they're not happy.
Well, I don't know what these things are.
Those are rural centers, so
Right.
those are areas where
What is it? What's
it-
there?
the idea, I couldn't tell you what's there exactly, but the reason they were identified is because there's maybe a single commercial business, like maybe there's a hardware store or a parcel that's sometimes used as a farmer's market. I remember there was one like that. So these are meant to be places where you can,
Where it's at. It's 180. But where it is at.
so you're wondering about this one on the way up to Fort Valley?
It's gonna be that center where they have our gas station.
Yeah, so the idea is, let's promote that. So that's right here. So you've got
Okay, so
Papa,
that's where I'm not.
and then there's this big piece of land, and the idea is let's let a little commercial thing happen there.
What's this?
That is Museum of Northern Arizona.
Okay. That's so, the map without having locations is.
There is a map where you can turn that on and off and see the aerial.
That's Parks Open Space, so I'm gonna assume that's the county.
That's Fort Tut Hill. Yep. That's Fisher Point.
This is what?
That is Picture Canyon.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hi, everyone. We're going to take just about 5 more minutes, and then we're going to come back together as a group and discuss. 5 more minutes, so make any comments and plan to wrap up.
Sorry, I had to be like back there, like every.
Folks, we're going to come back in 1 minute. We may not have a chance for a break because we're behind, so if you need water, food, quick bathroom break, go ahead and do that now, and we will be starting the conversation in 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to clarify really quick. I know that there were a lot of questions that we have put on the map, and there's probably a few that are broader as well. As we were walking around, I was letting you know that we could not have discussion when we were broken out, just like we couldn't when we were doing the dot exercise. So if you weren't asking a clarifying question about like how to do the exercise or where something was, we were sort of putting up the wall and saying, sorry, I'm going to answer that on mic later. So make sure if you tried to ask a question that was outside the bounds of what we are allowed to do as we're walking around with open meeting laws, that it is asked on mic, on the record during this session. So I know we probably didn't answer your question, so hopefully you remember what it was. But that's important because it's just required that we have the full contour of this discussion on record, on the mic. So if you didn't, just make sure you're jotting those questions down and we get to all of them before we move on to the next item. You ready? Okay.
All right, so I think what we ought to do, well, first off, I want to say all of these comments are going to be cataloged. We'll make sure that they are read and at a very minimum considered as we make any revisions to the plan. I'd say that only because we just may not get to all of the discussion that we want to have today. We're going to have about 40 minutes to do this discussion, and we'll try to get through it in an orderly fashion. So to do that, what I'd propose is let's go area by area and just sort of see where things are clustered. So Allie, can you just maybe give us your best guess at the place that had the most comments? We can start there.
Yeah, I think we should start at the city scale map, and there's quite a few comments around the Little America site.
Okay. Uncontroversial, let's get into it. So who would like to go first? Who made a comment here? Any volunteers?
I'm gonna go first.
Go ahead.
So I think one of the big things to recognize when we look at these big parcels, right, is that they're all colored one color, right? We look at, so if we go across the screen there to, what is that, state land parcel 20, to the east of where we are right now. Right, and I'm using this as an example so I don't have to talk about the controversial one, but it applies to the controversial one, right? This isn't gonna be all yellow, right? When we come in for a master planning process, right, that would be required for a project like this, we're gonna be making this whole yellow thing a whole bunch of other colors, right? There's gonna be a little bit of, what have we got? A little bit of pink, a little bit of green, a little bit of orange, right? Maybe a little bit of brown. So I think it's kind of, I don't know how to address it in terms of the map itself, but I think it's causing consternation because it looks like it's just one big kind of blanket assignment of something to these large greenfield sites, which in reality are going to be master planned communities of some sort. And I think that applies to this piece. I think it applies to every other large greenfield site in town, and the owners of which we've heard from today. So thanks, guys.
So can I walk you through an example then using this parcel? And this is a good one because state land owns it. It has not been auctioned yet. But the fact that it's yellow means someday we expect it to go to auction and become developed in a different way than it is currently. So the dashes you see through the parcel are the roads that we would expect to see as collectors or arterials. They are possibly in this location. This is the location that we have shown them in on the map for quite a while. But sometimes someone comes in and they say, well, I actually want to route this a little differently. And generally, the city has said that is fine, so long as you are making all the right connections, you don't make it so circuitous that it's not functional anymore, right? There's like curve standards for arterials and collectors and a lot of other things about how much volume they have to move. So you can't make it, and then you can't make it like so expensive we can't build it. Like you can't put it somewhere that's very convenient for the developer and then is incredibly expensive to build and maintain, right? Those are kind of the constraints on how that line might shift when it comes in as a subdivision plat versus when we show it at this conceptual stage. And the way suburban neighborhood is written is there's two options for variation across a parcel like this. The first is if you create some parcels or blocks on your subdivision plat that have access to that corridor, you can do a minor amendment and make it your suburban corridor area. The second thing you can do is you can identify little areas that might support your neighborhood commercial, which might just be a Circle K in the like back corner of your neighborhood or somewhere like that. Or it might be, a little live work area that you found an artists community that wants to do some really cool co-housing model as part of your development. All of that would be things you could do without necessarily changing the color of the map. It would all be about the details of how what you're proposing could come in. I think the thing we've heard about is that unlike an area that's already developed and has gridded streets or water and sewer already, a lot of this land, maybe a third of it or a quarter of it, won't be developable or will have roads or other infrastructure on it. And that is the challenge of why we went from 10 to 5. Property owners can develop the corridor and then take some portion of their property and not rezone it. And if they develop it by right, as long as those dedications are fitting from the regional plan policy maps, they can do that portion. So sometimes we have developers that say, well, I want to rezone everything north of my collector, but everything south, I'm just going to cluster up on these mesa tops or other suitable locations. But really on that 300 acres, you only get 300 units. And that is another way that we see development on these large parcels happen. The reason that it's complicated and there's a lot of yellow is when we did the last regional plan, we learned we were not so great at guessing where the commercial or high density suitable sites were because we just don't have the level of analysis that is needed to make those calls. So what the suburban neighborhood area does is offer some flexibility in moving up. The question on this parcel is, can the city just buy it? The city would have to buy a piece of state land at a competitive auction. You've met some of the competition. And we would have to have money to do that. And there is zero money allocated anywhere for the city to buy large tracts of land and become a developer. That's a very fascinating budget question, programming question, It's not really a regional plan question. There's nothing in the regional plan that would keep the city from becoming a purchaser of property. It's just not specific on that. And quite frankly, it would be very, very expensive, and it's sometimes very difficult. The last time we did something like that was with a brownfield site, which you now know as the Village at Aspen Place. So that land was very devalued because it was environmentally contaminated. So on a per square foot basis, nobody else really wanted it, and it was very expensive. This is very desirable developable land. It would be hard to be as competitive when you're spending public dollars. And it's not a guarantee. So I just want to address that because it does come up, and there's several people who've said we just need to get in the business of the city becoming a developer, which sounds very simple, but has a lot of financial and technical impacts, and it's not a broad scale land use planning solution.
Back to David's original question though, ultimately what this yellow being in this location means is that you have a certain set of zones that could be selected from when a master plan is developed. That's the teeth of all of this at the end of the day. And so do you agree with that or not is the question you're looking at when you're looking at any of these parcels with the colors that are applied. Do you have any more to your question?
I have a follow-up question. So, but if you were coming in for a master planning process, presumably you could also request to change it from this yellow color to a different color, right? Because you can request an amendment to the regional plan.
Right, you can request an amendment to the regional plan. Some amendment types are going to be minor amendments. So in a suburban neighborhood, it would be a minor amendment to make it a suburban center, a suburban corridor, or even to make it an urban neighborhood. If a property owner said, "Well, I am all in on the Congress for New Urbanism's philosophy, and I want to create the newest urban neighborhood in Flagstaff, and this is the property they wanted to do it on," that would also be a minor amendment. It would be a major amendment if you wanted to make it rural. And so if you wanted to go to a much lower density, that's what would be a major amendment. But often parcels like this could create a rural neighborhood by right, so that would be incredibly rare.
Okay, let's take the map back over to the Little America parcel. Is there anyone else in that who placed a comment in that area who wants to discuss their comment?
I'll go. I did write a comment in there, which basically reflects the statement I made previously. I also want to flag for you a comment I made just to the left there regarding the Arizona Trail. This is an extremely important resource for this community and for the state. It's a big economic driver, and there's a lot that goes into that. So just put a comment in there about we have to recognize and respect the connectivity of the Arizona Trail as we think about this. It's going to go through there somewhere. The specific route that the trail has right now might not be the way it looks in the future, but we need to keep in mind that the trail has to connect through that area. With regards to Little America, I don't know if you can pull up that other comment so we can see it. I'll just read it for everybody. It's pretty well written. There's historic and legacy context that I feel should grandfather Little America in for some special consideration on this. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me, but they've owned that land for so long. I think they deserve to have the opportunity to make the most of what they want out of it. And I believe that, you know, they're supportive of the community, and at the bottom line is that they'll end up just building that area out with much less density than what we'd like to see if we can't come up with a reasonable solution to that quandary. That's all.
Go ahead.
I forgot that our mayor's not in charge today. Thank you. I did put a comment in the Little America area as well. We don't have enough time today to digest everything that was handed to us, but I would encourage our city staff and perhaps council to keep the conversations going and maybe address what was handed to us today. I do agree that Little America is a big asset to our community, and this does warrant some investigation and discussion, and I would welcome that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Sweet, very quickly, I wanted to say that I know we didn't have enough of those handouts to pass around, and so Noel, who's with the group that's here for Little America, did email it to me, and I forwarded it to everyone. So if you didn't get a chance to look at what Councilmember Aslan and Vice Mayor Sweet are talking about, it is in your email now, and it will go in the minutes for the meeting.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. So just a clarifying question first. When I'm looking at the map, it's either rural, residential, which is the 1 acre lots that a lot of this land right now is zoned for, right?
In the rural neighborhood
Yeah.
areas, yes.
So if they come in with a zoning change, the only next step up is the suburban neighborhood, is that correct? They have to go from 1 acre lots to 5 to 40 dwelling units?
I believe they would first request a change to the plan designation, which would then allow them to select from a more intense zone.
But if they didn't want 5, let's say they want more than 1, but they didn't want 5 dwelling units, there's nothing in the middle. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the rural neighborhood is, so zoning categories, right, are different than future land use categories. So the future land use categories go 0 to 4 in rural and 5 to 40 in the urban growth boundary. So it depends. I'm assuming your question is within the urban growth boundary. Is that correct? Okay. Right. So then 5 to 40 in the urban growth boundary. The table of zoning compatibility, and we need to figure out all the details on how we would do this. The desire of staff is that if you were in RR and you were in a yellow area in the urban growth boundary and you wanted to go to R1, which allows for 2 to 6 dwelling units an acre, that you could do that. That we would not require necessarily a plan amendment for that. To like move down into the rural category, we'd say you're in a compatible zone, and it would be then the responsibility of the city to try and get those zones to increase in density, or maybe break them up or do whatever might get proposed on the zoning code side. Make them more effective, make it easier to increase the density in them. There are a lot of different approaches we could take to that we really need to do in the code. And so that is, so while we've been talking about the desired densities to give you an image of what that future could look like, we're trying to build into the plan like a functional in-between that lets us deal with an interim time period where the zoning codes categories don't quite match what the desired future density and intensity is.
And so my other question is, specifically on the JWPAL, there's large property owners, not just Little America, that have multiple vision. Some are higher density, then they've got some single family residents, some other stuff. And I'm obviously not a planner or zoning expert. So can they break that up and say, well, we want these acres in this area to stay R1 or RR, and this other, then we can bring in the multifamily. Can they break it up like that with this new plan?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, that's what some of them are doing now. Like some of the developers have been starting their developments with their by right areas that they intended to develop by right, and then are moving towards having zoning map amendment requests that would let them increase density or have a multifamily pad in a certain area, things along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, hi, Chair Horstman, Board of Supervisors. And the reason I'm saying that is, at the very beginning, a comment was made about the different jurisdiction between the city and the county. And it's not just different jurisdiction. There are also different concerns. There's different priorities, quite frankly. And there's a different process. So I've got to just be honest with you all. This whole city land use map process, it's foreign to me as a member of the Board of Supervisors. It's not how we do it as a member of the Board of Supervisors. So I have to tell you, it's been very instructive. It's very interesting to listen, but we also have not been involved with some of the concerns and the community input that may have been coming to you as the city that we at the county would not receive. And so I just want to make it really clear. I really appreciate the joint meeting. I really appreciate the discussion. I really appreciate the knowledge and learning about this, but I do not feel that I have background knowledge, experience, or input to really, other than to listen, to really provide a whole lot at this point. And I really look forward to further discussions here as a Board of Supervisors on some of this, because it does affect what we're doing with the comprehensive plan. But it is a different process, it's a different jurisdiction, it's different priorities, and you know, I hate doing something without knowing what I'm doing. And right now, I'm afraid with this land use map, I do not know what I'm doing, and I hate that. So I'm learning, I want to learn, I want to listen, so that I can actually provide meaningful information and meaningful feedback. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We are about halfway through our allotted time, our 40 minutes for this, so I'm going to say we should move on to the next area that has a lot of comments. Allie, can you help us identify which area that is?
Yeah, the sunny side and east side map had a significant amount of comments as well.
All right. So who would like to volunteer to share one of their comments? Go ahead.
Just to kind of go back on what we were talking about before is Sunnyside is just, I mean, it's 46 dialects. It's so diverse. It's also, you know, the most impoverished, but I think where we're going here on West Street, we're already seeing a large work project going along Cedar. We're seeing it hit the school for the roundabout on Lockett. And just to see, I have to go that way every day. So just imagining what will happen with more development. We're not trying to say don't develop, but within reason, what's going to happen with the traffic flow? It's already diverging to 6th Street, which it's all the kids are going and the parents are on 6th Street. Now it's like a raceway. It's starting to look like a little bit of a raceway. 7th Street is a disaster already. People are coming through the neighborhood to get away from the construction. So I guess my concern on that area in particular is you've got schools and you've got people trying to get there quickly. And then now we're going to start developing. So we have to be a little bit mindful about how we're going to direct traffic. That is my concern for that area, first and foremost.
Is it okay if I offer just 2 thoughts on that, Sarah? So first, I believe the zoning that's already in place in this area is quite permissive. Is that correct? So you're already seeing the development. The status quo is this concern, right? So let's keep that in mind. But also by identifying our intention for this area, what this says to the folks who put together the capital improvement plan is focus our dollars here, right? And that's really critical, because then we can address those issues as that area grows. Right now, the status quo is, well, it's kind of, you know, this zoning's applied pretty broadly everywhere. Where does the money go? We don't have a clear idea of that. But this would help focus that. So, other comments?
So Commissioner Berger, I have a question for you about this then. So is your comment that you would like to see West and 6th Street not be identified as urban corridors, but to just be urban neighborhoods? Or I guess I'm asking because a lot of your comments were about the street when this is about the land use. But are you saying that you would not want to see them be more auto oriented? I'm trying to think of some of the other differences. Okay, so that's really the comment, is that West Street and 6th Avenue, once you get past the school, should be urban neighborhood, which still allows commercial. It still allows a lot of things. There's actually more commercial in the mix of uses in urban neighborhood. But yeah, it is important to know that the entire Sunnyside neighborhood has a 60-foot building height. It is all high-density residential. and neighborhood and community commercial, there is no single family zoning in Sunnyside. So I think people see neighborhoods like that with a lot of single family homes and often don't recognize how long the underlying zoning has been something else.
Go ahead.
Yeah, since my little face is up there. So I live on Jameson in Lower Greenlaw, and I have to agree that I think it's possible. What I would like to see is multi-use commercial with 2-story residential all along 4th, but make it entirely planned. Don't let people come in 7th or Steve's Boulevard, because you make Lockett 4 lanes all the way to the freeway, which is just what it needs to be, because Cedar already is. So just extend it all the way. And I know it means taking out all those homes along Lockett, but it's gonna happen eventually. So like I was saying in the beginning when I introduced myself, if you know it's gonna happen, let the people know that it just has to happen.
So would your comment be, just in regards to the map, you think the urban neighborhood designation along 4th should be something more intense? No.
No, I think what it is fine, but just
Okay.
plan it all together. Let's do it all one plan, maybe not all developed, but have it so that everything connects. You have this vision of roadways and whatever it is in there, you know, so it's a safe community, it's high density, but it's planned together.
Understood, thank you. Other comments for this area? Okay, go ahead.
We have a hand online. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had my hand up for a little while. So I had a comment on this section and I think on the last one, but they're kind of more broad comments here. There was a comment on this map about the need to be mindful of gentrification, and I wanted to just call that forward, that we really need to be mindful as we're looking at these maps of not only who the changes are being directed by, but who they're being directed for, and who they are impacting. And I had a longer comment earlier in the chat that I said that I would share during the discussion. And it's just the fact that we've said that many of our major focuses are affordability and attainability, sustainability, and economic vitality. And what's really hard for me to reconcile is the division that's still existing between the perception of development in urban neighborhoods and the perception of development in suburban neighborhoods. Particularly because uh, the urban neighborhoods are primarily the historically underserved neighborhoods in Flagstaff. So as we're having these conversations and talking about this and trying to be mindful of not only the development that's possible in these areas, but also needing to be mindful of the equity, the impact, environmental justice, and all of those things that require us to have a bigger eye overall on the impact across the regions and neighborhoods we're talking about. My concern is that as we're talking about working on fixing challenges that have been created by not taking those things into consideration, we're still also painting with a very broad brush that may not be taking those things into consideration still. So I just want to call that forward and make sure that we're mindful of that as we're engaging in these overall conversations.
Thank you for that comment. And I just want to highlight one thing you said there, just bringing it back to the last area. I believe this is part of what you were getting at, is that if we reduce the density in those areas outside the city, it just keeps the pressure for higher density housing concentrated in these areas that have a legacy of accepting that density due to certain policies. And so if we don't broaden where we think about where density can go, this is the status quo that we're left with, is all the density has to go in the places that have accepted the density for a long time. So I think that's a really great thing to bring up, that it's all connected. Other comments on this area? Okay, where should we move next, Ally? We've got about 10 minutes. Mhm.
I would go back to the city scale map. And there's kind of a variety of comments that surround the downtown area, not directly in downtown, but a little bit north of there and then across the river.
So let's do the one north.
Why don't we start with the one that's up north there? About the NAH campus? Anyone want to volunteer? We don't know who did this, who wrote this comment, so go ahead.
The reason why I made that comment is if that is where the current campus, hospital campus is, and if I'm reading it correctly, it's in the, I haven't memorized all these zones, but where we require 50 dwelling units per acre. I don't think the community as a whole would go for that. That would create a very dense housing development there. And having that land, there's not a lot of trees on there. I just think that that zoning should be more in line with the suburban center, which only requires 29 dwelling units. I think the 50 plus, when you think about it in scale on how many acres that is, that would be a massive housing development project, and I just don't think the community in that area would be very receptive to that.
So I think this brings up Alex's point that, you know, if we go through the urban areas and we take away one, we are adding pressure for denser development in another area. So the other thing to know is that if a site is developed fully commercially, the way a hospital is now, it doesn't have any density, so we wouldn't apply the future.
No residential.
It has no residential. We don't apply density when there's no residential.
But the plan is that they plan to move the hospital and then repurpose the old campus using community input and their consultants. And I think what I've heard out in the community all along has been a mix of uses. But when you zone it to be where they have to do 50 dwelling units per acre, you take away all the other options and make it this huge multi-family residential complex that I don't think anyone would want to embrace in that area.
Right, and that is a trade-off with both climate action and housing affordability, right? Because we've been talking about that. If we're looking at those two things, actually, this is one of the areas. The hospital in particular, that site is one of the areas that would be a highest priority to get as dense as possible if we were looking at our two core priorities. And the modeling held up that you're right, it can sustain a lot of units. It is a flat site with no resource protection. It's already been cleared and mostly made level. Is that a place you would want to reduce density in these circumstances is a broad conversation.
I also want to clarify, just on a technical note, that while the urban center says more than 50 dwelling units per acre in this table, what's critical to understand is that the zones that you can choose from if you are in this area, if you are requesting a rezone without a plan amendment, include a number of zones that don't have minimum densities of 50 dwelling units per acre, right? So CC, community commercial, for instance, has a minimum density of 29 dwelling units per acre, or is it maximum?
I think it's its current maximum.
Maximum, apologies, yeah, so it's even lower. So it's a vision, right? We want this area to be relatively dense. That's the vision to, climate goals, affordability goals, and all of that. But where the rubber hits the road in terms of what a developer can do is if they don't want the zoning they have and they want to request a different zone, it's easy for them to pick from these. It's harder for them to pick from others, either a little bit harder or a lot harder. So that's the key. I wouldn't be so focused on that number, 50 dwelling units per acre.
Well, I guess I'm confused because if we're looking at the color coding, and if this regional plan was approved with that color, then that's what it's going to, once they get off what they are now, to rezone it to do anything, they'll have to go to the yellow.
So it's purple. Let's say it gets adopted, this all gets adopted and it stays purple, right? And they have a zone that they would prefer to not use. They can always use the zone they have, right? That's perfectly fine. If they want a different zone, they can choose from these zones in the table without going back for a plan amendment.
Correct.
That is the way, that's the process. And so there's quite a bit of flexibility here for them to ask for a variance. You know, it's still a process, but it's a relatively low barrier process for them. It doesn't need to be 50 dwelling units per acre. That's just the sort of desired vision from the city's perspective.
That's correct, and I think that's important to know. And that's why I talked about there's this interim condition where our current zoning categories don't allow as much density as we want, which is why we're doing the land availability suitability study and the code analysis project. We've got to get there somehow. We've got to set where is the bar we're trying to achieve if we want to address housing affordability. And one thing I want to make clear too is that none of these changes required an increase in height over our existing allowances for height. So if you rezoned the property that the hospital is on currently to highway commercial, it would allow a 60-foot building height. And that's exactly where we would be into the plan today. That is what the plan today allows for that site and exactly what the proposed plan would allow.
Okay. And I think you get my concern though, you know, the removing the barriers so that the developer, the planning and zoning and city council and staff, the more they have to make exceptions and ask for change, you know, once it's set in concrete with a new plan, just the more challenging it is and can create a lot of issues, so.
Any other comments from this?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, please.
I worry that we're getting too much in the weeds at this point, and we're supposed to be taking more of a higher level look at this, and I know we're very crunched for time. The one comment that I will just say about density is that the plan pulls the levers and asks the public what they wanted, right? So the plan is coming from those levers of what the public said that it wanted. And when we think of 29 units, when we conjure up that in our minds, it seems like much higher density than it looks on the ground, which you showed us in the photos. So I think maybe we should keep moving.
Thank you, very well said. Any other comments in this area that anyone wants to make? Okay, Allie, where else around?
Can we go to the one on Milton Avenue? Or
Okay.
Milton Road, right there at the one that says V. Yep.
Okay, would the commenter here, oh, this is Councilmember House.
Councilmember House, do you want to expand on this or explain it, or do you want me to just respond?
No, I think I've voiced it already. It's just another of those comments on being mindful of the historic neighborhoods, who live there, and how the ability to live there is impacted by all of these things that we're considering. So again, pointing back to that conversation about not only historic impacts, but also where we are now and what it means to redirect density or essentially pinpoint these areas as being the most dense accessible or density accessible, and how that plays into some of the historic factors that we're needing to keep in mind.
Thank you for that. Any other burning comments from anywhere on the map that anyone would like to voice or discuss that we haven't gotten to? Is anyone just jumping up and down in their seat wanting to discuss? Yeah, go ahead. Can you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
If you Google Flagstaff housing plan, you get this. So right now, this says we're upside down after 3 years in the plan. If I look at this in another 2 or 3 years and we're upside down on that plan, then I think we should seriously think about getting in the housing business, which nobody wants to do. But if we're going to increase density with the positive and negative effects on our community character and end up not helping our housing crisis, then we've got to think outside the box. Thinking outside the box is buying that section of land at the east end of Butler and using the quite sophisticated, I think, housing knowledge within the city to somehow turn that into what we need to do to help people get housing. So I'm perfectly on board with trying to do it supply and demand, but we've got to use the data that we have to be real. And if it's really not happening, and according to this right now, it is not, we've got to think outside the box. Thank you.
Just for the record, the piece of paper that's being shown is the indicators page from the 10-year housing plan. Any other comments, questions? Got time for probably one more.
And I was going to ask too, would everyone be okay kind of skipping the break so we can keep going this afternoon? Is there anyone who like really needs the 5-minute break?
You're all so strong. Good for you.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you for using your card. Okay, good. Let's jump into trails then.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We're going to move to the next item.
All right, we're going to try and make this a 30-minute session if we can. So everybody look at the clock, it's 3:40. We're going to try and be thorough in this discussion by the time we get to 10 after. Okay, so why does it keep doing that? The city for a long time, because it's part of the requirements for the state statute, has shown the general location and extent of existing and proposed bicycle routes. This is a requirement for the city. It is not a requirement for the county from the state statute. But because we do a regional plan, we show this for both within the regional plan, for both jurisdictions. The city uses our Flagstaff urban trail system, and then the plan also has a map for regional trails. The urban trail system is something we have been planning on since the Parks and Greenways plan of the Open Space and Greenways plan, which was adopted in 1998. So we're on year 27, right? Did I do the math right? 27 of trails planning for the community. The regional trail system has been more closely identified in the last 7 years because we worked with a National Park Service grant from the Rivers and Trails program to create a regional trails strategy, which both the city and the county, just for everyone's memory, adopted by MOU. And so it is adopted policy already for both jurisdictions. We have been in the 60-day draft shown both of these maps, or showed one of these maps, and then we've added the regional trails map to what we will propose. I think I included it in your packet. Having trail maps allows staff to coordinate trails across both public and private land and to be continuous and well-designed for various user groups. The idea of trail experience is just like the idea of what is your pedestrian experience? A trail that's designed for a bicycle is going to have different physical features than one that's designed for a horse, than one that is designed for a hiker. I don't know if anybody's done trail construction days. I highly encourage you to go volunteer once or twice and put in some water bars, because you'll see there's actually real differences in what you do on the ground to make sure that it is safe and it works. Safety on trails is an important construction feature. It also helps manage construction costs because we can design trails along appropriate natural features, such as floodplains in areas that probably aren't developable anyway because of other regulations. Those might be great places for us to be looking at and putting trails. Trails are really central to both tourism and the quality of life experience in Flagstaff. And the plan, having these maps, ensures that the city and county can get dedications for needed trail connections, and that trails are included in the development process not only as a recreational amenity, but as part of the overall transportation system for all modes. The 60-day public review map showed trails throughout the city in the way we have traditionally, which is a dashed line for proposed trails, which is what it says, proposed and planned trails, and then solid lines for ones we already own or have constructed. Some of the proposed and planned trails are in existing easements. We've just never like turned them into a gravel, we haven't brought them up to our standard yet for a gravel or a constructed trail for the city. And some are ones that are really just a little wish on the map, let's say. So the wishes on the map are ones that we sit down when a development on that property is proposed, and we work with them on creating that trail connection. Just like the road that I showed you in section 20, when we were talking about the last map, these are not final locations. There's no trail on the ground right there for someone to go ride. But we show them for these planning and infrastructure purposes. Some of the large property owners have been expressing concern that in a digital era, because this map was of course created when it was like a nice paper map sitting at the CD counter in 2001 the first time, people might be using these maps to trespass on property, to find places to go on property. However, these are a really important part of what the city does, and it is a shall in the state statute. It says you shall show existing and planned trails. So this is the conflict in comments that we are trying to figure out how we want to solve. Staff is very comfortable that we can write disclaimers on the map that looks like the 60-day public review, but the data may still go live or be downloaded somewhere and get misused is the concern. So we want to show you an alternative way. I don't know that it is going to be as effective as the way we do it now, but it is a possibility that we could turn some of those dashed line into arrows. There's a little ambiguity to that. It doesn't show a line on a parcel, so nobody's gonna go, ride the arrow. It doesn't go off a cliff or anything, right? But it could also lead to ambiguity in the process where, let's look at section 20. It shows 3 arrows that show a trail connection would go into the property. How are those trails going to follow contours? Where will they be constructed? Where will they intersect? What kind of trails will they be? Will be open-ended questions, and that may make some of the negotiations and development review more difficult for staff and a different kind of conversation than the ones we have been having. So that is the question in front of you is, and staff has gone no farther than to draw 2 maps and say, we need feedback on this comment. We have not written all the text about any of them. We have not, figured all the details out. We're just bringing you this because this is an important question. I think some of the commenters earlier said they had concerns about trails on their property. And there is also, I think you've received some written comments as well ahead of the meeting where people said trails are one of the most important things we have to keep building for our community. So this is a values and logistical issue that we certainly want your feedback on today. So the question, and this is gonna be, Sachi's gonna lead a red, yellow, green, but I think we're gonna do public participation first. But when we get back from public participation, we want to know if the planned trail symbology should be changed from dashed lines to arrows that give less, knowing that the arrows give less specificity on exact location but retain intention. And are there any trails concepts that are missing or areas of future trail planning that we have not identified that we should? So we're probably going to have to dance back through some slides. But now that I'm concluding the presentation, which is very short, I'll ask Lauren if there's any public participation. Do we have any cards for item 3, Lauren?
Yes, Nick Wood. And
Mayor and Chairman, members of the Council, Board of Supervisors, Commissioners. Nick Wood, Snellen Wilmer 1, Arizona Center, and I represent Little America. I'm happy to hear that there's movement on the trails. As we have shared with you, there have been significant problems with trespassing on the property. You know, my dad used to say that there's the one constant in an ever-changing world is change. There's been lines on the regional plan map for decades, right? We all know it, we all understand it. But what's happened in the past 10 plus years, of course, is social media and maps becoming available to everyone. And Flagstaff is a city of trails. I mean, that's one of the wonderful things about living here or visiting here. Our concern, of course, is twofold. Number one, people trespassing because they see maps, you know, with lines on them, and that's why lines are a concern. We just had a fire, just happened a couple days ago, and fortunately it was snuffed out early, but it could have been a significant tragedy. We've had camps of homeless people. We've had people damaging fences and other things. So the idea of having lines on a map is a very concern to us now. And obviously, as we come forward with a potential design for development within the 536 acres, we intend to have a trail plan. But if there are lines that are on a map that appear to be, this is the line and this is where the trail has to be, that creates a problem for us. Now, the Arizona Trail runs through Little America. That will always run through Little America as long as certainly, you know, my client owns it. Now, we may relocate it, right, as we develop around it, but it will always pass through. The idea I just heard regarding arrows is an interesting one. And I think it's one that we're happy to explore. Now, if we're just going to take a line and just put a bunch of arrows over the line, that's, of course, doesn't solve the problem. But if there are arrows saying that there will be trails, you know, through an area, I think we can work with that. So again, I appreciate the effort by staff of finding an alternative to just the lines, but in today's day and age, the lines create a very serious problem for us going forward. Thank you. I'm done early.
Anyone online? Elsa, is there anyone online who wants to comment on work session 3?
If anyone online would like to comment, please put a C in the chat and I will allow you to unmute. Okay, so far not seeing anyone who wants to comment online.
Thanks, Elsa. All right, so we're going to turn it back to the elected and appointed officials here, both in the room and online, to respond to these 2 questions that we have posed about the trail maps. So instead of doing our red, yellow, green voting, I think makes most sense just to ask these as an open question, and anyone who has feedback from the elected and appointed officials group can just raise your hand and speak. Keep in mind we are behind schedule, so please try to keep your comments brief. So the first question is, should the planned trail's symbology be changed from dash lines to arrows that give less specificity on exact locations but retain the intention? Yes, Commissioner Norton.
Well, I'm disappointed that we're not using our cards because I would have been a red. Yeah, no, the trails are important. The trails are already out there. The trails are already out there on all trails in GIA. Taking them off our map and putting arrows is not going to help the situation. It's only going to be a disservice to us in open spaces and the regional plan, as we want trails to be put into place as development goes along. I do think it creates an ambiguous interpretation when their discussion has to, you know, get down to the details of where the trails do go in a development. Not that these trails would be cast in stone in the exact place that we're going to put these lines, but I think they need to be there and be represented. If safety is an issue when a parcel's under construction, then it's up to the property owner to sign it, close the trail temporarily to protect the public, make their private property known. But it's really not going to prevent, you know, people from using the trail. You know, it's their property and they're responsible for securing it. So we deal with, you know, some of these large properties interface with the edge of the forest. So it's not always apparent where you're at, whether you're in the forest or whether you're on public lands or whether you're on private property. Again, I think that falls to the property owners, and I don't think that we're doing us and our community and our plan any sort of a service by removing the trails and putting ambiguous arrows. Thanks.
We had one from Vice Mayor, and then was there virtual, you were saying? Okay, yes, and then we'll go to virtual.
Thank you. I do have a question for city staff. I am wondering your thoughts on this change.
That's all right. I have gathered input from legal and engineering and parks, recreation, and open space. They do not support going to the arrows. We're offering it as a way to resolve comments if that's the feeling that it needs to be done. But it is not, all of those staffs felt it would make it more difficult to achieve the trail goals of the community.
And we had an online comment. We'll go there next. Elsa, are they able to comment?
I believe was it the Q in the chat from Vice Mayor Sweet?
Oh, sounds like yes. Okay, so that one has been addressed. Yes, go ahead.
I disagree. You know, because we are in a technological era, and these lines that we draw do go on all trails. I continue to try to hike every trail that's on all trails, and I'm not close to even half. We have a lot. It's not like we're limiting people to, well, they can't hike here because it's private property. There is a big risk, and we can't lose sight of the fact that we have a real high fire risk. We had a very dry winter, and a lot of this open space on private property is subjective to having someone build a campfire and causing devastation. And you know, to just decide to draw lines on private property and then ask the property owner to secure them would mean fencing 500 acres, which would be very expensive. And I don't think we're taken away. I love hiking. I hike or walk the trails probably 4 to 5 times a week, and I don't feel that I'm being cheated out of opportunities to go to our open space by staying off of private property. If it was a smaller space, I can't imagine having somebody hiking past my backyard because there was a line drawn on somebody's map. That would be kind of just very unsettling. So I think the arrows is a great compromise to kind of let people know that it's not a set trail yet, and it's private property. And I think that's only fair, especially given our high fire risk up here and having people trample on forest land that's not public land.
So my comment would be, why can't we designate the private property as a different line color rather than an arrow that's, you know, but why can't private property be designated on the map by using a different color and marking that as private property and not open to public use?
I was just pulling this up so I can read it to you. I think we've addressed your concern, Chairman Dino, with a disclaimer that was written on the map. It's not in the slides because it's too small, but it does say, designation of planned trails does not constitute a final location or legal access unless there is a legal trail easement. Future trails are conceptual in nature and may be redesigned as development is proposed to provide similar connection with alternative alignment. So that is covered in some ways, we could add to the disclaimer too as an alternative to going to the arrows.
Does
just
that
as
show up on all trails?
I'm not sure, I guess you did say that like these go on all trails. That's not true. We don't make this anything but data you can see on the regional plan web map. So we don't take our data and send it to all trails. I mean, there's Strava data and the all trails data. I can't tell you where it comes from. It does not come from our official maps. The Forest Service runs into the same problem of there's a ton of trails on all trails that are not official trails, that are unauthorized trails. So I mean, it's not a unique problem to Flagstaff or private land in general, but we do not take these to send to some other source for use like that.
Also, I just wanted to check. I heard a few things coming through the chat. Do we have any elected or appointed officials that wanted to make comments or statements before I turn back to the room?
One was just a written comment that will be noted in the minutes, and then City Manager Greg Clifton did just put a comment in the chat as well.
Also, can you
Would
read
you-
those comments for us, or people can unmute and read their comments?
Sure. City Manager Greg Clifton's comment was, for the record, I've advocated for an alternative to lines on private property where trails are not yet public.
Did I see another hand? I give up on this microphone.
I did have another comment. So in listening to the discussion, I'm just wondering if there's another happy medium between the arrows, and I liked the different colored line to specify the private property. I am in agreement that I think looking at something besides the line, the dotted line, or however we're defining it, is valuable. I just don't know about the arrows. It could be confusing, so I liked the different color. Or the disclaimer. The disclaimer seems awfully long, so something in between would be nice to look at.
Fair enough. All right, I'm going to remind everyone that we need to wrap this up in a couple minutes. I'll take two more. Did I see a hand? Okay, I see a hand. Oh, yes. Christine, go ahead, and then we have one more here, and then we'll wrap up. No, we can't hear you on this one.
Thank you. This is kind of a tough question or a tough issue, but years ago I worked on a 2,000-acre project and it had to be fenced. And, you're encouraging trespassing, which is illegal. So if there is not a trail on there, I really don't think as a city we should be encouraging people to trespass. So I think Chairman Mandino's suggestion or creating some sort of very obvious differentiation of what is a dedicated trail, a public trail versus private, because I have done that, super expensive, and we still had hazardous waste dumping, we had fires, we had trash. And at the end of the day, when the project was done, we had lots of trails, but they were then dedicated and people could use them. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Best?
Well, trying to go with positive values. One value is to designate an obligation on the part of the person who owns the land that when they come for rezoning, they're going to have to deal with the trail. The second one is not, as the city, to be protecting that owner's right to private property. So I think that we can figure out a way, make the color bright red, and don't dilly around with some legalese say this is private property, do not enter without the owner's permission or something to that effect. So when All Trails sees it, it doesn't look like, oh gosh, let's just go across here. Let's have them see something that says, do not enter. We want to have both of those things happen, so let's figure out how to do it on a map. I think it's doable.
Thank you. And I want to note that we have one other bullet point question here that we just have a couple minutes for, but if anyone wants to respond to our question, are there any trail concepts that are missing or areas of future trail planning that should be identified?
Just a quick, I'm assuming that these have all been aligned with the trail maps that the Open Spaces Division uses, like for future foots trails, et cetera.
The engineering staff is who creates the maps for future Flagstaff Urban Trail System trails, not open space. So their open space master plans, and those are for city-owned property. This map covers all properties, so it's a little different. It's more aligned with the active transportation master plan for the city. So can I ask I think we do need to do a red, yellow, green on this really quick, because I think I heard 3 suggestions. There's go back. There's trails as we have always shown them. Let's call that business as usual. There are trails with arrows on properties greater than 400 acres, because we discovered you can't do this on smaller properties at this scale. It's just a mapping limitation. And then I heard Vice Mayor Sweet come up with option C, which is have planned trails on private property be do not have legal easements be a different color than those that do. Was that a correct summation of your suggestion?
I think so, and I'm not the one that up with it.
Was it
But thank you,
Carol?
I'll
I'm
take
sorry.
the credit.
It was the Carol.
I just want to give credit where credit's due.
Let's call it the Sweet Mandino option, okay?
I like that.
It really does. Your name combination's great.
I
Thank
think
you.
Sweet Mandino sounds great. But
Okay.
yes, that was, have it a different color, and you suggested red, which I think is a great.
Sure, we can work on color if that is option 3. But I think can we go through those, Sachi, as a red, yellow, green?
Say each option and then do a red, yellow, green? Yeah, why don't we just pick, so green is option 1, yellow is option 2, and red is option 3, with no value judgment based on the color, just you're casting your vote.
The green option is business as usual, the way we've done it for the last 2 plans. The yellow option is the arrow map, and then the option that is red is the Sweet Mandino proposal.
All right, I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 reds, 1 yellow, and 1 green. And it looks like online, Councilmember House, is your heart meant to be a vote for red? Can you clarify? Great. We're on the same wavelength. If anyone else online, appointed or elected officials would like to vote, you can say red, yellow, or green. All right, great. Thank you, everyone. All right. Shall we move on to work session 4? And just acknowledging that we are skipping over some breaks, so folks need to get up, get some water, use the restroom. Go ahead and do that. Just keep in mind we are going to keep things moving, so we don't want you to miss too much. Okay, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to talk about sense of place.
All right, hello everyone. I'm gonna, apologies if I rush through this as we're getting behind on time. So first, what we're looking at is The results on comments we received from the 60-day public review that focused on community character and community identity. And if you look through our sense-making report, you'll recognize some of this language in the graphic. It was there. We also, in the Sense of Place memo, linked the full 66 comments if you wanted to read them on this topic. And so, if looking at this, so just going into a little more detail what we heard. So of these 66 comments, 28 were on architecture and design, and really those were focused on asking for stronger language about architectural design criteria and aesthetic language in the plan. And 14 were on protecting view sheds, 12 on prioritizing character, which, as I'll get into, means different things to different people, but strengthening prioritization on character. And another 12 were on heritage preservation, either in support of what the plan and the city are already doing, or asking for stronger language on heritage preservation. And so of these 66 comments, approximately 60% of them were things that we can't act directly upon in the plan. So although it is a priority for a lot of people, there were some things that were just in conflict with what we can do in the plan. And some were directly in conflict with state law. So we heard through this comment period, and also again in the spring survey, which we also linked the results of, things like they wanted folks that would like to completely outlaw Airbnbs or short-term rentals, and that affects their sense of place here. And that's just something we can't do as a city or a county or through the regional plan, as it's in conflict with state law. And there was some advocating in here for zoning changes that we also can't act on at the plan level. For example, there was a lot of suggestions, particularly on some of the graphics in the 60-day plan, asking for a 2-story building height limit, in more areas across town and the region. And that is also something that at the plan level we can't, change what's already allowed there zoning-wise at this level. And also a lot of the comments about view sheds are similar to that, things that we also can't change at this. And Sarah, did you want to speak a little bit about view sheds? And then we'll jump back.
Yes. So the current plan does have a lot of language about view shed protection. When I started with the city, I was very interested in that. I had come from a federal agency that did real landscape scale view shed protection and could do it. And so I went about right away trying to figure out, well, how do cities do it? And the answer is cities do it very sparingly. A lot of the comments are about protecting view sheds from my house or my neighborhood. In order for a city to build a view shed protection ordinance, it has to create a platform, which must be a public space. So it can't be my bedroom window. It has to be like Buffalo Park. Like at the Buffalo, you can see X, and we won't build things that encroach on that view. And then you have to define if it is in the foreground, the midfield, or the background. There are only 2 cities I have found that have very effective view shed ordinances, and they are Austin, Texas has one, where there are 5 radial streets that go and look at the Capitol. If you know Texas Capitol has a pink marble building. And so on those streets, their zoning makes you basically step back your building so that the view of the Capitol is maintained all along those radial corridors. The second city, which is also in Texas, is San Antonio, which San Antonio has 3 high hills that overlook the Alamo, and you can't impede the view of the Alamo from those locations. That is how specific a view shed protection ordinance has to be. The most of the comments are about protecting a view of the peaks, which is huge, from everywhere in the city. It is legally impossible for us to do that without having to take private property rights and entitlements away. which is equally as unfeasible as making every building over 2-story not doable in the city. So that is why, even though I know view sheds are very valued, it is very difficult, and it is, we've looked into it. We have done some in-depth research. Nothing has changed since I did that research 7 years ago. And that's why we don't feel that view sheds are actionable. The plan does have language about considering view sheds in the design of parks and open spaces. So that we can control, right? There we often do control most of the foreground of a view. Think of Fox Glen Park, think of Buffalo Park. We own that view. We can do a lot of management of the view shed from that through our parks and recreation master planning. But the kind of view shed management most of the comments that we get are about is not very feasible. So that's my explanation. I'll answer questions if there are any. Okay.
Okay. And so a couple last thoughts on summarizing what we heard during the 60-day public review and our proposal for moving forward. And as you probably saw in the memo, we are recommending as staff focusing on talking about sense of place versus community character or identity. And that's for a few reasons. First, it's a more universally applicable term. And as you know, we've heard today from folks participating in the meeting and public participation, the character and identity mean different things to different people. And so when we're talking about like a larger level of planning, you know, we heard from someone earlier who talked about sense of place meaning a sense of belonging and focusing on housing attainability and affordability. And then other comments that spoke specifically to them that character means, you know, protecting the existing look of a historic neighborhood. So they're not always the same, and if you read through the 66 comments, you'll see some are in conflict, and so we feel that the sense of place term kind of is something we can work with and that better represents all of that. It also ties directly into one of our existing goals, which I think did pretty well over here with the green, and that's goal CR. The region maintains an enduring and unique sense of place that celebrates its diverse ecosystems and community heritage. And so using that terminology, we can be tying back into the goals and priorities in the plan versus introducing new concepts that aren't already in the plan or adding new things that weren't there before. And, oops, that went really fast, okay. So, the spring survey, as Sarah mentioned, it closed last Friday, so we didn't have a whole lot of time to analyze it before putting it in your packets, but all of the survey results are in the packet if you want to look through them. That we received about 200 responses to the survey, and this slide talks about 5 different plan emphasis areas and asked how well folks, whether they agreed or disagreed, or I guess disagreed or supported emphasizing these areas in the plan. And as you can see, overall folks did support emphasizing all of these, and retaining and creating a sense of place had the most support for emphasizing in the plan. And again, if you want to look through the full responses, and you can also, in the spring survey, which we aren't able to go into detail here, but it also picked out some of the priorities in the plan, focusing on sense of place, and got more detailed about how strongly folks felt that met the overall emphasis and goals. All right, so now on to best practices. Sarah mentioned earlier this morning, if anybody remembers what we were talking about 6 hours ago, that best practices is a new addition to the plan in our goals and priorities chapter. And one of the areas in which best practices is going to be introduced is creating a sense of place. And so Sarah talked about this concept a little bit, but I'll just go into a little bit more of what best practices are or can be. And so really what we're looking at here, and I'm going to go through the 5 specific ones that are proposed as adding for sense of place, is they can illustrate how policies, and goals can be implemented, and get more specific in suggestions than the goals or policies could. And some of them are already things that are incorporated into city and county code, and some are, ideas for voluntary compliance with furthering these goals. And we can also use this language to propose strengthening the sense of place language in the plan priorities, which I know we don't have for review yet, and we're currently revising and you will review later on. So with that, and then Sarah, the last point on that is Sarah also mentioned earlier that part of the best practices is a way to bring in subject matter expertise into these. And as we look through these 5, you'll notice that some of these, are things that are going to require a subject matter expert to weigh in on. So the first 2 are designing visually appealing entrances to public spaces to promote a sense of arrival and sense of place. And I know that came up earlier today, talking about using art and other things to promote a sense of place in Flagstaff, and that this is an example of a best practice that city or developers, others could use to promote sense of place here. And similar with the next one, creating a pedestrian-oriented design at street level to create vibrant and active civic spaces for residents, neighbors, and visitors. And the next 2 really talk more about some of the architectural and aesthetic design language that folks advocated for adding to the plan, but isn't something that necessarily, it can be universally applicable, or as was discussed earlier with the architectural design language, we don't have those standards citywide, so these aren't things that we could necessarily apply citywide, but could be here as a best practice. And so the first one, repeating the patterns of streets, alleys, buildings, and civic spaces from within nearby historic districts or neighborhoods in the site planning of new development in or adjacent to historic districts. And repeating elements of the natural environment and compatible historic design from nearby historic districts in the design of adjacent new development and redevelopment. And the last one is utilizing design that breaks up building footprints or bulk and mass to ensure transportation connectivity and a comfortable pedestrian environment. And that one also gets at some of what folks were asking with the 2-story building height limit, is breaking up the bulk and mass through design, so even if there isn't a way to limit the potential building height, good design could still break up the bulk and mass to achieve that in a different way through this best practice. And happy to go back and revisit any of those, but I think we wanted to do I don't know, do we have any public participation before we?
Yeah, if we could have Calvin Adamson.
Hello, I'm back again. I'm Calvin Adamson at 1350 Knowles Drive. This might sound a lot like what I said before, but I think this is still incredibly important. I want to mention that when I moved here to Flagstaff, this would have been like 10 months ago, it was incredibly new to me, of course, because I haven't lived here before, and I did find that sense of place, and I do think this is an incredible community that we have here, and I think that's something that you want to make sure that we don't lose, and so I do find this important that we're talking about it, that this sense of place issue, And I do love when cities look really nice and have these design aspects, and that we don't lose the view of our natural environment that we have that's so incredible in this city. And as a historic city, it's also incredibly important to preserve the history as well, that I find very, it's a very intriguing history of this city that I quite enjoy. But what we have to think about is that this sense of place, the solution to ensuring that we have this sense of place is probably not making it look nice. It's probably about cost of living, and it's probably about public services like biking and walkability and housing attainability. I want to be able to walk around downtown and not feel like I'm going to get hit by a car. I don't want to be right on the edge of a street that's going incredibly fast. I don't want to have to cross train tracks to get from where I live to downtown and feel like that's a dangerous trek. I want to be able to bike and not feel like I'm going to get sideswiped by another car. Those are concerns that I have every day when just being around in Flagstaff. And then there's, in addition to that, the issue of character and identity. And if you want to preserve that, I know Flagstaff isn't known for being a dense, bustling big city, but our choice is that, or continue to lose community members, continue to have community members that are hurting because there's economic problems that are solved best by density, are solved best by adding space for people. And so when the whole discussion has been about the view that we want to preserve, what does that say about our character and identity when that's forgetting the people that aren't focused on the view? We're focused on what happens when my rent goes up next week, Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments, Elijah?
Nope, that is it.
And do
We
we
do
have
have an
anyone?
online. Yeah, we do have an online. Just 1 minute. Okay, Russ, you should be able to unmute now if you'd like to make your comment.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Russ Randall. I'm today representing Barrier Free Flagstaff, an advocacy group for folks with disabilities in our community. And as we consider how to ensure a sense of place, we need to consider ensuring a sense of place for all, including those who may have mobility challenges. About 20% of our community identifies as having a disability. I just want to make sure that throughout, and especially perhaps in architectural design, that we are encouraging a sense of place for all, including those who have challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsa, are there any other online comments, virtual participant comments?
I'm not seeing any. If there's any virtual participants that would like to make a comment, please type a C in the chat, and we'll let you make your comment. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else.
All right, thank you, Elsa, and thank you both for the public comments. And I think that helped illustrate the point that I was making earlier about some of the conflicting things that we're hearing from, particularly about character and identity and sense of place and what it means to different people, and balancing these different things as we move forward in the plan. And with that, we did want to open it up for discussion. And you want to look at that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so yeah, I'm happy to flip back and forth between the two best practices.
So I find the first one, what's visually appealing. So I think we need to identify that, because what's visually appealing to me and what's visually appealing to somebody else might be quite different. So I think we need to nail that down better. I'm entrances, I'm thinking about, I've been here 50 years. I remember there were trees on Milton. Um, and NAU wasn't really identified. We used to have the Y. If you've been here long enough, you know what I'm talking about. To get into, that was the main entrance to NAU, and I think that was the only identified entrance at that time. And now NAU has identified entrances. Whether or not they're visually appealing to you, they do identify at least that you're at NAU. I think, you know, a visual entrance, Buffalo Park, it has a visual entrance. But there's other places that don't have those visual entrances, but again, I think it's ambiguous about what's appealing, but I agree with that statement that we, you know, I agree with sense of place is everywhere, and we have to look more at what this plan addresses rather than the overarching sense of place for I think, you know, affordability is a sense of place, but I think we have to look at what this plan can address in this plan. I think accessibility is one of the things that we can include, but there's other things, you know, we can say that we're the friendliest community in the world, but we may not be. So, you know, and this plan can't address that.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had kind of an epiphany looking through growth and land use. Looking at the different pictures, it hit me that what looks good in those pictures is peaks and pines. Peaks and pines. That's kind of who we are. And yeah, architecture is important too. But if I've got peaks and pines in my view shed, I'm home. We're going to lose the peaks. We're going to lose the peaks because the city is already zoned for 60 feet. I mean, all of Sunnyside, we just heard it, is 60 feet. So over time, we're going to have a lot taller buildings. We still have an opportunity with the pines. Think about driving around Flagstaff. Think about it tonight when you go home. When you are looking at pine trees and evergreens, it feels like home. And when you are in a place that looks like Scottsdale, because it's got little tiny plants and deciduous trees that are bare 7 months of the year, it doesn't. What looks good to me is something like going out 66, taking a left on, what is that? Woodlands Village Boulevard past Home Depot. Just down in that area, it's heavily developed, but there are a lot of mature trees. The landscaping, it tends to be evergreen. It looks good, despite the fact that it's heavily developed with both commercial and multifamily. Next time you drive down 66, look at the corner of Ponderosa Parkway and 66 at those new buildings that have just gone in, Starbucks, the liquor store, Culver's, the car wash. They've got legal landscaping there, but it's largely invisible. It does not look like Flagstaff. And so I would really encourage an element in the plan that encourages real native landscaping. It's in the plan now, but looking at what's happening at 66 and Ponderosa Parkway, just look at it next time you drive by. It's not happening. We can make it happen, and it's relatively cheap. I mean, it's landscaping, for Pete's sakes. You got to do it anyway. But if we can get some elements in the plan that encourage robust native landscaping and go from there with city staff and try and upgrade, because that's kind of the cheapest and, in my opinion, the best way to go. I've proposed a plant ecologist position for the city and county, which we can't talk about here because we can't talk about positions because it costs money. But anyway, you know, try to get somebody whose job it is to make Flagstaff integrated with the ponderosa pine forest around us. That to me is the most practical and cheapest way to get a sense of place. Thanks.
And just to follow up on that, is your suggestion to add another best practice focusing on native landscaping?
Well, visually appealing entrances and public spaces, yes, I would say a new element. Focus on native landscaping that ties all of Flagstaff to the ponderosa pine forest and the PJ forest.
And I assume, based on your comment, because as you mentioned, those new developments, they do have native landscaping, but because they're so young, that's
Well,
what
it
you're-
may be, you just go to the corner of Ponderosa Parkway and look at those, there's some native landscaping there, but it's, for one thing, it's deciduous, and maybe those trees are native. but
okay, so yeah,
7 months of the
encouraging-
year, they're bare.
So encouraging, yeah,
So I-
evergreen native landscaping as well as mature.
If you go to that corner and you look at that landscaping, and then you look above to the ridge above, you can see all the native up on the ridge there, and there's no relationship. So what I'm saying is make it look like northern Arizona. And that, to me, is the cheapest and best way to get our sense of place. Because what we're talking about here, we're going to lose sight of the peaks. The architecture is what it is. It's pretty tough to deal with. Landscaping's cheap, and you already got to do it. If we were more rigorous with it, I think we could make a huge difference. If you want to have some fun, Google landscaping in Singapore, because it's wild. I'm not proposing that, but you can make a huge difference with landscaping. And a more robust statement here and then action to make that happen on the ground, I think would make a big difference.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. And another one over here, yeah, sure.
I have to say I'm struggling with the sense of place because when I first read through the package, it left me cold. I know what community character is and community identity is, and I felt that sense of place came off as somewhat curated and very planner-esque, and I didn't feel like it served both the city as well as the county and the regional plan as a whole, because it was I felt more specific to the city. And when I read through both vision statements for the county and the city, there were certain buzzwords that keep coming up that are very much in common. The environment, the cultural heritage, quality of life, diversity. And I think about when I moved here 10 years ago, I think about the logo discussion that City Council had recently of, what is quintessentially Flagstaff? What is our essence? And I think those are the kinds of things that the public, the people that live here, they want to see that continuity and that consistency as we grow, like what we know of Flagstaff, what looks like Flagstaff, the natural environment that you spoke of, our downtown, those design elements. I think we need to make sure that gets carried through to the new areas that do get developed, and I think that's what continues that character, what is Flagstaff, what is Coconino County. So I don't have a problem necessarily with these best practices. I understand that those are within the parameters of what we can do in this regional plan and maybe architectural design standards. That's another issue outside of this, but there's at least some verbiage in there that supports that. I think I have a problem with the sense of place term. My preference would have been to still have it be community character or community identity. I think everybody knows what that means, and it is a more broad brush for the entire region.
Sure.
Commissioner Norton, we talked about this at the Regional Plan Committee too. And one of the reasons, and it came, much like our discussions do here, that it came out and then we went back, was that, we asked people, well, how do we describe community character? And one person in the group just said, well, I'll know it when I see it. And that is, that's also the standard for other things legally that are less publicly digestible. But like adult entertainment, you know it when you see it. That's one of the legal standards for it. So that's a really hard standard for us to put out for development design is to say we'll know it when we'll see it. And we really had a hard time narrowing down what community character meant to a large group of people. It became a kind of value word that meant something different to everyone else. And that makes it very hard to be part of this process where, especially the decision-making side that's tied to development review. So I mean, if we have other words or we want to really nail down community character, like these are the only elements of community character we might consider in a zoning case, that maybe that's a direction we could investigate further. But I think our concern was if we left it broad, we would be stuck in the you'll know it when you see it land.
Yes, Commissioner Tohi.
I just had to wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember these microphones, you have to wait a little bit before it kind of clicks on. I thank you for the time and the floor, and I just want to give you a little bit of context on some of the input that's been given for the regional plan. I think that for just speaking from a perspective that I have through Indigenous lens, I think Flagstaff hasn't always had a community character that was, or identity that has been kind and receptive to Indigenous peoples. And so when we heard about a sense of place, I thought, you know, at least from the gatherings that we've been through, that seemed more accepting, that seemed a little bit, I guess would say resonated with the people that came to have input. And I think that that's something that we have to think about. For people who have been here from time immemorial, we have to have that sense of place. And community character and community identity isn't something that is in our hearts in a way, because it's still a place that we call home. However, through time, that hasn't been always the sense. So I think it's really important to see things that are that represent Flagstaff, not just the city, the town Flagstaff, but the air and the spirit of Flagstaff, the way that we've known it to be from that past forward. So I think it's important to just kind of see it from that lens. And I also think that I really struggle with the phrase poverty with a view, because it's really in your spirit that you feel that wealth, you feel that gift of blessings. And I think that when you live in such a sacred place, you can't have that word. You can't, I mean, even though we have challenges, we have struggles because of income and everything else. But if you think of it as a sacred place, a sacred ground that you walk on, you wouldn't feel that way. So I just want to say that. And I really appreciate all the time the staff has put in reaching the communities that that's never been done before. This is a regional plan that has reached people and really tried to have that welcome mat for the people, and I really, really appreciate that.
Can I follow up on that? Yeah, on that last point, you know, I think, like Austin said, Sarah Dector is award-winning for a reason, because she went out of her way to make sure that voices were heard in this, you know, in this conversation that weren't heard before. And you know, I like this change for the reason that when we talk about a community identity, I think it's, you know, it's the people of our community that make up that identity, right? It's the it's the things that we do, right? It's the way that we treat this place. It's our friends, it's our family, right? It's the schools that we send our kids to. And the idea that, you know, we in this room, right, as the government, you know, whether it's elected or appointed, are going to put down on a piece of paper, you know, this is what that is, you know, feels wrong to me. One, because I don't want the government telling me, you know, what my identity is, but, you know, and also because I think, as you, Rose, you kind of hinted at, you know, we have some really bad history of doing that, right? And you know, I know we all kind of think that we're in this, you know, great place now, but I don't know that I don't know that it's true. And so you know, I like the idea of moving more in this direction, like you guys have said. You know, I just want us to recognize that when, you know, when we talk about creating identity, it's, you know, it's us that do it outside of this room. We don't need to do it in this room. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for your comment. And Council Member House is next online.
Thank you. Yeah, I just really wanted to thank Commissioner Tohi for the comments that she made, and David, your comments as well. I think this is a good direction for us to be moving in terms of looking at sense of place versus some of the prior language for the reasons that have been stated. Um, and I think that as we're looking to define that within this document and just within our guiding principles for the city, as we're looking at the county and so forth, it is important for us to apply that lens as well to the way that we represent that. So, for example, I don't know that I would focus on the and I'm sorry, we've moved the presentation past the slide that had the two best practices on it. If we can go back to that, maybe.
Yeah, these are the first two.
It, thank So the visually appealing entrances, I think there is so much that goes into uh, that sort of representation of place that is subjective, and that is hard to capture an entire identity, especially as we recognize the intersecting and intersectional identities that are represented within our community, that becomes really hard. Whereas the second, in terms of creating that pedestrian oriented design, making spaces accessible, and so forth, as we heard from Russ in his public comment. Those are things that can apply across multiple identities without trying to capture it in a picture or one solid image, because we know that when we do things that are meeting people at the and I hate to say lowest level because I don't want to suggest any sort of value statement there, but when we make it accessible to people with disabilities, we make it accessible for everyone. When we are creating pedestrian-friendly design, then we're making it the most accessible as we can up and down the scale of access and defining what that means. So those are things that I would want us to keep in mind as we identify that what it means to create a sense of place within this plan.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler will take your last comment, and then we unfortunately do need to move on to recap. So we've just got 12 minutes left in the day.
Yeah, I've been raising my hand. When I think of sense of place and you have visual, you have pedestrian, we're talking about walkways, we're talking about the peaks. You know, I think we need to, when we think about Flagstaff, what is Flagstaff now? how do we identify Flagstaff? I know that from our native side, native view, this is homelands. We don't have to wonder what the sense of place is. We know. And I want to go back to the ecology. You know, if you're developing, parks and view of the peaks, put a sign in there that explains what the peaks mean to the local community, the original people here. Vegetation, we have all these medicine that's here that we use. And I think the sense of place, even artwork, Western, this is a Western town also. It used to be Western town. It's not a Western, where's that sense now? Now it's just, it doesn't have the flavor of a Western town. So I think when we look at Flagstaff, when we walk out of here, let's look at Flagstaff visually. Who do we see? What do we see? How do we interpret that? I think that designing visually, right, the appealing entrance. But when we look at Flagstaff, who is Flagstaff? We're saying who do we don't want to be, but I think we're more on that side than we are what we think we are.
Thank you.
I like to see more Native American and explanations and more of that, the original homelands be identified and know that natives are here. Right now, you walk out, you don't know there are native. This is native land. You don't see that. You just read it. It's just become a formality to land acknowledgement. Let's do more than that.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and now I will turn it back over to Sachi. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So believe it or not, we only have 9 minutes left until 5 o'clock, which is when we end. We're going to do a brief recap. We've been furiously taking notes all day, and Allie and Elsa online have been putting together kind of what we heard from today. This is sort of a, on-the-fly version of a notes and recap. Obviously, there will be something more robust that will come out after the meeting. But we just want to make sure that we heard things correctly. So I guess, Allie, do you want to read this, or I can also just do that if that's easier?
I can go through it.
Sure.
I think some of the key themes that we heard, particularly in your introductions and kind of what you were hoping to accomplish today, was really creating a unified vision for both the city and the county that ensures that the plan represents all views and incorporates particularly the views of those who don't have the opportunity to vote on it, those kind of meaning the county residents. And some of the priorities that we specifically heard, this kind of got modified from what I was initially showing, but some of the priorities was particularly around housing, and I think we heard some different things around housing, climate, but on the priorities and goals section, we heard specific comments to split the parking goal into both kind of public managed parking as well as private development and code related parking management, and that could potentially be split into like the housing and the walkable community priorities. For street design, we heard a lot of comment for the street design goal. We heard a lot of comments to help consider cost and accessibility as kind of a key priority. Not necessarily not think about landscaping or art as part of that, but really focus primarily on the function of the street design first. And then consider housing costs beyond supply and demand. And that includes kind of how do we address gentrification and displacement considerations within Flagstaff. Great. And then the land use categories and mapping exercise, we kind of heard some key themes around gentrification and displacement considerations, particularly in the Sunnyside and Eastside neighborhoods. There was a lot of discussion, both in public comment and from members, about some of the densities within the plan land use categories on the map, and whether some of the minimum densities were appropriate in certain areas, and whether density was going to be able to address housing concerns overall, and the need for kind of supplemental housing policies to support some of the housing issues in the community. And then there were several clarifying questions specifically on greenfield development sites or master plan site areas such as the Little America site. The next slide. We did get kind of pretty clear direction that you want to see an updated trail map with different colors for planned trails that pass through private property where there aren't easements secured. And then within the sense of place discussion that we just had, there was kind of sort of an overarching theme that there needs to be further definition of what actually creates a sense of place for Flagstaff in the county, but some specific ideas were to take out visually appealing entrances or further define what is visually appealing, add in some recommendations around native landscaping and accessibility, and then recommendations for references to kind of the native and indigenous history of the land there.
Thank you, Allie. So we know that we probably didn't cover everything we talked about today, but we tried to get major themes. But we have 5 minutes now to reflect on what we talked about today and let us know if there was anything major that you felt we missed in that sort of lightning report background, and any other reflections that folks want to offer at the end of the day. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Most.
Climate change was number 2, and we didn't really work on that much. I think the main thing is metrics, metrics, and metrics. Climate change is a number. And we've had a plan for a while, but I don't think we have any idea how we're doing. I certainly don't. I really liked finding the housing metric. That makes a big difference to me. And I think we need to figure out how to do climate change progress metrics so we can follow along and see how we're doing. Otherwise, it's just a nice idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes.
I think we heard a lot about housing attainability and affordability, so I just want it to be noted that we did hear that a lot.
Thank you. So maybe we can add that to under priorities bullet 3. We're kind of talking about how we can't just look at housing production as our only strategy for affordable housing. We need to think about other strategies to produce affordable housing other than just more build, build, build. And so maybe sort of clarifying that that was a major, so we'll maybe like add a little bit there to bullet point 3. Thank you. Other things that we missed that you felt like were really important that we talked about today, or anything else you would like to reflect on in our last couple minutes? Elsa, any online comments?
I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
So I really appreciated the conversation, especially the area on the John Wesley Powell, because if you look at those maps we're looking at, there are only a couple places where we can actually develop that are in the city growing out. The area that we didn't touch much were the areas on the outlying areas in the county that are still impacted by this, the Belmont area, Donny Park area, Kachina Village areas. And while I understand that the bulk of our conversation needed to be where we're at, I just wanted to highlight that. And I know that we up there made it to the bullets of addressing those concerns of folks that can't vote on this plan. But it's also important that we have that conversation about what these plans will impact those areas. So in a follow-up conversation, I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure that's reflected in the notes. Okay, one last comment here, and then we will close.
As a county P&Z commissioner, I see a lot of and I want to say this in a positive way, housing bureaucracy in the city, but very little in the county. And I wonder if we could work together more, hand in hand. The county's got some land, a lot of land. City needs land. Can we get our housing programs a little more integrated and have an impact? Thanks.
Thank you. Again, underscoring the importance of the kind of collaboration and partnership between the city and county, which I will say, sort of in closing here, I think it was just really fantastic to see the electeds from both the city and county kind of gathered here today. Seeing everyone sitting around eating lunch together this afternoon was great. Really appreciate all you being here, as well as all of the city and county staff who have taken a full day to join us. I am so impressed by the focus you all have. I didn't see hardly anyone asleep, and that is an achievement. Thank you. It's a challenge. We were here for 8 hours. Maybe you were resting your eyes. I'm not going to judge. There was a lot of sugar involved. We'll just put it that way. So appreciate the focus that everybody brought and the attention that you had for a long period of time. Thank you so much. And Mayor, Chairperson, if you have anything to close us out, feel free.
Well, first and foremost, I really want to thank again the city for hosting and providing lunch. And I think this is something we should do, and we have done, especially in the last few years more often, and that is the joint city-county collaboration. You know, there is so much that affects the city that absolutely affects the county and vice versa. So it's really important for us to be together, to talk on it. There may be differences and, quite frankly, different focus and different jurisdictions and different processes, but to have a discussion to at least explain where each one of us are coming from, where we can work together, and what we can do to move forward, because we're all here for our communities. We're all here because we love our communities. We're all here because we want to make sure that everybody here feels heard and included. So really appreciate it. And again, thank you, Mayor, thank you, members of the City Council. And most importantly, thank the staff members who have put this together. I mean, you guys are rocking it. And also our commissioners. I mean, you give up your time to really make this a better place, to really provide a sense of place, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty remarkable to get this many really busy people in a room and paying attention for this long, and I do believe that everyone was paying attention for this long. And to staff, I can't even imagine the work that went into planning this for all of us and how the conversation was going to flow. To our consultants, thank you. It flowed seamlessly because of your forethought. So just thank you, everyone, and to the public who sat here through the whole thing, and those online, because I know that there are people online who've been watching all day. Thank you, and I trust that people will see their feedback reflected in the plan to the extent possible. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and have a much-deserved good weekend.